Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street on this wonderful Monday morning. A little bit foggy here this morning. God, I can hardly see, but looking like it's going to be a beautiful day. I'm very excited to be in our brand new studio. I haven't been here before. It was all odd. Toilets all in the wrong place, and I think I've found the kettle though, so that's good. As long as I found the kettle and the toilet, but it's very strange. Very strange being a new place, but I like it. It's nice, isn't it? We had to put a few decorations up. We've got some lovely pictures around. Anyway, exciting day today. Very excited that I finally get to meet Jane from Sussex Seamstress. So I've done a few of her shows before, but with other guests. But this time we've got the real live designer. And she gave me a pattern. She'd heard how much I love one of her dresses. She gave me a pattern. Really excited. So that's cool. We've got a great day coming up for you. But let's start off with the early bird. Because we always sell out of this amazing fat quarter bag. Now, this was supposed to be bought. We're not really sure what happened. It was bought specially for the birthday. And it didn't happen, but I've got it today. So look, lovely bag handles. It's got clear vinyl on the top so you can see what's in it. It always sells out because it's a fantastic product and it's a really good price. So it's got clear vinyl on the top, zip all the way round. You open it all up. This is how it will come to you all packaged like this. Then it has a base, sides that you put in. If you want to, which means that if you don't want them, it can store flat. So you pop those in the little pocket, just around the side, like that. And then you can store, well, in theory, all your fat quarters in it. People multi-buy them. You can also, if you want to divide it, these little dividers have got Velcro on. So you can stick that one on there, stick one on there. So it's brilliant for storing your fabric. Well, if you put the dividers in, you can store your fat quarters in the little slots. So like here, I've got some fat quarters. You can pop them all in there. Look how many you get. Absolutely loads in here. But without them, if you just want to put fat quarters in one side and fabric in the other, you can take the dividers out. Already people checking out. Now, everybody who's checked out have checked out multiple times, but we are excited because we got it and it didn't happen for the birthday show. It's one of our favourites, but also we are going to price drop it, obviously, because it's an early bird, but it sells anyway. £9.99, £2 off. What a bargain. But some people use them to keep projects in. Some people use them, you can take them on holiday. So look how much I can get. You take them on holiday and you could fold it flat in your suitcase. You could fill it with your shoes. Brilliant for that. Shoes, your toiletries, because it's right. We have 50 immediately gone into baskets. But look, you see, and then it all zips up. It's very deep. Look. See, look, but maybe you've done a quilt and you want to store it, or you want to store things under your bed. Buy several of them. So I think I'd keep my fabric in, but I'd have another one that I took on holiday because I could store this flat in my suitcase and then use it for storing things there. And then you could use it in your to put all your toiletries, sorry, Hannah's distracting me. You could put all your toiletries in it, you put your shoes in it, and it is supposed to be for fat quarters, but you could put your quilts in it, you could store cushions, all sorts. It has a little pocket here, and a little pocket. Hannah changes her cushion covers seasonally, so she could store, you could have your special Christmas makes in here that you put up in the loft or store under your bed. It's absolutely fantastic. Look at the deep. Right, over 100 have now checked out. And about 70% of those are multi-buys. But at £9.99, £11.99, the full price, I think it is fantastic value. Just for the zip alone. Just for the zip alone, it's a very nice zip. Look at that. And for details, which things like this are important to me, it's got the double zip. So you've got the two sliders. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so you can open it from there. But maybe you're taking quilts to an exhibition and you want to store them nicely. I just like the fact that it's clear on top. It's got the two carry handles. to give you a little 360. And £9.99, that's an amazing price. Now, I'm so excited that we managed to get this because they were supposed to be for the birthday, but obviously something happened. But I don't know how many fat quarters you'd get in. I mean, if you put the dividers in, look, that's just one. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 there. And look how many you'd get in. Absolutely loads. So it means that you can store your fat. If you bought several of these, you could stack them all up together. But they are a really good depth to put under the bed, which is really important if you want to put your fabric stash away. But a really nice present for somebody as well. So, and it doesn't have to be, I mean, it does say, well, it says dust-proof fabric storage bag, but I think you could use it for anything. I mean, look, if you look at the picture on there, look at the picture, you can see how much fabric you can get inside here. So we bought in absolutely loads of these, and there's lots of you got them in your baskets. Third of the stock is gone. So the loads of people have these in their baskets. You do need to check out, because if you don't, they will go, because they always go. We never seem to be able to buy enough of them. So I guess you could use, if you don't want to use the dividers, you could just put those flat in the bottom, or I would put them in the sides to give them a bit more stability. Dressmaking fabric. But we've got some beautiful dressmaking fabric today. So maybe you've got some dressmaking fabric that's, you know, a vintage one, or something very special that you want to keep clean, you don't want out on the shelves. Really good for that. It's just keeping stuff dust free and a really good way of storing things. And also, because of the clear top, you won't forget what you've got in here. And that's brilliant, isn't it? Well, that's the problem, and I do. I mean, I often rebuy things because I forget that I've got them. And if I haven't got enough shelves, because I don't have enough shelves, but great for carrying things. If you go into a workshop and you've got your pattern, you've got your fabric, you've got your tools, you can put it all in here, and it's got the fab carrying handles as well. Over half the stock is gone. Boom! I'm not surprised, £9.99, because if we've got any left, they will be going back up to £11.99 at midnight. Good morning, Patricia. Lovely to see you this morning. Oh, Patricia's in Blackpool. Is it foggy in Blackpool too? Very foggy down here. Super foggy. I had to have double windscreen wipers on. It wasn't raining, it was just really foggy. It's just, it was really weird. But I'm hoping that means it'll be a lovely day. So let me know what the weather's like with you and what you're up to today. Tell me what you're making, what's on your sewing table. Good morning, Donna. Message us, studio@sewingstreet.com, and then we will read out your messages. Lovely to see you this morning. How much have we left? Two-thirds of the stock is gone. I'm just going to stay on this for a bit longer, because once it's gone, it's gone. And well, I'm saying the price will go back up at midnight, but I think we will have sold out of them by then. We can never get enough of these, but they are a great price. Buy one for you, buy one for a friend. Maybe you've bought somebody a gift, maybe you've bought them some fabric or a kit, or you know, some tools. Lovely thing to package them in as well. Keep all your summer, you can keep some of your summer outfits in there and your winter ones. Nice place to put your hats and scarves and gloves. Nice big space as well, isn't it? Does it have the measurements on it? I'm just going to give you the oh yeah, it does. One moment, I have to put my glasses on, can't read that. So it is 18 inches long, 9.8 inches wide, well, deep that way, and then height is 6.7 inches. So 18 by 10 by 6, just in case you want to know what the size of it. Morning from Sue. Good morning, Sue. Lovely to see you this morning. What's on your sewing table? Oh, Angela's excited about today's show. I'm not surprised. You wait till you meet. We've got Jane, the Sussex seamstress herself, which is fab. So we're going to ask her all about how she got started, how does she make dress patterns, what's her inspiration. So if you've got any questions for her, she is the queen of dressmaking, obviously, because she makes her own patterns and all her own dresses. Look, here they are behind me. Here's some. We've got this beautiful dress. Isn't that gorgeous? Look at that. And we've got brand new fabrics. Now, isn't this neckline lovely? Lovely square neck, very flattering. So if you've got any dressmaking questions, send them in and we will ask Jane, and she will be able to answer them because she knows everything. Message. Morning, Rebecca. It's a brilliant sunny day out here in Glenfield, Leicestershire. I'm going to tidy my fabric after my weekend workshop from Beverley in Leicestershire. Well, that's nice, isn't it? Maybe it'll be nice out here in a bit. Tidy up my fabric. Oh, I never like doing that. Really don't like doing that. I come back from the studio sometimes if I've done a show and I've got a big bag full of tools and fabric and I just sort of put it in the corner. I'm a bit of a non-unpacker. You know, you go on holiday and then a week later your suitcase is still packed. Not very good at that. Morning to you all. Lovely morning in Somerset from Mike. Oh, how nice. Somerset, love that. That's where I come from. Yeah. Well, that's where I come from. Best place, isn't it? West Country? No, other places are equally as nice. But I am particularly fond of Somerset because that's where I come from. Please do keep checking out for this. If it's in your basket, you need to check out because we have only got a few of these left. Right, but I'm going to do another couple of treats to you before we go to the menu because we're talking about 4 quarters. So we have a little fat quarter bundle for you because you've bought your bag, you need something to put in it because I'm sure you have no fabric stash at all and therefore you need to be creating one. So this is the Lewis and Irene fat quarter. So, and we haven't had this bundle before. It's at a very, very special price of, so you get 12. 12! Shall I lay them all out for you? 1, 2. Now we've only got 15 of these. Only 15. $38.99. I wonder whether you can. I'm going to right. I'm going to. Let me show you then. I'm going to unfold them so you can see. I've got bags and everything here. I'm going to show you what some of them the metallic show up on better. So, a fat quarter. For those of you who don't know what our new director Ollie doesn't know what a fat quarter is. So what you do, you get a metre fabric which goes from selvage to selvage. You cut half a metre of it. So the half a metre goes from here all the way down to there. So you've got 50 centimetres there. Then you cut it in half between the selvages. So the fat quarter is half a metre cut in half. So it's not quite a square. It's 20 by 22 inches. Depends on the width of the fabric, but most quilting weight fabric is a 44-inch width. So it's about 20 by 22 inches. That's the fat quarter. Now, can you see if I give it a little waft that all of these fabrics have a little bit of metallic on them? So on this one, you've got this beautiful all over foliage look. And then the berries are in, I'll give it a little waft. The berries are all in a gold metallic. That's just one of them. So there's 12. We've got that one. Now, that works out as £3.24 per fat quarter. So we've got that lovely floral one then. Right, down to single figures on this bundle. We've got a gorgeous one with peacocks on. Look at that lovely, deep, rich coral with golden pears. They're all metallic. Another lovely intertwined. These are pears as well, actually. It's kind of a floral pattern. This is the same pattern, but on a white background. Then you've got the same pattern with the golden pears on a navy background. Then we've got that floral one that I showed you with the berries, but the berries on this one are in like a copper metallic. Can you see that one? There we go. That's like in a copper metallic. Beautiful, like deep teal print with little gold daisies. Really nice intertwining. Right, we're down to 7 of these now. So this comes out at less than £3. Oh, I've dropped it back. £3.50 for designer fabric. That's a lovely pale pink with gold. So some of the metallic is gold and some of it's copper. So we've got the same print there, but you've got with a white background, and that's got the gold print. Look at this one. This is gorgeous, isn't it? Look at that. So now that one is also in it's got the same colour background as this one here. There we go. Can you see those two? So you've got that one, and then you've got this, and look at that, you've got a lovely, lovely navy blue background with these peacocks, and the feathers, the feather part of the peacock tail is in a nice, really lovely copper metallic. It's beautiful, isn't it? Gorgeous. Then we've got the this lovely foliage print again with the copper metallic. So that's all 12 of them. So let me fold them back up so you can see them so you can see them all together. Put them in a nice little order. I've lost all my plastic bags now though. So one. So this fat quarter bundle, $38.99. Now if you want this, you need to check out if it's in your basket. We are very, very limited on this one. We just wanted to bring you this so that you could have something for your stash, because it is absolutely gorgeous. There we go. I have got all my bags mixed up now though. But aren't they beautiful? Now I've got them all laid out. I think I'm going to need 2 rows. Absolutely beautiful. And then we've got the navy and the cream. But can you see how the metallics all really, really shimmer in this one? You've got that lovely coral flowers. Oh, there we go. We're going to go down to there. Can we see? Yeah. Right, there's only 6 of these bundles remaining now. $38.99 for the whole bundle. Message from Margaret. Morning, Rebecca and the team. Brilliant sunshine in Northamptonshire. I'm busy knitting socks while watching you, from Margaret in Corby. Oh, well, Margaret, I know Corby. I lived in Corby I was born in Kettering and I lived in Corby till I was 9, so know it very well. Knitting socks, how lovely. I've almost finished crocheting my first pair of socks. I'm determined to finish crocheting the second one before I go on to anything else. So what a lovely thing to do. I hope Corby's looking nice this morning. I haven't been there for years, actually. I'm just going to put them in my bag. There we go. Right, I've got one more fat quarter bundle. This is plain fabrics. So we have got, these are already selling on pre-order. So this one is, we've got, you know, I've seen what the price is. And it goes, this one is yellow. I know that's yellow. This one, £12.22. For 7 fat quarters. These are our quilting weight, Rose and Hubble quality, beautiful, plain, really good quality fabric, really good for mixing and matching with your designer print fabrics, because they are the same quality, they're beautiful. Works out less than £2 a fat quarter. £1.74 actually for a fat quarter, £12.22. So we have, so that's your yellow. When you look at that, so that's coming in at £1.76. So we've got bright daffodil yellow, then we've got spring green, then we've got Mediterranean sky blue. Yeah, these are my names, because in a former life, I think I worked for a paint company. That really is, that's very royal blue, proper royal blue. This one I'm going crocus. Do you think, would you call that crocus? What do you think? You know those lovely, on the outer petals, I'm not very good at flowers, but I do know that what the crocus look like. Then, this one is imperial purple. This is the colour of the emperors. Imperial purple, and then this one is midnight black. Not because it's any different shade to any other normal black, but it's got to have another name. So look at all of those. You have got 7 fat quarters, all of that for £12.22. Yellow, green, light blue, royal blue, crocus fuchsia, purple and black. What a lovely selection for £12.22. If you've got these in your basket, you need to check out. That's a fantastic array, isn't it? So each of these fat quarter does measure 20 by 22 inches. Beautiful, isn't it? So, oh, morning Jan, lovely to see you. Are you watching this morning? Hope you're looking forward to Sam Sabido later, Jan. They do match me actually. Do you like my, this is my Sam Sabido tank top, not on pre, I crocheted it, Sam did the kit. At the end of the show, I got to try on all of the colours because there were 4 different kits, and we decided, Sam and I, which one suited me the best, and this is the one, and I've made it and I finished it. This is not what, she's doing a brand new poncho today at 12 o'clock. I thought I'm going to wear it just to prove I have made it, and it fits and everything. But it only took me a couple of weeks. Very excited. It's very warm as well. Very pleased. I won't fold them. Right, should we do the menu? Yes. Who wants to know what's coming up today? Hannah does. So we have got fabulous fabrics. That's now. Oh, I can clean my glasses. Can't see anything. Might use one of these. Brand new collection, fabulous fabrics. We have got a fantastic collection of fabric by Rachel Hoyer. We're not sure how to pronounce it. We think it's Rachel Hoyer. Yes. And then we have got, so that's at 8 o'clock. Beautiful fabrics. You wait till you see them. They are stunning. That's at 8. That's now. They are beautiful. Look at those. I'll show you those in a minute. 9 o'clock, we have got Jane in with us, Jane Green, who is the Sussex seamstress. We have never had her on there before. Very excited, but I love her patterns, and I'm so pleased that I've said how often I love her patterns, because she's actually bought me one. So that's it. I've said tomorrow. Oh no, not because I'm on air tomorrow. Wednesday, I will be making my new pattern. So this is the brand new dress. This is it in one colour. It's called the Hove dress. Look at that. It's not even available on Jane's Sussex Seamstress website. This is exclusive to us at the moment. Isn't it beautiful? You've got a lovely square neckline, really nice loose fitting waist, and then you've got these beautiful gathered sleeves. Won't that be lovely in the summer? It depends what you make it from. Beautiful in the summer though, isn't it? Lovely and airy. And I like the fact, I mean, I would wear this on holiday, because then it doesn't matter how much you eat on holiday. It just sort of, you know, nobody would even notice these things. But you can make it, you know, you could make it quite short into one of those lovely little dresses you see, you know, where they're quite, when you know, because you see different age ranges, really young people who have nice knees, and they have them really short. Those people with the nice knees, they have them really short. Whereas if it was me, I'd be going full length. Lovely. But that's the great thing, isn't it, for short people like me? You can make it to fit you exactly. And I love these sleeves. They're not elasticated. They've got an actual binding on them. Isn't that lovely? I've got it in some other fabrics. Anyway, we've got loads of really nice fabrics in that. Even a lovely spotty one. Very excited about that one. Then, that's 9. 10, we have got adjuster forms, overlockers and dressmaking tools. We may as well. We're talking about dressmaking. So we've also got the blind hemmer. Not many of those left. So if you got inspired by dressmaking, you want to help yourself to get the perfect fit, adjuster form is the thing you need. That's all at 10 o'clock, and I'll be going through those. If you've ever thought about buying one, we'll be talking about those at 10. Sussex Seamstress will be back at 11 o'clock with the Coolham cardigan. Shall I show it to you? Here it is in purple. Here it is in purple. Brand new, using like a jersey heavyweight, like a sweatshirt fabric. And Jane's going to be showing you exactly how to sew with it if you haven't done it before. But who doesn't need a cardie? Love a cardie. Isn't that lovely? Very flattering as well. And it has pockets, which is important, but very flattering, nice cuffs. So she's going to be giving us a real expert demonstration in working, cutting, sewing with your stretch sort of sweatshirt fabric. That is at 11 o'clock. Then at 12 o'clock, we have Yarn Lane. Yay! And we've got the fab Sam Sabido in with us with her brand new, practically perfect poncho. Now, if you want to shop on Yarn Lane and get ahead, you need to go onto the Sewing Street website, which you're on already. All of the products are there. We've just found it got a bit complicated sending people off to Yarn Lane and then telling you that it was the same account. It got really complicated, so we've put all of the Yarn Lane products on Sewing Street. So let me show you about the shopping. Show me your shopping. So type in www.sewingstreet.com, then click on Watch Live and scroll down from there. Right, can you see, look, there's the one we've just done, fat quarter bag. Everything we've shown today is already on there. And then if you click on pre-order, that's all the things that's coming up, but that we haven't shown you yet. So there's the dress pattern, there's all the fabric bundles, there they are, all the tools, there's the adjuster forms coming down, lots and lots, we've got loads of pans. There's the clapper, love the clapper. There's this special blind tear machine, that's a brilliant one. I'll be talking to you about the clapper later, it's one of my favourite tools. Then we have the cardigan with all the fabrics, some beautiful like lurex metallics. And then it all goes to other things. So there's the poncho. Now this is available in 4 colourways. If you've been following Sam on all of her social media, all this week she's been showing you all the different colours because there are 4 different colours of it. I've decided which is my favourite and which one I want to make because I have got her granny square cardigan, hooded cardigan. Now that's my favourite. Then I've now made my tank top, so that's the next one. Love the Practically Perfect poncho, and I'm going to try them all on as well. Right, so we have now got, so please do get ahead. Remember, a lot of our items sell out, so if you want to get ahead, just shop online and then you'll have it there ready for when we do the demo. These are the fabrics. Now, look at these. Ooh, this is amazing, this fabric. Right, now, before we show you the fabrics, we had on Becky Alexander Frost, and she bought this beautiful pattern called the Applebrook bag, and it came in the bundle. You get the pattern to make the bag and all the hardware, so you get all the zips, sliders, a little tag that says handmade, you get the piping cord. Anyway, look at the front of this pattern. She made the bag in this pattern, but we didn't have the fabric at that stage using this fabric, and we had loads of you asking, and it's just come in. So look, there it is, and here is the fabric. I'm going to show, look, there you go. Let me show you that part. There you go. That is the bird. There we go. The owl who's on the front of there. So if you've got the pattern and you wanted the fabric, you can, or if you want to buy it, isn't it lovely? So in the graphics at the moment, the £27.50, that's the pattern and all the hardware. If you want to buy the fabric, I think, shall I just check how much? I'm just going to see how much fabric you need. Does it say? It must say how much. Oh, it probably says on the front, doesn't it? Oh, there we go. 1/2 metre you need, so that's fine. So if you want to make the bag and you want to buy the right fabric for the bag, you'll need 1/2 metre. But the graphic in the screen at the moment, £27.50, is for the pattern. You've got the double slider zip, you've got the zip for the pocket, you've got the piping cord, you've got the buckles that go on the side, you've got the slider so you can adjust the strap, and you've got the special little metal label that says handmade to make this beautiful Applebrook bag. We are limited on these, but if you want to make that one, you want to get that in your basket, and you want to get the same fabric, we thought we'd show you them because she did use it. It's such a sweet. The bag is 9 by 9.5 inches. It's lovely, isn't it? What a nice little bag like that. Anyway, if you want the pattern and the hardware, everything you need, because these sort of things are not easy to get hold of, particularly these double slider zips. So perfect fabric. Anyway, let's have a look at the fabric. Right, let's have a introduction to the collection so you can see all about it, and Rachel herself as well. So, forest floor. Have we got the slide? Right. I can read it, but it's not on the screen. Okay. Forest Floor is a collection about quiet discovery and a connection to nature. It's about the animals around us, some that are often overlooked. Have a walk through the forest, even if that forest is your own backyard. There are many creatures to be discovered. There we go. There is a bit at the bottom. No idea what that says. So Rachel Hoare is actually primarily a tattoo artist, but she's obviously an incredibly talented artist, and she has now brought out her own fabric collections as well, so that you can, but her Her style originally comes from tattoo artistry, but her fabrics are stunning because of the detail that's in them. Oh, I can read the bit about her now. I'll read that out. Rachel Howard is an artist and a tattooer. Her work is inspired by ornament, natural history, etching and engraving with a focus on textiles. Rachel has been featured in Time Out New York, the New York Times and others. She currently lives in the Hudson Valley, New York with her husband painter, Seth Becker, and their chihuahua, Toby. So isn't it lovely to have a brand new design? We haven't seen this fabric before, so it's very exciting. Now, we have got the whole collection for you here. This is my favourite one. This is my favourite one. Shall we do the whole collection? Right, so there's the mega bundle. Let me show you. Look, there they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 half metres for £112.35, but half a metre of that you will get for free. So that's a saving. So if you love this fabric, I will be going through them individually in a minute so that you can see them. But if you love this fabric, you can get half a metre of it for free. It's produced by Free Spirit, so you know what the Free Spirit quality is, don't you? You know it's beautiful, beautiful quality. Kaffe is Free Spirit, Tula Pink is Free Spirit, William Morris is. It's beautiful designer quality. It is gorgeous. And look at the colour palette in here. It's beautiful shades of navy, but a very soft navy, and then you've got this gorgeous citrine green and mustards. Feels very autumnal. It's absolutely beautiful. It's all quilting weight fabric, 44-inch width, £112.35 for the whole collection. And as you can see, just from using that bag, you know, you only need a small piece for the bag. Just think of all the other things. You know, use the whole collection, make a beautiful quilt. With 16 half metres, you can make a most fantastic quilt, because you know that all the colours and the prints and the patterns all go together. I mean, that's amazing, isn't it? But also, they're great to use singly as well. There's some lovely star fabrics in this, absolutely beautiful. So I'm going to show you them individually because they are also available individually, but it's better to buy the bundle because you get half a metre for free. Let's do this one. This is the star. Now, 3/4 of the stock of this one has already sold out on pre-order. Now, if you want the pattern to make the bag, there are only 6 of those available. So look at this, it's beautiful. You've got these gorgeous, you've got the cheeky raccoon, fox, deer, bear, owl. You've got 2 different sorts of owls, the rabbit, and then in amongst here you've got the sycamore leaves, you've got little toadstools, butterflies, there's blackberries, you've got dandelion, what are those called? Clocks things. No, not the bear, those dandelion clock things, the seeds that come from them, and moths. And look, and when you look at it, so you can use these individually, you could cut round them so you had the squares. Oh, it's sold out. Now, that's sold out by the half metre. The only way you can get hold of that is if you buy the mega bundle. That one is sold out. Beautiful. So we'll have to do the owl next. This one. Because this is beautiful. This is going to, as Hannah would say, fly out. Let's do it. Look at that. That is absolutely beautiful. The Huntress, this one is called. Not surprised, the Huntress in teal, and it's a very blue teal rather than a green teal. Isn't that just gorgeous? I mean, for lining things, it's such a feature fabric. But to, you obviously use it for the outside something, something as simple as a cushion or a tote bag would be brilliant. But imagine making a blind with this, so sumptuous, isn't it? It's a real talking piece. Look, lovely as a Roman blind. It's lovely. It feels warm, doesn't it? But even like a wall hanging with it, and it's crying out to be embroidered, isn't it? And added to with the detail. But you can see she's absolutely. Should we have a look close at one of these birds? Look at the quality of the illustration. Well, the fabric is beautiful quality, so the printing has come up incredibly clear. There's a lot of detail, very fine lines. and shading all on its own, but even one owl on its own. So if you make something with it and you've got a little bit left over, keep the owls, what you've got left over, to applique. But look at the detail in it. It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? There we go. Gorgeous. I love the colour because it is it's quite a bluey teal, but it is beautiful. So if I open up the whole thing, shall I hold it out for you? So this is how much you will, in just a ½ metre. And obviously, if you want more than ½ metre, put that number of units in your basket and it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. So if you're thinking, I'm going to make a beautiful dress from this, want an owl dress, for example, and I need 3 metres, then put 6 units in your basket. It will be cut specially for you and sent to you as a whole cut piece. That's beautiful, isn't it? I love that. More people have got this in their baskets than we have got available. So if you want it, press checkout very quickly. Remember, you can check out as many times as you want. You will still only be charged 1 P&P, so don't wait to check out. The sycamore leaves on green. Oh yeah, there it is. Hannah loves this one from her childhood memories because it's actually called helicopter seeds. Of course it is, because that's what we call them. I know they're sycamore, aren't they? Or are they sycamore or are they ash? Are they ash? They're helicopter leaves, but the colour is lovely. It's a really greeny yellow, like the colour of lichen, which makes sense because it's all kind of foresty, isn't it? It's beautiful. But when you look at the detail involved, you know, there's so much, all the little black, you can tell her background of tattoo artistry because everything is outlined in really fine lines so you can see it beautifully. And I love the lichen background. And then the sycamore leaves themselves are in grey, a midnight blue, and then a brighter yellowy green. Absolutely beautiful. Good morning, Rebecca. Those fabrics are beautiful. They would make lovely cushion covers from Helen in Hereford. They would. Now, remember, from ½ metre, you can make 2 cushion covers. Now, Jan, I know you said on Facebook the other day, you can only make 1 cushion from ½ metre. Well, what I'm thinking, ½ metre is 20 by 44 inches. I make 18-inch cushions mainly. So from that's your cushion front and that's your cushion back. I wouldn't waste this beautiful fabric on the cushion back. So I would use a plain fabric. So from ½ metre, you can get 2 cushion covers. Yeah, and Hannah wants to make kids' dungarees. Would make lovely children's fabric. So the ½ metre will make 1 cushion if you use the same fabric on the front and back. But if you use a plain one, so as not to waste this, that's 2. It's gorgeous. I wonder, are these sycamore? They are. Hannah has asked the internet. I think my ash tree has similar things to this, but maybe they're a different shape. Maybe, but these are sycamore. Can I choose next? Can I have this one? I'm allowed to, it's too late anyway. Right, Hannah's saving this one. This one's called the Forager. Yeah, but I love this one. Look at that little mouse. This one is gorgeous. Look, that little mouse has got a blackberry in his mouth. Can you see that one? Oh, there we go. There we go. It's just enchanting. It is like a fairy tale, isn't it? Like the woodland story. So we've got little mice foraging. He's got a blackberry in his mouth. We've got acorns, sycamore leaves. Well, I'm just waiting for you to go when it's overhead because we're sort of... Oh, are we? Oh, I'm really confused. I thought the one on the right was... That one's the one. Yeah. Sorry, I'm really confused. I thought the other one was what we could see. We've got new cameras, new studio. It's very confused. Right, I'm going to get my tape measure so you can see how big the mice are. Yes, that's an interesting sentence, isn't it? So the mice are 2 inches long. So as far as pattern repeat goes, it's not very big. Pattern repeat is only 4 inches. Yeah. Wouldn't they be great? You're making a quilt or something and you want cornerstones, or you want the central blocks that you have between your sashing. They'd be beautiful for cutting out the little mouse from that. Quarter of the stock is gone. For some reason, I think this would be really nice for kitchen makes, and I know that sounds odd because they're mice. Do you know, I bought some bananas the other day and I left them on the table in my bag overnight to bring here, and one of the bananas had a big chunk of it eaten. Do you think that was a mouse? That's a bit worrying, isn't it? Hannah left a pancake in the middle of the floor on a plate, and did it all get eaten? The whole, well, I was surprised because normally if a mouse eats something, you get mouse droppings, but there was a whole chunk out of my banana. But it just feels, I don't know, I think maybe because of the mushrooms and everything, it just feels quite kitcheny, doesn't it? But I would use this as well to line things because I love seeing something really interesting in a lining. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Love the mushrooms. So this one is called the Forager. Now, how much of the stock has that one's gone, Hannah? Over half of the stock of this one has gone. So, and do remember that when this is sold out, the only opportunity you've got to get hold of it is in the mega bundle. Because this one is being sold, all of these are being sold by the half metre as well. It means you can buy as much as you want. It will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. But really useful. I have a section of fabrics in my ever-increasing fabric stash of just prints which don't really go into any colourway. I tried to keep the others in colourways, but this is your print, beautiful print fabric, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous, that you would save for something very special. Oh, Carol has asked about the fabric that's sold out. At the moment we can't get any more, and I don't know whether we will. I don't think we will be able to get any more. So if you do want the one that's sold out, which is this one here, that one is only available in the mega bundle, that one. Okay? And we are very limited on these as well. The ones with dandelions. Oh yeah, oh, these are nice. Morning, Ian. Yeah, I'm fine. I could hear his voice in the background. Which one would you like me to show first? Oh, together. Because these are they? Morning, Ian. How are you this morning?
How do you know how we like it?
Yeah, loving it. Do you like my new fabric?
It's lovely. I like that.
Gorgeous.
Save that for me.
Yeah, I'll save a bit of that for you. Gorgeous. So these are both dandelion. They're not the same fabric there. There's different scales. This one is smaller than this one is bigger. Just so you can see them. Because they do look very similar and the same scale on the website. So I'm just showing you that the yellowy one is a smaller scale to the tealy one, which is a bigger scale. So I really, really like this. Do you know, it feels, the twiningness of the dandelion feels a bit William Morrissey, doesn't it? But I love this beautiful pale blue teal, and then you've got these lovely dandelion clocks and then the little seeds falling off them, and then you've got them as flowers as well. I think this is an absolutely beautiful fabric. I would definitely make a dress from this. I think it's gorgeous. The colours are lovely. The teal background is a really clear, bright teal. Absolutely gorgeous. And I love all of the flowers on the dandelions as well. So that one, $7.49 for half a metre. Obviously, remember, it is in your bundle as well, if you buy the bundle. But if you want to buy the half metre, and remember, if you want more than half a metre, it will be sent to you as a cut piece. Let me know, if you've put this in your basket, what are you going to make with it? I don't know what I would make with it, but let me know what you're planning to make with it. Just message me in studio@sewingstreet.com. Hannah's going to make a draft excluder from hers. She's obviously got a lot of drafts, so she's going to make a draft excluder. I absolutely love this. We need lots of draft excluders. I would love to line a pair of curtains with this. Wouldn't it be lovely to always be able to see these from the inside when you draw them? It could be lovely. Show to your neighbours your curtain lining. Then, let me show you the yellowy one. The yellowy one. Isn't that gorgeous? So, same print, but this one is on a small, well, it's not exactly the same because, oh no, it is actually, it has got, this is exactly the same, but on about half the scale. So the background is a real, custard. You know when you have homemade custard, so it's much lighter than shop-bought custard. Cat's laughing. That's the colour. It's yes, a very posh homemade custard, but it's that very pale yellow. And then you've got all the dandelion leaves, again in the tealy colours. This one, very, very popular. That is beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, Ian said he'd make a pair of trousers out of it, and I'm really looking forward to seeing him wearing his pair of trousers out of this. Actually, make a nice pair of pyjamas. Yeah, very good for contrast pockets and stuff. See you later, Ian. He just popped in, just quickly. I'm looking forward to the cup of tea he's about to make me. That's lovely though, isn't it? Do tell me what you're going to make. When we see really unusual fabrics like this, things that are very different to what we normally sell, I'm always interested to see what you're going to make from them. So that's the yellow dandelions. Which one's next? Can I choose? She doesn't let me choose. I'm going to choose this one. I love this one. Look at the colours on it. So the background is a very grey, but the browny edge of grey. And it's got these beautiful, I presume they're moths rather than butterflies. Not really very good. Do you think they're butterflies or moths? Yeah, I think they're butterflies. But beautiful, bright colours. I don't really know. They probably are a specific thing. What's this one called? This one is called Luna Grey. That's my dog's name. Not Luna Grey, but Luna. Beautiful pink flowers. And I love the detail in here where you've got some of the flower petals are just turned over slightly so you can see the pink undersides of them. And look at the butterflies with these lovely long, well, they look like tails coming off the wings, don't they, in the floor print. That's really pretty. It goes really well with a lot of the other fabrics in the collection as well. So like with this mushrooms one, can you see that they've got the same background colour? So they go together beautifully. I'll show you that one in a minute. But that's bright. It's got a really lovely bright pink pop of colour in it. There are only 7 metres of this one remaining outside of what we have in the mega bundle. So if you want this beautiful one, only 7 metres remaining. Can we do mushrooms next? Well, they're probably toadstools. What's the difference between a mushroom and a toad? Is it called, oh, it's called fungi. As in fun guys. That's brilliant. Oh, do you know what? If this was mine, I'd have to embroider little faces onto them. Do you think they're just asking for little faces? They are lovely. Fungi is as equally as important as bees, because don't they produce all the nutrients for trees? And they rebalance the soil. They're very, very important. I absolutely love these. So, I mean, it works beautifully as a whole fabric, but it also works really well if you wanted to cut out small pieces, because they're all separated individually. Each one you can cut out to use for a plique. They'd be really good for EPP. Wouldn't they look lovely in the centre? Because you've got different sizes of a little hexagon. This is beautiful, isn't it? I love the red. I mean, this makes me feel it has that kind of fairy tale quality to it, this fabric. So although these are all fungi, the red with the white spots does feel very fairy tale. Yeah, line a wicker basket. Oh, that would be nice. Going on a picnic with this as the lining. And then you could make a few matching napkins. It'd also be brilliant for, I need to make a banana one, don't I? Stop those mice. I have my potatoes and onions in drawstring cotton bags because it keeps them dark and it stops them go. If you keep them in the plastic, they go all sweaty. But wouldn't that be lovely for a vegetable bag? Be beautiful. I'm going to make a banana bag. Can't believe Mel set my banana. Maybe I bought them like, what I'm hoping is I bought it like that and I didn't notice. Gorgeous. Aren't they lovely? Right, which one shall I do next? Oh, I was going to do the acorns. This one. Oh, Hannah's just chatting because we've got a new director. She's just chatting. No, I do. She's just chatting to him today. Bits and bugs. Now, these are moths. These are definitely moths, but aren't they beautiful? They've got eyes on their wings. Look at the eyes on their wings. You've got lovely acorns all over the place. Again, because I quite like fabrics when the elements are spaced out a little bit, because they're brilliant for fussy cutting for things. So you keep all your fabric scraps. And can we just have a little look at the selvage? Because these things are important. Love a selvage. Don't throw your selvages out, because look, the colour palette in the selvage is shown as all animals. You've got raccoons and bears in each of the colours. So this and some lovely lettering. Keep your selvages or post them to me if you don't want them. But that is a lovely selvage. Some selvages are better than others, but isn't that lovely? So you've got moths, really beautiful ones though. Some moths can be a bit ugly. These are beautiful ones, and acorns. So this one is called Bits and Bugs, if you want that, in teal. Much darker teal. Actually, that is the same colour, just so you know, as that one. A bit same shade. It's very, very slightly lighter, but the same sort of shade background. Over the half the stock of that one is gone. Can I do raccoons? Oh, and then we'll do that one. Look at that, it's gorgeous. I'll do that one in a minute. Look at this one. This has got a beautiful, this is very rusty red. This is the colour of the leaves in the autumn when they've turned that beautiful red. And we've got rows. I need to turn it round because it is a directional fabric. Rows and rows of raccoons. That one looks like it's sniffing that one's bottom, which, do you know what I would not do with a raccoon? Oh, no, it's not a skunk. Do you think raccoons smell? Like, no. They're very big. Are they? I imagine them being sort of cat-sized. Like a toddler. Oh, no, I imagine as big as a toddler. Okay, I imagine them being like cat size. But isn't it lovely? I tell you what, because they're all in rows, wouldn't they make lovely border stripes if you wanted to border something? Maybe you're making a quilt, or even around the edge of a tote bag, or at the border of a cushion. I would cut rows of 2 raccoons. I'm going to fold that. So say you wanted to make, which one goes well with it? Look at this. If we had this one, and this was like a cushion, right, I would border it with a row of 2 raccoons. Look. So if you cut it so it was in a border of 2, like that, that's beautiful, isn't it? But it would, because they're in nice rows as well, and you can actually, look at that, you can actually cut them so that you've got just them running across the bottom. Or you could do it in just one, but that's quite stunning, isn't it? There's a lot of fussy cutting opportunity, but when you're doing borders, why not? They don't have to be stripes. They can be animals. I'm going to do the dandelion one next, because I think that's actually, I mean, it obviously goes with the rest of the collection, but it works. It's a beautiful standalone fabric. This is called Wishes, because dandelions are wishes, but I think this one, obviously all the colour and the print goes with the whole collection, but it's a very standalone fabric. It's a stunning shade of English mustard with beautiful dandelion clocks, and then these lovely little dandelion seeds fluttered all over it. That is a stunning fabric. That's the sort of thing that I would buy if I was you, more than ½ a metre, and use it to make a whole project with. Beautiful summer dress. Can you imagine, or even a little girl in this dress? Absolutely lovely. Beautiful for a pair of summer pyjamas. I think that's just lovely. And the colour is so bright and sunshiny that it does work. I mean, it does work really well with the other fabrics in the collection. The tonals work. But it would work with lots. It would work really well with navy. It would look really good with grey. Would work with green. Even your solid fabrics would look beautiful with that. Right, let's do acorns on, it's kind of like a ochre rusty colour. That's lovely, isn't it? So this is your go with, as Jason Yenter would say. This is the go with. I love this. Now everyone who's checked out on this one as multi-bought, please tell me what you're going to make with it. I love the acorn fabric, nice for a quilt backing. Because I like a smaller print for a quilt backing. Doesn't matter so much about if you're having to join it, if you get it right. But obviously it goes beautifully with the colour palette. It's almost the same as the raccoon fabric, slightly lighter, but really goes. But I think it goes so well Doesn't it go well with this teal? Those two colours together. We're going to have to get some more of Rachel's fabric. She is... Oh, there's a birds collection. We need to get that. Ian? Ian, can you buy the bird collection, please? I think he's gone back to the office now. He came for a little flying visit, but we want that one. Should we do the big moths? The big moths. Well, what I love about this is that obviously, let me turn it over. If you look at it really closely, you can see that it's big moths. But if you used it and you were cutting it for, say, patchwork for, maybe you were making half square triangles or something like that, you just get the beautiful pattern because the pattern and the print on the wings is really stunning. So if you cut it in smaller pieces, you just get this beautiful interlocking pattern with all the wings layered on top of each other. What is this one called? Moths to a Flame. It is gorgeous. And I love the black background as well. I love that. And I love the little, look, the little, is it antennae? Just really stand out. Now I'm going to show you what I think is one of my favourite ones, which Hannah and I weren't sure about yesterday. But then I worked out what I would do with it, and now I am. Now this one is ants. Now to start with, we were like, why would you want a fabric full of ants? But, I'm thinking back of a picnic blanket, the borders to a picnic quilt, or I would even make this to line the picnic blanket, the picnic basket, because I think that's really fun. The fact if you had your picnic basket lined with ants. But on the back, it would look lovely, you know, so if you turn your picnic blanket over and it's covered in ants, just make me laugh. But I would use it also for the border, so maybe I've done some lovely patchwork, or maybe you've bought one of these fabrics. Which one would I do? Maybe if I was making my picnic blanket from this dandelion one, and then you put that as a border around it, a little bit of ant. I think it's just quite fun, isn't it? And I love the colour. It is that lovely lichen green as well, yellowy green. I think that's lovely. Gorgeous. Yeah, so you know when you make those drawstring covers for bowls where you make a casing and then you put elastic through them to put them bowl, you can make it with ants. I just think it's just funny. Okay, was our first one we went ants? Oh yeah, no, love that. Or back of a waistcoat would be really nice. Yeah, especially if you know somebody whose name's Anthony. You have to make him something with ants. I really like that. It's a shame that one doesn't come in other colours as well, because I'd like quite a few of those. We have two more fabrics left, which are just a lovely blender ones. And you know, and this is probably, out of the whole collection, these are the two plainest ones, but even then they're gorgeous. That plaid check thing, it's all in, isn't it? I love this. So you've got that lovely rusty background, you've got the lichen plaid, and then you've got the turquoise and the pale pink as running stitch lines within it. And that is picking out nearly all the colours that are in the collection. Absolutely gorgeous, that one. Love that. And we have the same fabric, but in another colourway. So this same fabric, but you've got the grey. So the background is the grey of the toadstools. Then this is the checks are in the teal that comes, and that teal is in here. Then you've got the lichen and the pink that are in this fabric, and it's in the pink from this fabric. So those two, that's if you wanted something to go with this fabric. Look at that. Those exact colour match. You've got all of the colours in here that are in this one as well. Wouldn't that be beautiful together? So if you've bought some of this, you need a bit of that as you go with. It's my new favourite phrase. Go with. And I would buy, if I was going to, actually the red one goes with, well, it goes with all of that one, but it goes very nicely with this one, and it also goes well with that one. But the raccoon one, it goes really well with, but it looks lovely with the fun guys. This, I love that one. I still think the ants is my favourite though. I think there should always be human fabrics. Boxer shorts. Ants in your pants, boxer shorts. Yes, I would do that. I love that. But you know, if you've made a lovely handbag and it's quite posh and quite sedate, and then you put ants on the inside. Lovely. Yeah, but that's kind of quirky, isn't it? That's what people like. Bit of fun in fabric. I'm definitely going to have some of that. I'll put that one, can go like just in my pocket. I've got ants in my pants. So if you want some of this fabric, you need to check out on it. We are need to have a break just in a minute. In a bit, we're going to have a break. So if you want this fabric, you need to check out on it, because during the break, I think everyone is going to be checking out and it'll be gone. Everyone, I think, has fallen in love with this, and I'm not surprised, but it's so lovely. And now I've shown it all to you, you can see how every fabric goes with every fabric. So I mean, it's wonderful. It's been brilliant to be able to introduce you to a brand new to us free spirit designer, and you love it, and you love it. So the thing is with this is that, as I've shown you, every fabric goes with every fabric. So to not have the whole collection just seems a bit wrong, doesn't it? So I'm going to show you all of them. Gorgeous. Now, 3/4 of the mega bundle has gone, and remember that when you buy the mega bundle, you get half a metre free. That's the ants. I'm going to give you the ants for free. The only way to get hold of this one, this beautiful one, is in the mega bundle. We have, not the ants, and the owls. So if you want this one, or you want the gorgeous owls, the only way that you can get hold of it is on the right side, is in the mega bundle. But why wouldn't you want the mega bundle? It's gorgeous. I want this, and I want to make a whole quilt from it with very large squares so you can see it. The Sunshine in Bath is the same colour as the dandelion fabric. Is it? That's so not fair, because I'm not in Bath. Is it? How lovely. Oh, thank you, Angela. Well, I'll have to get, well, I'm not going back home till tomorrow, so I won't know, and then it'll probably be dark. That's the mega bundle. Look at it. Look how much you get. Look at that. £112.35. And remember, when you buy the mega bundle, you get half a metre for free, and you can choose which that one is. You'll just get sent all of them, but one of them will free. What a beautiful collection. Now, I do also have a complimentary, not free, but goes with, of solid, and Hannah spelt it correctly. We'd had a little chat about it, and she'd spelt it correctly, thank goodness. Hate to see complimentary spelt wrong. Now, this is your complimentary fabric bundle, so it's only £18.95, but you get 5 half metres. So if you've bought some of these, or the fabric, the print fabrics, or you've bought the whole bundle, or you bought half a metre and you want something to go with it, so let's check out Fungi's. Doesn't that go beautifully? So we're picking out the colours. We've got that bright sunshine yellow that comes in the dandelion. We've got the lovely green, that really springy green that goes with the lichen of the sycamore. The blue, because the blue shade in the background of these, it's not a navy. Let me take it out and show you. It's sort of a light navy. Look at that. Look at that beautiful connection. So that goes really well. We've got the lovely burgundy, which comes up in Fungi's quite a lot. That lovely burgundy. It also comes up in the foxes, comes up in loads of them, so you've got that one. And then we've got that pink, that is this stunning pink that you get in the butterfly and flower. It's not called that one, is it? That looks like butterflies and flowers. You've got that pink there. So you know that because this is a fabric collection, obviously all the colours and prints are designed so that they go together and they work together. So this plain bundle, if you want to make your fabric go further, if you're thinking, I want to make 2 cushions from my Fungi fabric, then if you buy the bundle, you can use these as your cushion backs. So you could have this, I would have that one, and then I think I would go yellow and have that one as another one, or you could go green. So that would be ideal, and it just means that it makes your designer fabric, which is more expensive because it's absolutely beautiful, makes it go a little bit further. So that is $18.95 for 2.5 meters of plain. Now they're all quilting weight cottons and they're the same fabric width, so you can use them if you want to make something slightly bigger as well. Oh, let me just mention early bird to you, one moment, just because I want to remind you. Don't forget we only have 30 of these left, and believe me, we had a lot. Should be $11.99. It's the fat quarter storage bag, but today it is $9.99. Unzip it all. You've got dividers so that you can store it to make sections in it. So now you've bought the whole of the Rachel Hall collection and the fat and the bundle. You will need somewhere to hide. I didn't say hide. You'll need somewhere to put it, because not hiding it. But say you needed to, absolutely perfect, but not totally hidden because it has a clear vinyl cover, so you can see. We are down to under 30 of these left. It's $9.99. We'll go back up to $11.99, but whenever we get this, it sells. It will go back up until stock lasts, but undoubtedly we will sell out before that. So if you want the fat quarter bag, less than 30 available now. Anyway, right. I am going to have a little break. Well, a couple of minutes anyway. We have got a brand new guest. Have you heard of the Sussex seamstress before? We've had her patterns on air. We've shown you lots of different ones. I absolutely love them. And today, how lucky am I? We have got Jane, who is the Sussex seamstress, live with us in a few minutes' time. If you have any questions at all about dressmaking or her patterns, message studio@sewingstreet.com. This is the dress that she will be showing us how to make in the next hour. Quarter of the stock of the pattern has already been checked out. We've also got available lots and lots of a big choice of fabric bundles of different styles and types of fabrics you can use to make this dress. If you want the pattern, please check out in the break so that it's yours. Then you can sit back and watch the demo. And I will see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
You can either shop on our websites sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
And welcome back to Sewing Street. How exciting. We have the real live Sussex seamstress with us. Woohoo! The real live, not the fake one. The real live Sussex. There she is. Morning, Jane.
Hello, morning.
We've all made Sussex seam. Well, I haven't yet, but she's given me a pattern. So excited. In fact, I'm just going to go now. I'll leave this to Jane while I go home and make my own. And not only do we have the Sussex seamstress, but we have a brand new pattern from her for the Hove dress, based on Hove. Was it inspired by Hove?
Yes, absolutely. All by Sussex villages. So,
Right.
Yeah.
And Hove is by the sea, isn't it?
It is.
it
It's
by the
next
sea?
to Brighton, Hove,
Okay.
actually. Yes.
Okay, I've not been there.
Well, it's very nice.
So it's by
Very
the
nice.
sea.
Yes.
So this is your seaside dress then?
It is, absolutely.
Beautiful. So we've got the pattern for that. There's the graphics for that. So let me go through all the products and then we can chat to Jane about all the different things. So, oh, need my glasses, can't see that one. £15.50 for the pattern. Now, this pattern is, look at the size of the envelope. It's available in sizes 8 to 30. That's a massive size range. Can I open it?
Yeah.
Now, if you want to have a look at it to see what the size range is, well, what the measurements are for those sizes. If you go onto the website, go onto www.sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live and scroll down. If you click on the website image for it, there's the little chart that talks about the sizes. So in your very thick envelope, full instructions in here, and there you go, and it tells you. So size 8 is in centimetres. An 84 centimetre bust up to 140 centimetre. So, and the bundles of fabric that we've got cover up to the largest size, but just so you can see. But also what I like in here is it gives you finished measurements as well. So what you can do is take a dress that you've already got and measure that, lay it out flat and measure that, and then if you've got a dress that fits you perfectly, just make that size. Don't worry what the number is, doesn't matter what size you are, you don't have to sew that into your dress. Just measure a dress that you've got so it fits, and then you can do that. And look at the pattern. What I like about the pattern's nice paper.
Yeah,
nice thick paper,
it makes
isn't
a difference, doesn't it? Absolutely. The tissue, I always find it just shreds.
Well, it's sort of more accurate because it stays in place, doesn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
So that's all on there, everything you need in the pattern and all the instructions, everything you've got is in there. Now, obviously, you're going to need some fabric to make this. How you're going to choose, I don't know. Don't know. Which one should we start with? So let's start with this gauze. It's called double gauze. This one is beautiful. Beautiful. It's like a antique rose, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's really soft and gentle, a really lovely sort of classy pink.
It is, but I think it's quite flattering to a lot of skin tones as well.
Absolutely.
So in the bundle for the pink double gauze, you have got enough fabric to make up to the larger size, up to the size 30. There is enough, and there's a lot here. So let me show you what it looks like. Beautiful fabric. So tell me about double gauze, Jane, what is it?
Well, it's 2 layers of cotton, really. Do you remember back in the days when we had cheesecloth?
Yes, I loved a bit of cheesecloth.
Well, there you go. Well, this is slightly less revealing than cheesecloth because it's the 2 layers. If you look, can peel them apart. And it's just got one little, very thin thread that holds the 2 layers
it's almost sewn together, isn't it?
That's right, absolutely. And it gives
I
this
didn't
lovely
realise
sort of wrinkly effect.
Yeah, so it's 2 layers, and you can actually see this sewn together.
Yeah,
can't you?
absolutely. It's
Is
so
it
clever.
nice to sew with?
It is. It doesn't move anywhere. It stays put.
Because of the 2 layers?
Absolutely. The only thing I would say is do iron it before you start, because obviously it wrinkles a little bit when you wash it.
Right, okay. Because obviously you will be pre-washing your fabrics.
Absolutely,
We had to chat about that earlier and how lazy I am and how I don't. But we will be pre-washing our fabrics.
Yes.
So this is 100% cotton. It is beautiful. And the fabric width is 135 centimetres. You've got 3.5 metres in the bundle, and the grams, 126 grams. The way that works is if you want to know the weight of a cotton fabric, it gives you, so if you think of a quilting weight fabric, that's about 140 grams. About. A canvas fabric, it will be maybe like a 225 grams, but it's nice, it gives you an idea. So a lawn would be maybe 85 grams, about that, so gives you an idea
of the 2 layers, haven't you?
Of the weight.
Yeah.
But isn't that lovely? I love that. And so when it's sewn together, I guess if you cut it, it doesn't come apart.
No, stays put.
It's lovely. Right, then we have the blue. Now the blue is lovely. So exactly the same fabric, your double gauze, but in blue. Now this feels, like I was going to say like a denim, but it's the depth of a denim, but it's not a denim blue, is it? Like a cobalt blue.
Yeah, again, it's a nice soft colour, isn't it?
It is, it's lovely. Very flattering colour as well, and this will take you through all seasons as well. But really lovely, lovely flattering colour. Shall I hold it up? Would it be better to see it like that? Gorgeous, and it's got that lovely wrinkly cheesecloth look to it. I think $33.99 for the fabric for 3.5 metres. It looks very designer. You know, imagine making this beautiful dress in this. You know that shop that's like begins with T, that bread that you have for breakfast, that one. It would look really good, wouldn't it? In that. I think that's a beautiful colour. Right, I've got to get through all of these fabrics so that we can get on with the demonstration. Same double gauze, but this one is in ivory? I would say ivory rather. It's definitely not white. Ivory cream. Vanilla, maybe? Oh, vanilla, that's a good one. Beautiful. Really lovely for a summer dress, isn't it? Gorgeous. Won't that look lovely in the summer? That would be really nice. So that's 3.5 metres of that one. Then we've got some stripy fabrics. These again, 100% cotton. They might go a bit funny. They might strobe on screen because these are your sort of almost like a ticking stripes. Now this is a beautiful, slightly heavier than the double gauze, but a beautiful cotton fabric, very crisp, like a shirting.
Absolutely.
Very, very crisp and beautiful stripes in a lovely apple green and white. Oh, I love that. What a lovely dress. That's what that one looks like.
Out nicely.
Yes, because it's got that more of a stiffness to it than the double gauze. It will hold out the sort of the gathered. Shall I hold it up to the dress? There we go. Can you see? That gives you an idea of what it will look like. I love that because it's a really lovely apple green colour, but a really nice, like a ticking stripe. Very classic. 100% cotton, obviously. Though this is quite wide. This is 144 centimetres wide. And it's a chambray weight. Yeah, it's a nice, like a shirting weight. Now this one is a like a denim and white in the colourway. Very fresh blue. It's not your light blue, it is more of your indigo denim blue. That's the colour of it. Isn't that beautiful? Everyone is loving the pattern. I'm not surprised, the pattern is gorgeous. I mean, obviously we'll talk about it in a minute when we go through to Jane, but we've just got to get through all the fabrics so that you can choose and you can sit back and watch the demo, put the pattern in your basket, put the fabric. Lots of love for Jane on the website.
Oh, thank
Very excited. Very excited to be meeting. I was excited. Look at this one. I love this one. This is this is a lawn weight cotton. Gorgeous. I mean, it is a really summer weight, but it's lovely, isn't it? I love the bright pops of yellow on the sunflower. Well, they're daisies, aren't they? Not sunflowers. The bright pops of yellows in the centre of the daisies. You've got a black background with all the white daisies and the yellow centre. So that is a lawn weight. But again, the dress works beautifully in it. There's enough fabric in this bundle to make up to the size 30. So if you're small on the size that, you'll have some left over. And then finally, gorgeous spot. First of all, I saw this, but I love this because it's not a spot, is it? It's a splodge. There was a dress that was on sale, I think a year or so ago, and every time this one high street chain made it in very similar print to this, it sold out immediately because it's a very flattering print. It's not a spot, it's more of a splodge. And I think that just looks nicer. It's like, well, it's a bit Dalmatian, isn't it? Do you think it's Dalmatian?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
More Dalmatian. Gorgeous. Again, that's your lawn weight, lovely white background with the black thing, but doesn't it drape beautifully? Look, that's very crisp. Lovely. Right, so if you want to make the dress, you just need to decide. Remember, all of those bundles, there is enough fabric in the bundles to make up to the largest size. So let me just bring my friends in. There we go. Just grab your friends by the crutch. This is my new friend. So this is the dress that you can make today with the Sussex seamstress, the Hove dress. Pattern is what's on screen at the moment, £15.50. Everything you need for all the sizes from 8 to 30. Lovely message. So lovely to see Jane. Love the new pattern from Jane in Suffolk.
Oh, thank
Another
you,
Jane in Suffolk.
Lots of us around.
Yes, yes, you have to be called Jane to be allowed to live in Suffolk.
Apparently so.
But we've had lovely patterns for you, pardon. So, where did this all start?
Oh, well, I've always sewn. I mean, as a little girl with the hand crank sewing machine.
Yes.
That was my grandmother's, and I made my school uniforms, the summer dresses. I couldn't be bothered with the grey fabric, it had to be the checks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I think we discussed earlier, just going to the jumble sales, the joy of the jumble sale.
Oh, I love a jumble sale. Do you think they still have them?
I don't know. I think maybe the Scouts or something.
Yeah,
but,
I don't really see them, but I used to love jumble sales. You used to have them in school.
Yeah.
That's where they were, like at school fetes, there'd be the school jumble sale,
That's
wasn't
right,
it?
and you could have a good old rummage and for a few pence come out with some curtains or some fabric or a dress that you could alter and or take the buttons off, use the zips for just
So
for a few pennies.
how did you get from that to then designing your own patterns? Because that's quite a big
It is
leap,
a little,
isn't it?
Well, I went because I'd always liked it. I did my A-levels and GCSEs and all that sort of thing in dressmaking, and I went to the London College of Fashion and studied there, and then sort of moved my way through from bridal wear to I worked for Zandra Rhodes as sample machinist for a while.
Did you?
Doing her, all her sort of special orders
Wow.
and the garments that go down the runway. So that was intense
Wow.
but fun.
That wasn't just a jump from a jumble sale to
No.
well, we missed
sort of
out that
eased in
bit.
there. So yeah, we kind of I did that, and then I discovered the wonderful world of costume making. So then very similar to Rebecca Harrison, really.
Yeah.
Sort of making for the opera and the ballet and things like that.
Wow.
Love a tutu.
Love a tutu.
Love a tutu. But then of course family happened. I had my
Love
babies.
Her patterns and video tutorials. Thank you very much. That's a lovely
thank you,
message.
Julie.
We love her.
Yeah, so I discovered that, and of course family happened, and then it's what can I do around children and family, and
Yes.
this came around.
And this
so-
came around, the Sussex seamstress was invented. We've got another message there, which you can't see. Morning, ladies. It's lovely to see Jane in person on the telly. I have many of her fabulous, easy-to-follow patterns. Bring us many more.
Aw.
From Mrs. in Cornwall. Yes, absolutely. It's lovely.
you.
It's lovely. I get to see her in the real, though.
I know, I'm really here.
So we have some questions about this dress specifically. So this isn't on your website.
No, this
No,
is
brand
exclusive
new.
to Sewing Street until Wednesday. So you can't buy it anywhere
No,
else.
only from us.
Yeah, until
How
then.
lucky.
It's the second new pattern this year, so the other one will be
So
later.
talk me through the features. I'll show you the dress. I'll show the dress and what are the main features of them.
Well, we've got this interesting shaped neckline,
Yes.
which I find quite flattering. So for the larger busted ladies, it's not too revealing, but it's showing a little bit of flesh, which is always nice in the summer.
Yes.
But equally could be made up in something for all seasons, really.
Okay. Am
You've
I
got-
envisioning? Oh, there we go. We can see it now. Then you've got.
It's ever so slightly raised off the waistline there.
Okay, so it's what,
Just
between-
about an inch above, yeah, just so that it's not sitting on any sort of bits that you don't want it sitting on. I'm
So
sure
it
I'm not the only one with that.
It skims.
Skims the, all
The
the bits
uninteresting
under there.
bits,
Yes,
yes.
the bits we don't talk about. And then we've got this puff sleeve.
I know, that's so lovely, isn't it? But in this fabric, this
That's a viscose.
This
That one
viscose-
drapes more, so
it
it's
drapes,
not. So if
doesn't
you're
it?
not wanting, if you've got larger shoulders anyway, and you don't want it too puffy, this is the way to go with a softer
yeah.
viscose that drapes, or the cotton lawn, and then it's just bound.
Yeah,
at
see,
the
I thought
cuff.
it was elastic, and I came up to it, and it's not.
And
It's just
not.
bound. It's
But you
lovely.
could easily, if you're worried about doing a binding, just turn it up and pop some elastic
Yeah,
in.
no, I think that's lovely. I think it's quite nicer
you're good
without
to
the
go.
elastic. And no zips.
No zips, no, buttons,
zips.
no
Look at that.
nothing.
Just put it on. Lovely for holiday.
Yeah.
By the pool. Pop
Yeah.
it on.
You can just throw it over anything. It's comfortable. It's
And also, I think, but for a special occasion, if you choose the right fabric.
oh, absolutely. Statement fabric, statement dress. You can really, go to town.
It's beautiful, isn't it? So you're making it up in the gauze. We've got one in. Well, we haven't got this colour, but this is what it looks like in the mauve coloured. Well done if you've already got the pattern. I know this sounds like a lot, but there are less than 100 available. We had quite a lot of them. This is the launch of of the pattern, so that's not many left to give you an idea. It is the world launch.
It is.
The world exclusive launch. So if you want the pattern, you need to get it in your basket and check out. So where do we start with that? Once we've measured, any advice about measuring?
Well, this one, the important measurement is the bust measurement, because
Right.
it all sort of hangs from there, really. So as long as it fits on your shoulders and your bust, do make a toile.
Yes, we had a
ladies.
little chat about a toile, didn't we? Because I'm very lazy at A,
Absolutely.
pre-washing, and B, making toiles, and both are very important.
Yeah, I mean, we all want to get on with it, don't we? And
We
have
do.
this lovely frock, but the frock will be so much lovelier if you just wash.
So if you
And
want to make
toile.
a toile, calico's a really good thing.
Yes.
And we have got that in the next hour, so you can see that on pre-order on the website if you want to buy that. So would you just make the top?
Yes, and I wouldn't bother making the sleeves either unless you were worried about the techniques and you just wanted to see
Right.
how full it was on you.
It's nice having the designer here. Gives
the
us a
main
good tip.
bodice,
So you would just
yeah.
make the bodice in a bit of calico.
Yeah, make sure your darts are in the right place and pointing to your bust in the right place, and that you're happy with this length on you, because obviously we're all
Yeah,
different.
that's true. Because I guess this is
body
something
depths.
you can adjust, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
For someone like me, sure, I'd need probably that'd
Just
be a little
up
bit,
a little bit
take
more.
a little bit off it.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course
Okay.
the skirt you can make whatever length.
What's the finished length of it? Because it's not as easy for us to
Should
see.
be
Is
on
it kind of mid-length?
It's kind of mid-calf on me, so, and I'm 5'8", so
Right, okay.
it will be, yeah, above your ankle, but between your ankle and your
But again, you
mid-calf,
can
I
adjust
suppose.
that.
Yeah,
if you
exactly.
want
This
it
is 12.
shorter and longer.
then when you know where the bodice comes to, measure,
Just-
find out where you like to wear them, and then you've got a measurement for your skirt.
And then no fastenings at all?
No, it just slips over, and that makes it so comfortable as well, because
It
you've got no
does,
zips
doesn't it?
digging in, and
Love
you don't have
that.
to fiddle with anything.
We've got another message. Morning, Jane. Greetings from Eastbourne, just
Oh,
up the
yes.
coast from you. Sorry, it's so far from me. I can't see over there. Would this be an easy dress to make?
Oh, absolutely. If you're worried about making anything, I'll be covering what I
Yeah, I can't
think
read
are the more difficult bits. But honestly, as long as you make your little toile and make sure it fits on your chest, you'll have no problems. A gathered sleeve is the easiest sleeve to inset because you make it fit, basically.
Yes.
As long as you've matched your underarm seams, you just gather all the fullness up so it fits in nicely. As we
Okay.
said before, if you don't fancy doing the binding, just turn it up and put your elastic in.
Yeah, no, I like the binding though. I think that's
it's
a nice. It gives it a really nice finish.
Holds it
And
in
you could
place.
use a different colour for that as well.
You can do all kinds of flashy things. I was intending to finish one that has a little bit of binding just around the armholes and at the waist and around the neckline, but time was
So
against me.
those are the extras that you could do to it.
Absolutely, yes. And you can, have the sleeve loose if you want the sleeve loose, and play with your fabrics really and your colours.
So what would you? So what you're going to show us today are these are the sort of the more important the key techniques to it.
Yeah, I felt that the people watching would prefer maybe me to cover the things that are slightly more unique to this
Yes,
design.
definitely. Yes.
I've already done the darts, for example, and the shoulder seams. I've put one sleeve in so that you can get the idea, but I will do a whole sleeve with you and
Okay.
do the facing.
So we've cut it all out,
We've
joined
cut
the
it all
bodice
out.
together, and now facing it.
That's right. And what I wanted to cover as well was that I have block faced these.
What does
and
that mean?
I have a piece here that I prepared earlier.
It's one of the true Blue Peter fashion.
Exactly. Let's just move that out the way a minute
Okay.
so you can see that more clearly. This is a piece of fabric that I've literally folded in half because it's cut to the fold, and I've roughly cut round it so that you can see I've got enough fabric there, and then I have put the interfacing
You need to just go right, move it right a bit.
on the whole
perfect.
of the fabric before I cut it out. So this way,
We've got the interfacing there. That's more than enough. $2.99 for this because the interface
Yeah,
is it just used on the facing?
it's just on the facing.
Okay.
You only need a soupçon, and because
So
it's
if you need some, if you haven't got any, just pop that one in.
yeah, and because it's not woven, you can cut it out in any direction. And on my demos, I'm always showing you patchworked bits where I stick them all together. Waste not, want not. So yes, so you've got a basic piece.
So you put the
All done.
interfacing on the bigger piece first.
That's right. It's all
Rather
ironed
than-
on, so that it doesn't move or stretch or anything. And
I
then
think
you
you
just
need to go. If you look at you can see in the camera. There you go. Perfect.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's clever.
Yeah,
As
you
if by
can kind
magic.
of position it from there.
Yeah, I
Makes it
can
a lot
see.
easier.
So
Look at that.
when you
Perfect.
cut that out, you know that is not going to stretch. You'd have to pull it really hard to make it stretch out of shape.
So rather than cutting the interface to the size of the pattern piece, you cut it to a big, good tip.
Otherwise, when you press it on or iron it on, if you get a bit fancy with your iron, you're going to end up stretching it, and then you've got a horrid neckline. So that's how I cut, and that's how you cut block cut facings. So good tip there for anybody who is worried about stretching their neckline. Also, I've got some stay stitching that I've already put around my neckline, which is basically
What
just
is
a big
that?
stitch. Just
And
plain.
why?
Again, to stop it stretching as much as possible. I'm not too worried. If I were making it up on my own, I probably wouldn't bother with both these steps. I'd just do this one.
Right.
But if you're new or unsure, or, you know, it's nice to have both.
Well, and I guess it depends on the fabric as well, so it's
This is it.
a good thing to do.
So another thing that I've marked on my facing is my corners, because this has that lovely, almost sort of Henry VIII, isn't it? That sort of Anne Boleyn shaping. And I want to be sure that I get a nice corner. So I've marked my seam allowance on with, this is water dissolvable pen and a pencil, just to sort of follow as a guide, so I know I get a nice crisp
Right, so just
corner.
for those corners you...
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely. So when you've cut your facings and stitched them together with your 1 centimetre seam allowance, all my seam allowances are 1 centimetre.
That's all in the pattern, don't worry. You haven't got to remember this, it's all in the pattern.
And also on my YouTube channel, there's start to finish demonstrations of everything.
Right.
They walk you through it. So anything we don't cover here,
it's all on there.
It's all on there, and you don't need codes or anything to access
Loads
it.
of love for you on all the
It's just
messages. So the website is sussexseamstress.com, and there will be YouTube demonstrations of all of this on there to help you once you've got your pattern at home.
Takes you through step by step. Once you've cut it out, I will show you me doing darts, putting the sleeve in, everything from start to finish. Okay, so I'm going to place the facing onto the neckline now. Grab my pins and just match it up. And because I've put that stay stitching in and I've got this interfacing, they should match pretty well. But obviously you know that having put your interfacing on and block stitched it,
I had noticed, so this front neckline, it's got a slight curve on it as well, hasn't it?
Has,
it's not.
yeah.
I thought it was straight, but I like the little curve.
It's really subtle, but it just softens it a bit.
Yeah, no, it does, doesn't it?
Because right angles can be just a bit harsh.
No, that's lovely. You don't. Yeah, it's not a big curve, but it's just.
No, just a gentle
lovely.
kind of scoop across there. And I'll do some more pinning.
Oh, it's going to be another pattern I want now. One at a time. Got to make one at a time.
Yes, this is the trouble, isn't it? Be a maker, not a collector.
But maybe you convince me to do the toile thing.
Yeah, do.
The
It
toile
really
thing.
is. Yeah.
And the pre-wash your fabric thing.
You spend so much money on the fabric and the and time and energy, and obviously buying your pattern.
The problem is when you get your fabric, it comes and it's all beautifully folded and pressed and everything. And when you put it in the washing machine, you have to do that all over again.
Comes out all ratty, doesn't it? And you think, ooh.
Less than 30 patterns left. Brand new world launch, red carpet moment. Less than 30 left, and this is the only place that you can get hold of it.
Let's get my foot and pedal ready.
So you've pinned it all together.
I've pinned it all together, and I'm just going to stitch again my 1 centimetre seam allowance, and I'm going to stitch over those little lines that I've put there.
Oh, I can see why, yeah, because it's not easy to see when you get to the corners where you turn, so...
It's not, because your foot gets in the way, so it's...
True.
Or the machine foot, I should
Your
say,
own
not
foot.
your own.
Well, you never know.
Well, depending how you like to sew, I suppose. There we go. I was very pleased that I got to use the Elna machine today, because I do have one of these, not
Oh, do
this
you?
model. Yeah, but I
What
do have
model
an
do
Elna.
you have?
It's a 580, but I think it's called something different. It's blue, not red.
Oh, okay.
And it's a lovely machine. I stupidly broke one of the special bits on it, though, which was my fault, totally my fault.
Which bit was that?
So clumsy. The bit that does the lovely buttonholes.
Oh.
I know, I was so cross with myself.
Can you buy them separately?
It needs to go to the manufacturer.
Oh, no.
Because it's all part and parcel of the gubbins and the machine. Yeah.
Oh, well, just take that one with you. No notice.
Well, there you go. Pop it in one of the many bags I brought with me.
Yeah. And when they say tomorrow, where's the Elna 680 Plus? I go, I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. Yeah. But Jane did say something. Yeah. She seemed to be walking slightly lopsided on the way.
my heavy bags.
It is lovely, isn't it? I've got my eye on the 720 Pro though. Have you ever used that one?
Oh no, I haven't.
It's like semi-industrial.
Oh, just beautiful. They're so smooth, these machines.
And it
really
has this
do
special
like
plate
them.
that's purely for straight stitching, so it goes really, really fast.
Oh, you see?
Oh,
I
that's
need
what
one
I've
now. Yeah.
Smile for this camera. Oh, I love that. Kat's put special signs up for us now.
Oh,
Smile for this camera.
thank you. Being really helpful.
Moyle's messaged in, I have a nightie in that fabric. It's wonderful and very comfortable. Works well for sensitive skin, prevents sunburn in extreme climates and breathes. For Moya. Oh, that's a brilliant tip. What a good idea. I guess because it's so thin, you can wear it on really hot days. Do you remember those? Do you remember them?
Once
hot
upon
days?
a time.
I went out and walked the dog the other night and I had hat, scarf, gloves.
Yes.
Large cup of tea, and it was
Yes.
raining, and I thought, can you imagine? It was only 7 in the evening. Thinking one day I'll be doing this just with my
Shorts
sandals
or
on.
sandals,
Can you
yeah.
imagine? And I had wellies,
Yeah.
everything, the whole lot.
We'll be looking out the window thinking, is it too hot to take them
I know,
today?
to wear my double gauze dress. Must put that on. But yeah, no, that's a really good idea. And also, thank you for your tip as well about the sensitive skin, because those things are really important, aren't they?
Absolutely. Oh yeah. This is so. It's like wearing a blanket, isn't it? It's so soft.
But it would be nice for a nightie, wouldn't it? Actually, this would be quite a nice nightie. You know, if you go in hospital and want to really impress the other people on your ward.
Swishing around with your mules on and.
I know, but
and your nightie.
actually it'd be a really good nightie, wouldn't it?
You can use it for whatever you choose. So I have stitched my facing on, and I've actually managed, even though I'm on television, to stitch right on my lines there. Can you see? There we go.
Yes, perfect.
So I'm going to now cut into the corners. Dun, dun, dun.
So just a snip, or do you take anything out?
I take a little bit out on this one. Again, because it's a double gauze, it's kind of like 4 layers of fabric, albeit very fine layers of fabric.
I love it. I haven't
Plus your
used it before. I want to have a
interfacing.
go at this.
It's lovely. It's very easy to sew. I wasn't sure at first.
When you wash it, does it take a bit of ironing?
It does a bit, yeah.
And
but
how do
then-
you pull it sort of out and then it just
Yeah.
goes back again?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, once I've made the garment, I don't do a lot of ironing because you've pressed it as you've gone along and you've
Yeah,
ironed
no,
it
but if
before
you
you've
wash
made
it because obviously we are going to pre-wash our fabrics.
Exactly.
Then
Then it takes a bit of ironing,
right.
and you must do that because otherwise it will stretch and give as you bloom throughout the day.
Yes.
And you will end up with a dress that's too big. So
Okay.
you must press it before you.
You do anything and then it's
Yeah,
fine. But I bet it
absolutely.
dries really quick.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really light and comfortable and easy. And again, then when you're on holiday, you can just kind of roll it up nicely in your bag.
So it doesn't crease then?
Well, this is it because it's already sort of wrinkly. You can just hang it up in the bathroom and you're off. That's it.
I'm going to have a go.
So I'm just grading this now, and I like to grade the actual facing
And what does that
part.
mean?
This is where I've snipped into the neckline
Oh, yeah, it doesn't really crease, does it?
for any curves. There aren't many curves on this, it's mainly the back. And then I've just cut the seam allowance down to half, really, just to take a little bit. It's not very bulky, but it just takes a little bit away.
So you cut both of the seam allowances?
Just the one with just the facing one, just the one with
right.
the interfacing on it. But I snip into both on the curves.
Okay.
So that it will go round. And then I'll do a little understitch, which is just basically stitching the seam allowance that's left to the actual facing. So you just push it all over to one side.
And then you won't see that.
Exactly, and it just creates the most beautiful shaped neckline because it will hold it all in place.
Without top stitching.
Absolutely. I mean, you can do it if you choose to. I have on these two.
Oh, yeah, well, you've
I
done,
didn't
but
on
not
the
at the
other.
top, though. You've done it a bit further down.
Yeah, I've just to hold the facing down. But again, it's up to you. On the lilac one, I literally just stitched into the seam at the shoulder to hold
Yes,
it
that's just
down.
understitched.
That's
Gives
right.
quite a nice detail, though, doesn't it?
I think it just accentuates that little curve a bit, really,
Yeah.
and gives it a nice finish. But you can see when it's been understitched, it just gives it a nice
Yeah.
crisp edge. So I shall just do a little bit of understitching.
Less than 20 patterns left for the world exclusive red carpet moment, only available on Sewing Street today. Less than 20 left. World
Gosh,
launch.
That's lots gone, isn't it?
Sounds good, doesn't it?
Mm,
That's lots.
absolutely.
So
is lots.
understitching, so anyone who's not, how you just fold?
I'm folding this bit that I've graded and snipped into. I'm folding it towards my facing,
Yeah.
and I'm stitching on top of my facing, just on the edge where the seam is. So it's literally just on the edge of that facing. I'll show you once I've done it. I'll just do a bit along here. Ooh. Boy racer.
Are you on hair
You
or
can
tortoise?
see it there. I'm not sure. I think, yeah, I'm on hair. You can probably see that on there. Look.
Yes, yeah.
It's just stitching all
So I
that.
guess as long as you've pressed it that way, it's not too bad to do.
Yeah, no, it's fine. You can just get your iron out, press your seam allowance all one way towards your facing. Again, this is all covered in the tutorial. You can see it all. And you can stop it and start it and go back to the bits that
Did
you're
you
not
find
sure
you end up
of.
talking to them? I go, hang on a minute, I'm not there yet. I talk to YouTube all the time. Go, wait a minute.
It's kind of bizarre filming them in a way because you're sort of on your own and
And you're talking to nobody.
yeah, but then I do that a lot, unfortunately. Well, I say it's to the dog, you know, and to the cats, but there we go. When you get to your corner, again, you can just stop and start again if you want to. I think I'm going to do that here.
Is that easier to turn it then?
Yeah, I think so. Again, unless you're super experienced, just fold it and then pop it through.
Okay.
Do the straight bit separately. It's your dress, isn't it? You can make it how you want to, really. I always think it's interesting when I'm trying to sort of think of the method and how would it be the easiest way to do it. And I think, well, it sort of depends on who you are and what you like to do.
I suppose so. And I think, you know, we often think, oh, there are set ways that you have to do things. I mean, there are ways that's maybe easier and neater, but at the end of the day, it's your dress.
Exactly, and if that way is difficult for you, then it's not going to be neater, is it? So just do it the way, you know, that suits you and that you find easiest.
But then this is quite nice because this is teaching if you've not understitched before, you know, it's just this one neckline. It's quite a nice wide facing.
Yeah.
So it's a good start.
And again, if you pop it on, obviously I've put one sleeve in already, but on the demonstration and in the instructions, it's open, so it's all flat. So you can open it right up.
Oh, because you do this before you put any sleeves in.
Yeah,
Right.
so it's much easier to do it like that too, and it's all open and separate. And again, you've got to the neckline before it's had a chance to stretch or do anything funny, or lose your facing pieces in my case. There we go. So then you just need to give that a little press, really. I wonder, have I got something to press onto? I've got an iron. Is there an ironing board?
Oh, an
somewhere?
ironing board.
Something to press with.
Where's the ironing mat thingy? Oh, here it is. It's where it's fun when you move house, isn't it? It's hard to find anything. We've moved house.
I know.
You know?
It's all
But
very
look.
exciting. Thank you.
Have you got an iron as well?
Yeah. I've
Oh,
got the
there we
iron.
go.
The iron's on
Got
already.
the iron. And I've got a cup of tea. Very excited.
Ooh, they're spoiling
Oh yes,
you.
I'll just put my cup of tea down. One moment. Right, while you get your ironing sorted.
Sure.
The pattern. Remember, we have, how many do we have of this now? 20 when everyone has checked out is what we've got left. Oh, we've got a question first. Question from Susan. Sorry if I missed it as I just started watching, but what cup size is the pattern based on?
Well, normally,
On bust measurements, not tea.
yeah, I make them to fit me. There's a good reason for that. Well, it seems very wasteful to make. Why would I make it in a size 10 or a size 12 when it doesn't fit me? Doesn't, you know? I really,
Yes.
What's the point? So I make all my samples in a 16, which then fits me. So it's not for the tiny busted, but it's not for the huge busted. We've got real boobs that kind
So,
of.
because I know that a lot of dress patterns are based on a B, aren't they?
Yeah,
And
well-
then you have to do your full bust if you're anything above a B, which most people are.
That's right, exactly. Which is again why I think, well, why am I sampling in a size that is?
So
not-
is it a C then?
It's more of a D.
Okay.
But yeah, between a C and a D.
But because you've made your toile, you will know.
Exactly.
But so the D, so I guess the dart measurement is based on that. So have a go,
Yeah.
make up the toile and see whether you need to go small bust or large bust. But there's a lot of ease in this anyway, which makes it a bit easier.
Exactly.
But obviously remember the fabric bundles do have enough fabric in them to make up to the largest size, but it is worth it. I am getting converted to the toile business. All you need is some calico. It's super, super inexpensive. Make just the bodice.
Absolutely, and please measure, ladies, as well. Don't just say, oh, I wear this size in
I know.
whichever
But I like the
store.
fact you've given finish measurements. So I would get because often when I buy clothes, I like it if they do finish because I get something I like that I know fits and measure it.
Exactly, yeah, and I know lots of people asked for that, which I hadn't done previously, sort of at the beginning. Because I just thought, well, you've got the pattern and you just measure the pattern and take the seam allowance and stuff. But then, of course, you know, I wasn't prepared for Sewing Street, where people are kind of looking and not actually handling the pattern and things like that.
Yes,
so
true.
I think this is easier.
Well, it is if you're buying clothes, it's the best way to do it, isn't it? Because then you know what.
Exactly, and you know if you want it loose or not. And if you look at the style, again, you can see this is not tightly fitted. This is, you know, comfortable, but it's not hugely voluminous
Well,
either.
that's the thing is that although you can work out your own sizing, that's dependent on whether you want a loose fit or a tight
Absolutely.
fit. So
Yeah.
it's all everything you need is in there.
Exactly.
So sleeve.
So
that's
sleeve.
nice. So you've got
That's
that.
all pressed.
That presses very well, doesn't it?
You see, it looks lovely, doesn't it? And that's largely the under stitching and a little press. And again, you know, press as you go along. It makes such a huge difference. It really, really does.
This is from the professional costume designer, just saying. Sandra Rhodes. Remember that.
Yes, don't argue with me.
Right.
Right.
So she says press. You just press, okay?
Oh, if anybody from there's watching now, they'll be laughing because I was terrible at pressing. I mean, I always did it, but it's not something I'm amazing at, but I got better. Okay, so this is one of my sleeves. You can see
It's so
it's got
pretty, isn't it?
a really interesting shape at the bottom.
Yeah.
And you can tell the top from the bottom when you've cut it out because
Oh,
you'll
and that's
have
the
notches.
cuffy. That's the cuff bit.
That's the cuff bit, and because it sort of goes up a little bit for your elbow to bend inwards, so you don't get it all catching and annoying.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. Because of your elbow bit.
That's it. So, and like I said, you can tell this is the cuff bit, not this bit, because this bit has the notches in for your placement in your
Because if you try
armhole.
fitting it the other way round,
It's going to look a bit odd.
very odd.
You're going to look a
You'll
bit
know.
special. Yeah. So I've put gathering threads in the top and the bottom. I've kind of done it all the way around. This one at the top, I like my gathers sort of on the top of my, like an epaulette sort of area
Right.
of my sleeve, but you might prefer them more to the front or to the back, or
Oh, okay.
it's a personal choice. And for the cuff, again, I don't like it under the arm. I don't see, there's a bit of a waist, no one sees that, do they? I want this nice puff at the side, so I will put most of my gathers there. This was my little cuff piece. It's just a straight piece of fabric. I've pressed up the centimetre seam allowance on the long edge, and then I've just stitched it together. So you've got a little hoop. Again, you know, everybody's arms are different widths, so do check before
Oh,
you
good
do
point.
it.
Yes.
You don't want to have to unpick gathers. That's
Oh,
not
I know, and
fun.
it's so annoying when you have something that's too tight there.
Exactly.
It really hurts by the end of the day,
It
doesn't
really does, and it will just annoy you. So, you know,
Test that first.
A little measurement here and there.
Oh, well, I
doesn't
guess
go
yeah, you can
amiss.
just measure it, can't you, before you, and just
Yeah.
cut it a bit bigger.
Just
if
cut
you
it a
need
bit longer if you need to. Remember, you've got your centimetre seam allowances, so whatever that measurement is plus 2 centimetres will be a good guide. I would probably put another centimetre in just for a bit of
And does
ease
it
of wear.
sit just above the elbow?
It sits sort of in the
in the elbow.
yeah, on me. So
Right.
again, everybody's got different. So you know, I can only tell you where it is on me, really. So I'm going to now put my, and this is something else that I do differently. I put my binding on the inside because if I do it the other way around, it's so much harder to get it looking neat. Whereas this way, once I've stitched it on to the wrong side of my sleeve, I've already pressed up that nice crisp edge. So then when I turn it over, it looks beautiful when I just edge
Top
stitch it
stitch,
on there.
yeah. And you know it's going to catch on the back as well, obviously, because
absolutely,
it's
and
done.
no one's going to see that anyway, are they? So the bit
Yeah.
that they see looks beautiful.
And because you're top stitching as well, it's, you know, you've got a nice straight line. That's a good tip.
Exactly. So, you know,
And it's actually, because if you wanted to do a contrast trim, it's such a small piece of fabric.
yeah, just a little
It'd be
piece.
quite pretty, that, wouldn't it?
There we go. So quarters, so that you know roughly getting the same sort of fullness in if that's what you want. I'm going to put a little bit less in under my arm, as I said, so I'm only going to do halves. See if I can grab the right threads. It's terrible.
Do you
isn't it?
do 2 lines
There we
when you
go.
gather?
I always do 2 lines because it pleats if you do one. I can't. It's again
Okay.
worth doing the second row. They don't have to be neat. Just pop them in, and you'll definitely get a nicer look to your pleats when you as you go to your gather.
That's a good tip, isn't it?
Otherwise, it tends to go a bit gubby. That's a technical term.
What does that technical term mean?
Where it just kind of folds in on itself, and you
Oh,
kind
okay.
of lose the fullness. It just sort of looks a bit, yeah.
So you get a neater finish if you bother to do 2 lines.
Yeah, it's like everything, unfortunately. The more you put in,
Yeah.
the better.
That's a bit
it
like
looks.
life, isn't it, though?
It is,
You know,
absolutely.
Life lessons from the Sussex seamstress. The more you put in, the neater you dress.
Definitely.
Life lesson.
Do your washing, do your twirl, do your
Yeah,
measurements.
do pre-wash, do your twirl.
Yeah, your measurements, it's just numbers. It doesn't matter.
I know, I always think that, because you don't have to embroider in it, I am a size whatever, do you?
No.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows,
Just-
and whatever size you put in it anyway is the size it is.
Yeah.
It's the same in the shops, isn't
I
it?
know.
They're all different, so just forget about it. It's just a number.
Yeah, it's just the best thing is the fact it fits you, and it suits your figure as well.
Yeah, and if you've measured and done it properly and it does fit you, oh my goodness, it makes such a difference than a shop bought.
It does.
That's just a generic size.
Well, it also makes you feel good, doesn't it? That you go out, you know that you've got something that fits you. It's not too tight, it's not too loose, not too long. And that's the point of dressmaking.
Absolutely. We've all got non-standard measurements
Sadly.
somewhere, you know.
Yes,
None
yeah.
of us have got a standard measurement. I think the only thing standard about me is my ankles. So, you know, yes, I remember being very proud of having size 12 ankles or something. And
How not? I didn't know you
It's-
could have sized ankles.
well, there you go, you
Oh.
see. But I'm long arms and long-ish legs, but not hugely long. But when they, in the days when they used to do just the standard length, they would be 2 inches too short for me. So now that you can get sizes and lengths, that helps. But anything with sleeves, long sleeves, I'm lost because it will just come to here on me.
But you've got size 12 ankles.
Yeah, you
I have
see.
no idea. I'm going to measure mine. Nice.
I know, model
think I have.
dimensions.
I don't think I have.
Oh, I don't know. They're quite neat.
I'm going to check mine later.
We like a nicely turned ankle.
I do.
Right, so I've pinned all that on, and you can see that it fits in there really neatly. That's very snug, and I've got all my pleats around the outside. So now I'm going to pop this under the machine. And again, I'm going to stitch my centimetre, and I'm not going to worry if my gather threads show or not, because
So where's your gather threads? Do they sit inside of that or either side of that seam?
I usually do the first row at a centimetre-ish, but I mean it's a big stitch and I do it fast because, you know, it's
Yeah,
not the most
ish.
interesting bit. And then the second row I do between the raw edge and that first stitch. So in theory 5
Okay.
millimetres, but it kind of wobbles around a little bit, in honesty.
Okay. The pattern is about to sell out, world exclusive red carpet moment launch. It is only available on Sewing Street today, nowhere else, and it is about to sell out. Woo!
Get it quick.
Very exciting. I'm glad because there are going to be a lot of you out there who are going to have a beautiful dress. And when
Oh,
you've made
yes.
one, make another one for a nightie.
Yes.
That's such a comfortable nightie. I think
And
it's wonderful.
send us pictures. I
And
love
don't
it.
forget to make your toile. But just do the bodice. I mean, if it was me, I don't
Yeah.
even do a bodice, but I'm going to do the bodice. I wouldn't bother with the sleeves, I'd just measure.
Yeah, exactly.
I know you probably should, but if you do nothing else, calico, bit of old curtain lining,
Yep.
old
pillowcases,
tablecloth, duvet cover.
Anything.
Instead of chucking your duvet covers out.
Okay. That's stitched.
Oh, that's neat.
So you see, doing the 2 rows. It
Yeah,
makes
you're
it
right.
look-
Yes.
You see.
Please do 2 rows.
So I've got my 2 rows done. I'm going to be turning my face, my little, well, it's not facing, is it? It's a binding over. And like I said, I've got my lovely neat edge that I'm just going to stitch.
That's
along the edge
lovely.
of.
I think that's easier than elastic as well.
I think so.
Do you?
I must admit, I'm not a huge fan of elastic because it's stretching everywhere and getting in the
True.
you know. But hey,
But it gives that effect, doesn't it? But nicer.
it does.
It's
Classy,
nicer.
You see. So I'm going to top stitch this bit and then I will show you again, and you'll see some of my gathers threads do show, but we will just take those out. That's not a difficult
We've got
job.
about 10 minutes left.
Okay. And I'll pop the sleeve into the armhole and show you again just how easy it is to put in a set-in sleeve when it's a gathered one.
Oh, Rebecca Harrison has messaged in.
Oh, hello, Rebecca.
Lovely to see Jane, the Sussex
Oh.
seamstress, she said. Well, you did give her a special mention.
Thank you.
So that, Rebecca says your patterns are brilliant.
Thank you. Hopefully you'll be demonstrating the next one though.
I think I've done some with yours with Rebecca and also with Adam as
I
well.
think so too.
Yeah?
Yes, I think you did the Framfield.
I did, got very excited. I wonder where
I'm trying
that
to
blue
think of
one's
something
gone.
else
There was a
too.
beautiful one made in a blue linen. I don't know where that's gone. I was quite fancied that one.
Oh, you did the Amberley, didn't you?
I think that was almost maxi dress length on me when I tried it on, like full length.
Yes.
Full.
But again, because I'm
Yes.
taller, sorry.
That's fine. That's fine.
But yes, you did do the Amberley. Do you know, it's almost exactly a year to the day since you did that.
Really?
It is, because I thought,
Whoa.
that's weird, because it sort of was your second birthday here,
Yeah.
or at the old place, and yeah, a year since my patterns were first on here. So
Fantastic. Well, everyone loves them. And I think it's because they're such a flattering fit, but there's a lot of attention to detail. They look really designer quality when you've made them.
I like a dress that you wear that doesn't wear you, and I like,
Oh, I like that.
the comfort.
Second quote.
Yeah,
A
you
dress that you
see?
wear that doesn't wear you.
I can
Life
see my
lessons with
autobiography
Jane.
now. Yeah. And I like, I want comfort. I don't necessarily have to be in fashion, so to speak. You know, it needs to be sort of classic, easy to wear. If I'm going to
Yes.
spend time and lots of money making something, I want to be able to wear it and wear it and wear it.
Yeah,
and wear
absolutely.
It. And I do. I mean, I do wear them. Like I said, they're my size.
They're all in your size. But you know, I know a lot of people say, oh well, it's cheaper to buy dresses from the shops. Well, I don't know. I mean, these last, they fit you. If you wanted to buy a dress that did fit you, it would cost lots more than the normal dresses in, you know, off the peg high street anyway.
Absolutely, and to get a really lovely double gauze
Oh, I know.
dress, you're talking. It wouldn't be. I don't think it would be less than the
No, for a
fabric and the
double
pattern, to
gauze
be
dress
honest.
like this, well, I think you'd be talking upwards of £80.
I mean, like you say, that lovely brand that
Yeah,
you
that
mentioned.
lovely brown, that bread that you put in the toaster brand.
Yeah.
You've got about 5 minutes left.
Here
So
we
and then we'll
go.
go have a little look at the fabric bundles and we'll tell you which one's the favourite so far.
Well, and the other thing is
Please.
you get something to do, don't you? You get your time with your fabric and
I know.
you get to make it, which is just.
Well, yes, because it isn't just about the finished thing, is it? And hopefully every dress you make, you learn a new skill. So if it's understitching,
Yeah.
or even if it's just, you know, measuring yourself properly so that your sleeves are the right length. Now, please do. There are only a few patterns left. Do check out if you want one of them because we've only got a very few left. If it's in your basket, you need to check out.
Okay, so I've whizzed up my side seam there, because again, you don't need to see me sewing a side seam. You know how to do that, I'm sure. I'm matching the top notch on my sleeve to my seam, my shoulder
Okay.
seam, and I'm matching my underarm seam to my side seam on my bodice. and I will pop a pin in there. There we go. And then we've got notches to remind you that the single notch is the front of the sleeve, double notch is the back of the sleeve. So make sure you've got a pair. It doesn't matter so much with the patterned fabrics because you can obviously see a right and a wrong side.
Right,
but with
okay.
this one, I tend to draw big chalk X's all over it so that I can't get it the wrong way around.
Yeah.
Again, you don't want to be taking sleeves in and out, you just want to put them in. So I'm pinning round the bottom of my armhole at the moment because that bit will lie flat. So that's a nice easy pin. And then when I get to my gathering threads, which again I've done just the same as I did before, there's one that's a centimetre in and then one that's halfway between that centimetre and the raw edge. And I'm just going to pull my little threads up. Incidentally, it's also easier to pull up the threads if you pull up the bobbin threads, not the top threads. It's another little tip.
Nice tip.
Yeah.
Should write all these down.
If you're doing a big gather, like on the skirt, if you're putting the skirt on, you can use a thicker thread for the bobbin as well, which also, so it doesn't break. So it gives you a bit of extra.
So more like, say, a top stitch thread for the bobbin.
Absolutely, if you have some.
Okay.
I mean, this works fine, but you might need to be a little bit more careful. There we go. So I'm just now basically pulling up the inner sleeve and gathering it to fit the outer bit, the outer armhole. And when I've done that, then that's it. I just need to sew it in. So it's not, it really isn't difficult.
No, it's just sort of adjusting those gathers and getting them in the right place, and then you sew it in.
Absolutely.
And it's good because you're sort of working, you do a few gathers for here, then you're gathering there, then you gather, so you really crack gathering by the time you finish.
Absolutely, and it's such a lovely, easy, simple way to get fullness into things. It looks so lovely when it's done, and if you've got lovely even gathers, it's just beautiful.
Well, thank you. That's got a lovely message from Anne. Hi Rebecca, you are my new favourite. You're always saying how you fit things to your small height. After yesterday in Hobby Maker, I so believe you. I know, yesterday it was ridiculous, thank you Anne. It wasn't that not ridiculous. I was on Hobby Maker with Ruth, the presenter, and she is so tall. We looked ridiculous together. We were talking about sewing machines. And honestly, she's more than a foot taller than me.
Oh my goodness.
It was so funny if she was bending down a bit. Yes, so yeah, I am small. She was honestly a foot taller than me, but it was ridiculous. But thank you so much. We will see you back here in an hour with the cardigan. And you weren't nervous at all. You said I was going. You said I'm going to be nervous.
I'm just having a chat with you, Rebecca.
Yeah, exactly. I told you nobody is watching. I said this one to Jay. Don't worry, no one's watching, so please don't watch. And then she's fine. It's all good.
It'll all be fine.
Right, let me just run through. Have we got time to do the bundles again? Right, the pattern, there are more people in baskets than we actually have. So if it's in your basket, check out very fast or you will miss out. So let's do the pink double gauze that Jane was doing the demo of. It's a real, like a vintage rose, almost a grey pink.
Just leave that.
It's very pastel, it's pretty, really lovely. Very soft, nothing bright about it at all. Enough fabric in here for the size 8 to 30. I think for $33.99, that's amazing value for money for 3.5 meters of fabric, and it's beautiful double gauze. You will love sewing with that. That's the pale pink. We've also got it in the blue. This was the instant fave. Not surprised, I think this is gorgeous. Again, this is $33.99 for your 3.5 meters. There's enough here to make up to the size 30. Love that, absolutely love that one. But if you want something very pretty, this feels like very beach, doesn't it? Very beach holiday. If you've got a special occasion coming up, a special party, how lovely would that look? It's a real vanilla colour, 3.5 meters, double gauze in a vanilla. It's gorgeous, beautiful, and I think it actually looks lovely when you see it gathered up. It has a real lovely depth of colour as well, because it's more vanilla than white. It has a beautiful depth to it. I think that is stunning. Look lovely if you ever get a tan. Then we've got the two stripy fabrics. We've got the green one, like an apple green. Now this is like a really nice crisp man's shirt. It's that sort of weight. Actually, a crisp man. Not a crisp man. Gary Lineker. No, not the crisp man. That's quite funny, Hannah. That was quite funny. Not the crisp man. It's a crisp, man's shirt fabric. It's beautiful, isn't it? Nice, lovely, like a ticking stripe. It's about 1/8, I would say, even less than 1/8 of an inch stripe. Really lovely. Very, very summery. Same fabric. Oh, hang on, which are we still on the green? Right, sorry. I'm trying to go fast. We did actually say goodbye. Bye, Jane. We will see you back here in another. Jane got told off and had to come back. Bye, Jane. We'll see you back here in another hour for the cardigan. Thank you for this hour. I'm sure we've done that. Lovely. This is like an indigo, so your dark denim blue. That's the blue bit, and with white. Lovely, lovely striped fabric. Isn't that nice? Like that one. Then should we do daisies? You see, now when you think that this is 33.9, oh, how much is this one? Oh, I've just lost the. This one's 49.99. But if you bought a dress in this beautiful fabric that fits you, it would cost substantially more than 49.99, and it's a beautiful cotton lawn. Now lawns are slightly different weights, so I would say if you've used like a Liberty lawn, I would say this feels slightly thicker. It's almost between that and the shirting weight. It's beautiful weight fabric. I love that. But, you know, when you're using fabric like this, you want to get it right. It's nice to make a dress like this that you know will fit you, but please make your toile, even if it's from an old duvet cover. And finally, we have the lovely Dalmatian spot, which probably isn't called that, but it looks like a Dalmatian spot. Again, this is more of your cotton lawn. This is $49.99 for 3.5 meters, which is more than enough to make all of the sizes. So thank you for joining me for this hour. It's been great. Congratulations to all of you who've got the pattern. There are still a few, but like when I say a few, that's 5. So if it's in your basket, you need to check out very, very quickly, or you won't get it. When Jane comes back with me, let me just pick up my cardigan, in an hour, or just under because we're a bit running over, she is going to be demonstrating again, brand new, this beautiful cardigan. It's made in like a sweatshirt style fabric. So she's going to be doing a real masterclass on sewing with stretch fabrics. I'll put it on. Does it go with my tank top though? Why are you talking about Monty Don? This reminds them of Monty Don's jacket when he's gardening. There we go. I'm just arranging it so I've got the collar in the right place. What do you think? Pockets. Quick break. That's nice. So I will be back with this in just an hour, this one, but I will be back with you in a couple of minutes with dressmaking tools. So if you've been inspired, you've bought the pattern, you've bought the fabric, there will be a few tools you'll need as well. And I will be going through them all in just a couple of minutes' time. So see you in a bit.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Oh, I hope you enjoyed that previous hour. If you didn't, what a shame, because it was great. We had the real Sussex seamstress on. And it was brilliant. It was brilliant. Got loads of top tips from her. She made a beautiful dress. I'm got my eye on that lovely denim blue colour. Double gauze, that's the one I want. Anyway, being as we're all about dressmaking in the last hour and the next hour, we're doing some... Now, remember, we're in a different setup and I've got to move between different places and we don't really know what we're doing, to be honest. Yes, and they never told me that I was going to have a whole thing. I'm only used to you seeing me above my waist. I've actually got my pyjama bottoms on below this. No, I haven't. And then they said I've got to stand out from behind the desk. Scary pants. Anyway, if you weren't here at 8 o'clock with me, why not? But, you know, you might have been walking the dog, taking the kids to school. That is allowed. But if you weren't with me, we had this fantastic bundle by the brand new designer to us, Rachel Hoare, who is a tattoo artist but does amazing fabric. So a lot of these fabrics were and are still available by the half metre, but many of them sold out. This is the favourite one. This one sold out by the half metre almost immediately. However, it is in the bundle. Now the bundle of these fabrics, there are 16, 8 metres in total in this bundle, half metres of each, and you get 1 half metre for free. So look at that, look at that. This is the only way you can get hold of this fabric now, this specific one, because it's sold out by the half metre. Absolutely gorgeous. Features all these, your favourite forest friends, that's quite hard to say, favourite forest friends, owls and raccoons, fox, deer, bear, with loads of little mushrooms and acorns, blackberries. So that's in the bundle. The other one that's in the bundle that has also sold out is this fab owl one. Lovely tealy petrol colour background on this. Look at the owls. Should I put it like that so you can really see it? Look at the owls on there. Aren't they gorgeous? Beautiful fabric on its own. Lovely to put into other projects. Brilliant to fussy cut. Nice for a little sneaky lining of an owl. You can make 2 cushion fronts with half a metre, so that one's in there as well. Then all of the other fabrics, so you've got the owls and you've got all the forest friends, gorgeous dandelions. Look at that one. Beautiful, with a really lovely, like a pale teal background. But all the prints and all the colours in this bundle go together really well. So I'm going to try and lay it out for you so you can see it nicely. Hannah and I love this one. This one's called Fungi's, obviously. But what's lovely about the fabric in this, you know, say you want to keep this one for something specific, is because they're all printed with space around them, really good for fussy cutting out without having to waste other fabric. You know, you've got tiny little Fungi's. Be good for little hexies, up to bigger ones, really good for a plique. Maybe you're making like a woodland scene, or maybe you've got a denim skirt and you want to put some cheeky little toadstools around the bottom of it. Be really good. But this bundle is now very limited, so we wanted to bring it back to show you. We've got the lovely raccoon, they're like stripy raccoons because they're all running in little rows. Okay, but very, very limited. So let me just lay them all out for you. Look at the mousy one. Gorgeous. We really love it. And even the go with fabrics are these beautiful checks. And that's my favourite. My favourite, ants. So many things you can do with ant fabric. Adamanthe, that's what they should have called it. We've got acorns, more dandelions, moths, and a beautiful floral. Anyway, we wanted to show you again for those of you who were out. I mean, I think Rachel Hoare's going to be our new favourite. It's Free Spirit fabric, so you know it's designer quality, beautiful fabric, normal quilting weight cotton, 44-inch width, but absolutely stunning and quite original as well. Not something I've seen like before, and I love the way that she's put the colour palette together. So they're real large variant of colours, but they really go well together. So there are shelves. Complimentary bundle. Now this is the solid fabric bundle, not that one, that goes with all of those. So if you've bought that one and you want some plain fabrics to go with it, maybe you want to use them for some straps, binding, borders, all of that kind of thing. Or you just love the colourway and you just want the bundle. $18.95 for 2.5 metres. So you've got 5 half metres of fabric. You've got the blue, the burgundy wine colour, yellow, green and pink. half metre of each. Now this is your, I'll show you, it's normal quilting weight cotton, 44-inch width. So it will go with all of the other fabrics, just so you know what it looks like. That's what one of the half metres, that size, cut from selvage to selvage. Okay? Right, so that's, but just wanted to remind you, in case you missed out, I know we often think that people sit with us from 8 to 1, but I know that doesn't happen. Come and go. So if you missed out, that's the complimentary one. I'll put that down below. Can we do calico? No, we're doing overlockers. Now we've got 2 overlockers. 2 overlockers, obviously brilliant. If you love dressmaking, you want to improve your dressmaking, you need an overlocker. Now, this is the first one we're going to do. Shall I bring him in? Look at him. This is the air threader. Now, one of the things that you often hear people say about overlockers is they're really hard to thread. This is why there is an air threading one, because the air threads it for you. Well, it doesn't really, but it makes the threading lots easier. Now, Jane in the next hour is going to be working with jersey fabric. She's going to be using an overlocker. So, open the flap. Oh, I just can't see from the front. Hang on, there we go. Oh, right, okay. There we go. Very difficult to do backwards. When you've got yours at home, you won't be trying to do it back to front. So this is the air threading system. You can see, so this is how it works. It explains very clearly. It threads all your lower loopers. And that's the one bit that if you've used an overlocker that a lot of people get stuck on, and it does it for you. Now, there are lots of videos on the Elna website that will explain how to do it. You can have a look on our YouTube channel as well. But it is, and Jane is going to be using it to show you what it does. But basically, there we go. The thread thing is in my face. Overlockers and underloopers. But it is, now I know how to shut that. You have to press it in a bit. I think I might just leave that. But the great thing about overlockers is you don't need to finish your seam allowances because it does it for you. It sews the seam, it trims it, and it finishes your seam allowance all at the same time. It takes your dressmaking up to the professional standard. Message from Julie. I have this Elna Air Threader overlocker. It is so superb and so easy to use, from Julie in Hertfordshire. Thank you for sending that, Julie. It really makes a difference because it's your recommendations, you as customers, that make people realise what a great thing it is, because it's not our recommendations, but you've got it and you've used it. But it makes your sewing more professional. It's easier. If you like using jersey fabric, so maybe you've made some t-shirts or you're making pyjama bottoms, or you want to make something from a sweatshirt fabric, it does make your sewing. It doesn't have to be just used with jersey fabrics. It means that you can whiz up a seam, it will sew, cut, finish the seam all in one go. It is the next thing, really. After you've got your sewing machine, it's the next thing that you need. And we have loads of customers who have said, yeah, I want to get up to the next level. It just makes it easier. You get that professional finish. So that's the Air Threader Overlock, £1,059. Now, obviously that's available on split pay of 5 individual payments of £211.80. Now, we don't charge you for that. That is interest free. But if you want to spread the cost, if you're thinking today, I really want a new overlocker, £1,059, don't have that at the moment, but you can spread it across 5 equal payments. What happens is you put the order in. You can choose, by the way, you don't have to do it by split pay, you just tick the box, it's up to you. But if you do split pay, we'll take £211.80 off you today. The overlocker will be sent to you direct from Elna, and it's very speedy delivery. I had lots of comments from you, said you've had it in just a few days. That gets sent to you, but it's still only £3.95 postage, and this is a heavy piece of equipment. Still only £3.95. So you get it straight away, and then for the next 4 months after that, the other payments will be taken out, but it is interest free. And there's so many websites now, aren't there, where they say, you know, interest free, spread the payments. Why not? Why pay it all in one go? You know, may as well spread it. But it's up to you. You can choose, doesn't really matter. Totally up to you. But you know, if you're thinking, Well, I've just started a small dressmaking business. I've got a little business, all home sewing. You know, I'm making a lot of cushion covers, doing it for fates. You could be making money off this before you've even paid. Before you've even paid. Lots of messages from you who own the machine. I have the air threader. It is brilliant. I use it to finish the edges on my quilts before binding them, from Karen in the West Midlands. That's a really good idea, because I know we do talk about them as for dressmaking, and traditionally that is what they're used for, but you don't need to. Honestly, if you're making even curtain making where you just want edges finished, and this one is really easy to use, as you were all saying. I bought this on John Scott's Say So. 66 years old, arthritis in fingers, so easy to use. Where was this machine 30 years ago? Thank you, John, from Rosalind in Cumbria. That's a brilliant review. Thank you. Yes, because, you know, John highly recommends this machine. There's so many of you have said that you've been put off and intimidated by overlockers because everyone goes, oh, they're really hard to thread. This is easy to use. And they're quite little as well, aren't they? They're quite little, so they could just sort of sit on the side. I think it looks quite nice, doesn't it, having your sewing machine and your overlocker as well. Loads of lovely reviews from you. If you're not sure, post onto the Sewing Street Facebook page, on the fans page, and ask, so what do you think? You know, you out there are the best people to review our products for us. And, you know, if we get loads and loads of positive reviews, we know that this is what you want. So, 1,059, or 5 equal payments of £211.80. And it comes with everything you need, all the tools and everything else. And I'm going to shut. Oh yes, it is easy to use when you know how to do it. Right. Oh, still Elna, we do have another overlocker. So maybe you're thinking, well, I don't near the air threader. I'm quite happy to learn how to thread this up myself. If you want to go to the other end, this is still Elna quality, so you know this is really good. Elna 664 overlocker. Now this one is £309. Amazing. And we can split that into 3 equal payments of £103 each if you want to spread the payments. So obviously this is still Elna quality, so you know that it's good quality. It's a really, really nice machine. But it's not the air threading one. However, it is all colour coded. It's all colour coded. Again, we've had fantastic reviews of this. It's got, you know, it's different to the other, but there are different qualities for different budgets and different people. But this is still Elna, so you know that you're going to get fantastic quality. You get a 2-year warranty on this machine. Have a look on the website. There are lots of really good reviews of it. Go on the Elna website. That will give you other ideas about what it does. But it is a personal choice about where you are with your budget and what you want. But it will still do the same job. But, you know, £103, and it's yours to get it home. And obviously then you do have to pay the other payment. But if you've never seen you haven't seen an overlocker in action, or if you've got any questions about an overlocker, Jane is going to be on the next hour. She's going to be using stretch sweatshirt fabric. She will be using the overlocker. Ask her what you think, what you need them for, if you've got any questions. Because, you know, buying yourself a new piece of machinery is a considered purchase. But there is a lot of love for the air threader. Lot of love. I watched John's demo and then bought the air threader. So easy to use. I wish I hadn't waited so long to get one from Sue in West Sussex. But you got one now. Yeah, I know. Love my air overlock and use it to edge everything. It makes such a difference from Michelle in Kent. Yes, exactly. So isn't that lovely that all of you there watching go, yeah, it does make a difference. And there are certain things like that in life that make a massive difference, like my egg boiler. Much cheaper, but an egg boiler changed my life because I have eggs every day. So quick. We don't sell egg boilers on Sewing Street, unfortunately. Otherwise, I think we would sell hundreds. Love an egg boiler. So this is the 664. Shall we have a look at some thread? Oh, that's a bit. I think that has suction. It has suction cups, so to make it very secure. So you have to sort of like angle it up to get it off. Thread. Now, you need thread for an overlocker, and what's more, you need 4 reels of thread for your overlocker. And you can use the same colour reels. Obviously, when you try with the overlocker, there are lots of different effects you can get if you use different colours. This is brilliant, but I have discovered you don't have to use these for an overlocker. You can use them for a normal machine, and I think this is amazing. $79.99. Now, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different colours here that range from, I'm going to get them out, white, ivory, a dark cream, and then you've got pale grey, medium grey, and black. So, and you've got 4 reels of each of these colours. So this is brilliant for your overlocker because you've got the 4 reels. Now on each reel, there are, this is amazing, right, there's 1,200 metres of thread on each reel. How does this price work out? And you've got 24 spools. So what's 24 times 1,200? Quite a lot. Times 1,200 is 28,800 metres at $79.99. So what does that work out per metre? In your head. Anyway, I can tell you that this is fantastic value for money, and you can use this if you can use these, it says, in an ordinary sewing machine. That's amazing. They work out at £3.33 per spool. So if you think you've got 1,200 metres on here, normally it's about £1.80 for 100 metres of thread in normal sewing thread. 28 kilometres of thread. 28 kilometres of thread for $79.99. And remember, you've got 4 spools of each. That's 2/3 of a marathon of thread. Yeah, a thread 2/3 of a thread marathon. But what fantastic. So if you've got an overlocker, single figures, if you want this, I'm not allowed to buy that till after the show. That is amazing, but that is fantastic bargain value. You work it out what you would pay if you were buying this in 150 metre spools for your sewing machine. Single figures, if you want it, you need to get it in your basket and check out, because I'm not sure when we will get those back. Right, calico. Now, I spoke a lot about calico in the last hour because Jane has convinced me that you do need to make a toile of your dress, even if it's just the tricky area like the bodice or the sleeve or something. Calico is ideal for this. This is very wide. See, it's wider than me. It must be 150. It is £2.79 for half a metre. It's ideal for making your toiles, but it's also brilliant for tote bags, linings, cushion covers. It's lovely to use in quilting. It works really well with red fabric and blue fabric, and it's sold out. We will get some more in stock. We will, but it has sold out for now. Right, let's talk adjuster form. Don't worry, I forgot what down to fold. Adjuster forms. This is where you can look at my friends. Look, I managed to take my pyjamas off. It's all good. Can you see my tank top now in its full glory? Sam Sabido tank top, just saying. I love these. I like this one particularly because we're like similar height. But you can adjust the height, which is great. Now, but there is a difference between, we're going to go through them now, but the difference between one is crotchless and one has a crotch. So this one has the crotch. And the good thing about this is if you are making trousers, shorts, or anything where you need to measure, then this one has the crotch. So, for example, you know, because we are all different, I'll just move the red one a little bit. The measurement, if you're making trousers, say you're making a pair of jeans, even if you're making something simple like drawstring shorts or pyjamas, the measurement between your waist, your tummy button, and your crotch is different on every body. Right, so these are the frequently asked questions about it. suitable for making trousers. So the measurement between your waist and your crotch is different on everyone, and you know what it's like when you've got a pair of trousers. I constantly pulling them up because they keep slipping down because the trousers that you're wearing aren't the right measurement between here. By having this one, you've got that. On the red one here, that's just for dressmaking. You don't have that crotch measurement. So that is the difference between them if you need to know. Now, the thing with dressmaking, as we were talking earlier with Jane, is the joy of making clothes for you to fit you is they fit you. Now, if you haven't got someone to help you to measure and to check whether things fit as you go along and to see, so you've made your toile, you put it on, you think, it's not quite right, but now I need to change it and pin it to get it to fit. What you need is another one of you, or you need somebody with you who's really good at dressmaking and knows how to adjust. Unlikely, because that doesn't often happen that you have somebody living with you who knows what they're doing. So what you do is you get yourself a dressmaking dummy. Now, in the olden days, you just got one and you hoped it was your sort of size. But now, these are fully adjustable. So let me bring this red one in. Now, there is a choice, obviously, of 3 different size ranges. So this is the size chart for all 3 of them. Now, we have I know on the graphic there are 3 sizes, but we offer 3 of them. We offer 3 of them. I'm going to just walk forward so I can read it. Right, so we have the small, and that is sizes 10 to 16. We've got medium, that sizes 16 to 20, and we've got large that sizes 20 to 26. So if you're between sizes, then I would go, because you can make them slightly bigger, just drop down to the slightly smaller one. So if you're not sure, then drop down to the smaller one. So do your measurements, that's on the website by the way, do your measurements, make sure that you're within that size range, and then you'll know which one to buy. But you know, it's not as simple as that, is it? Once you've decided which one you want to buy, you've got to then make this your body double, like you're in some kind of stunt movie. So there are dials, there are loads of dials on here. So we'll start at the top. When we're talking about collar size, you can change the size of the collar to fit you. Oh, and you've got a handy pin cushion in the top as well. When we're talking bust size, so measure the bust. If it's not quite right for you, look, on the side we have a dial, so you can adjust it. You can make it exactly your size. You can adjust it on both sides. So then you can get the bust at exactly the right height. You can, so maybe the gap between your bust centres is bigger than standard. There's loads and loads of measurements you need to do. Basically, wherever the dial is, measure yourself and adjust it. Then when you get to the waist, you can make this bigger, because obviously not all of our waists are that size. You can adjust it on the side and in the centre and on the back. So you've basically got 4 adjustments for each measurement. You can raise and lower it to make it exactly your height, and also there are markings on the bottom of here to centimetres, so you can get the right hem. So what you can decide is, right, exactly how long do I want one, whether I'm making a mini or a midi or a maxi dress. You can change the measurements on there to make it exactly the right size for you. They are brilliant. What a lot of people say to do as well is, if you're making something, particularly maybe a fitted bodice, like a princess line or something, is put the bra on it that you're going to wear, and you can then even pad it out so it's perfect. So if you can't get it exactly right, put the underwear that you're going to wear onto it, and then you can fit it beautifully. You've then got somebody who won't mind standing still. You can even hem it without you having to stand on a chair and somebody else hem it, because it's all there for you. So this is the ultimate aid to getting perfectly fitting garments. You can change it as well. You can change it, so if you lose weight or you put on weight, you can change it. If you're making dresses for somebody else, just write down what your measurements are, I would suggest, because then you'll know when you want to put it back again. So maybe you're making things for a few different clients. It is invaluable, honestly, because you can then pin things. So you know, when you try on, or you've made something and like round the neckline, it's a little bit baggy, and you can add a few little tucks in. I mean, I've done it, and you try and do it. You're in front of the mirror, which is always really hard anyway to pin in front of the mirror. Then you put it, then you pin it, then you put it back on. Still not quite right. Being able to do it on here, because you can actually push pins into it, unlike yourself, you get a beautiful fit. So that's the red one, the Adjustaform Super Fit Medium in cherry. That's the one that's on screen at the moment. £159.99, but remember it's available on 3 equal split pay payments. Now, the crotch one, the with crotch version, leg. I thought it was a crotch. No, sorry. It's with leg, not with crotch. Just leg. And now that's in sizes 10 to 16, that's small, medium is 16 to 20, and large is 20 to 26. So what we call small is A. So there you go, £159.99. Remember that's on split pay as well. B is medium. This is the with leg. And it has legs on the front and the back, which is quite handy. You see? Bottom as well. So you can see the measurement across there. Also, if you want it to be absolutely perfectly fitting, you can also pad it out. You can put wadding on it. You can wrap it with wadding to get it exactly right. What I would say is once you've, there's C, which is the largest size. Again, £159.99. What I would say is once you've done it to your exact measurements and you're pretty sure it's correct, go and get an item like a dress, or it doesn't matter, a skirt, a bodice, blouse, that you know fits you in the way that you like, that fits you perfectly. There isn't too tight, isn't too loose, but it's the sort of fit, because some of us prefer a tight fit, some an ease, some just a medium fit. Put that on your dressmaking dummy and then adjust it again so it's perfect. Now this one comes with a hem adjuster as well. You can see that in the picture better because you can't see quite so well at the bottom. But you can see, you see that little bit sticking out? You can set the hem and then the pole sticks out a little bit. So you can choose how long you want your dress to be. And you can set the hem and then all you do is pin all the way along to fit that exactly. You know that you'll get a perfect fit. Also, this is really useful if you've made something for maybe a stretch or a jersey fabric. You're often told hang it up overnight or for a couple of days, let it all hang out, particularly if it's very gathered. Let all the gathers hang out. So you can put it on your Adjustaform for a couple of days, let it all hang so it's fully stretched out, and then you can hem it, so that's even better. These are sent to you direct from the supplier as well. It is still only the £3.99 P&P. So a lot of the dress forms as well, they don't have guarantees. These do. This has a 2-year guarantee on the whole thing. I mean, look at all the adjustments. You've even got one in the middle of the bottom. So you can change your waist, your hips, your bottom, which is really, really important because these are the areas that we need most to get exactly right. Absolutely love it. I mean, and so if you love dressmaking, if one of the things you find is trying to get it to fit you because you haven't got anyone who can help you to pin it or knows how to pin it, that's the thing, isn't it? When you go, can you pin it? And they go, well, whereabouts? It's like, and then they stab you. Or if you're often asking, if you're doing a lot of adjustments for people, maybe you're just doing hem adjustments and taking things up, absolutely perfect for that. And also, I think it's just a really nice addition to you. Looks lovely in your sewing room. So if even if you've bought the overlocker and you've bought the dress and the Adjustaform, it's still only one lot of postage, £3.95, and be sent to you from 2 different places. So the one that I've got at the moment is the one in the graphic at the moment. That is the one with leg. And this one constantly sells out because it's got the extra leg bit. £159.99 or 3 equal payments of £53.33. Oh, we've got more things now. Oh, now this is great. Love this book. I managed to get a few of these back in for my birthday show, and they've obviously really sold. So there's only 8 left. So if you want to know about dressmaking, you want to know all the techniques, there are only 8 of them left. But look, interesting, if you've bought and adjust, so look, tells you all about overlockers and what they do and how to thread them up. But actually, it tells you all about taking measurements, but also using, where did I see that? How to use one of these adjuster forms and getting them to fit you. Oh, I'll find that, I just saw that. Adapting patterns, it's got the whole stitch directory, how to do, I mean, it really is everything. It chooses, we're down to stitch 6 of them, overcasting, tells you all about all the different fabrics and what they all do. So there's a big section on fabrics, 4 of them left, tape seams, bone seams, tucks, darts, pleats, inverted, everything. And all the things that Jane was just talking about, it's all in here. How to do every single sort of zip, hand finish zip, lap zip. 3 of these left now. Techniques. Techniques. Can I get to the end of the book before they sell out? I'm just getting faster. How to do different waistbands. I mean, it really is. It's like, it is the Bible. It is the Bible. But you know, the thing is, you don't use all these techniques on everything, but when you see something like a rolled hem, what do I do? Oh, it's used on lightweight and sheer fabrics, such as chiffons. Brilliant. I got this book for my daughter who's just beginning to sew. It's really comprehensive from Collector in Merseyside. I agree with you. It is. I think it's fantastic. And it comes with really good diagrams and instructions about how to do that. I really love. Well, this book had sold out, and then I managed to, before my birthday show, and I got it back for then. It is honestly really good. Look, gathered sleeve head. That was what Jane talked about. Right, more of you have that in the basket than we have. We will try and get it back. Clapper. Where's my clapper? Now, I love the clapper. Now, if you don't have a clapper and you're a dressmaker, you need a clapper. They're probably thinking, what is she on about? It's an anvil. It's actually a wooden fox. You can sort of see that. So, if you want to get perfectly pressed seams and edges, particularly if you're using thicker fabrics like woolens and denims or hemming a pair of jeans, what you want to be able to do is steam press them, but the way to get a perfect seam is to very quickly release that steam, otherwise it gets wet and it doesn't set. So what you do is you steam press your fabric, then you place this on top. You don't have to slam it down, you just place it on top. The beech wood absorbs the steam very quickly, and then the seam is set. It's just brilliant. And it makes a massive difference. Even if you're doing patchwork, maybe you've done something like FPP, or you're doing several layers and you've got seams that you want to press to one side or open that's either thick fabric or lots of layers. If you steam it and press this on top, immediately the steam will be drawn into the wood and the seam will be set. Now, these have been used by tailors for hundreds of years, and there's a reason why. They haven't changed the design, they haven't changed the wood they've used, because they work. Also, when you use this as a handle, but it has a point that is brilliant for pressing into collars, cuffs, points. You've got a nether end there, so you can use either end to do the steaming, but that's beautiful for pressing the point of a collar or into a mitered corner, but it will give you a beautiful finish. And it is amazing. When I first used one, I thought, well, I can't see how that's going to work, but it does. You can see it draws up the steam so that the heat and so that the water is removed from the fabric and not the heat, and then it sets it. It is a wonderful thing, and it has the point presser as well. It's lovely. I mean, it's, you know, I think a very inexpensive purchase for something that is centuries old, has been used for a very long time. That's because nothing works better, but you need the beech wood to do it. It's beautiful, isn't it? There we go. Really good for pleats. So there maybe you've done some box pleats around the bottom of the bottom of a skirt, and you need to be able to put the pleats in and set them. Do you remember when we used to have seam pressed creases down the fronts of our trousers? I always used to do that to my husband's jeans because it made me laugh, because it really annoyed. You'd put them on and I can highly recommend it. When he puts them on, he's got creases. Do you remember that? These are absolutely brilliant for that. So if you need to press a crease into something, fantastic for that. And beautiful to have on the shelf in your sewing room, because it's a thing of beauty, but they really do work. It's because the wood absorbs the water, not the heat, and goes. Love that. Now, I've got one of these. I have one of these, yes. I think I actually purchased this one rather than stole it as well. Borrowed, didn't steal, borrowed. Now, it's just a baby ironing board, but apart from the reason it's only £7.49 and it's absolutely adorable, and it comes with a removable cover. So what I did was I took it off, but because it has, the cover is this heat absorbable fabric, I can't remember what the name for it is, fabric. So I covered it on top of that, and I've got a pretty one. And it is adorable. It's brilliant for pressing small items where you know, the end of your normal ironing board is this wide. Sleeves, it's not a sleeve board, so but to get into sleeves, to get into corners, you know, soft toy making, maybe if you're making like, you know, when you make like a curve in the bottom of a bag or the edge of a cushion, you can get that curve into it to do around. I was doing a curved cosmetic bag the other day, and to be able to press the seam nicely around the curve, it's just perfect for that, and it's just adorable, isn't it? And it just sits, and it sits in the little box, and it folds down so flat, and you can keep it in there. It's just the sweetest little thing. I also have mine just beside the my machine. If I've got a little iron, you can just use it if you just need to press small seams. So you can use it. Maybe you're doing. I've used mine as well for doing EPP when I've sat in front of the TV and I want to glue my fabric hexagons on top of my paper ones. It's a really nice little work surface. Yeah, so our director thinks that would be really good for a singular footstool for playing the guitar, but yes, it could be for that. But when you're sitting in front of the telly, if you need a small flat surface, it doesn't even need to be an ironing board. It is brilliant for that. I use mine quite a lot. I have got one of the mini irons. I don't know whether we've still got those in stock, but I do have some of those. They are really good for things like little bias binding. Only £7.49 and totally adorable. But I do use mine quite a lot. More than I have a sleeve board, and I tend to use this more than the sleeve board because I think maybe more for home sewing, you don't need so much the sleeve, but you just need that small space. It'd be good for travelling. I'm not sure, because can you imagine trying to iron a shirt because you're going out in the evening when you're travelling? It would take about, take quite a long time, wouldn't it? It's more that you can get into small areas, and also you can have it because you don't want the flat surface when you need the edges, but dolls, toys, small bags, that sort of thing, areas of dressmaking that you just want to get into. The mini pressing board, glorious. Right, put your pressing board in the basket and get checking out. Message from Pauline. I bought a dressmaking model last time when they were on air. She is amazing. Just what you need when fitting dresses. I now have 2 in different sizes from Pauline. Oh yes, what a good idea. You could name them as well, couldn't you? Yeah. Agnes the adjuster form. Are we loving the mini pressing board? I love the mini pressing board. I always love the examples they give. Anti-skid feet. Okay. And it says on here, right, the cover is non-removable. That's a lie. Because, oh, sorry, do you think I'm going to, because look, how can it be non-removable, right? It's got a knotted cord. How can that possibly be well, sorry, I removed mine. Yes, I am non-removable. Okay. Right. Talking about pressing. Oh, we've got the hams. Like a ham. This is a tailor's pressing ham. Again, just as important as having a clapper. because when you want to press seams, curves, if you're tailoring and dressmaking, maybe like you want to press the curve on a sleeve seam, then and you want to get right into the curve, you can, because they're filled with sawdust, because obviously we know that wood is really good for absorbing heat. You can place this inside it and it will mould slightly. You can place this inside the curve. And the reason they're called hams, obviously, because they look like hams. So you can place this end, you've got various types of curves. So you've got this size curve, this. So say, oh look, here's one I made earlier, didn't make earlier. So say we wanted to press this sleeve, because you've got so many different curves on here. There we go. Look, I can put the sleeve around the curve so that I'm not trying to press this on an ironing board. Then I think, oh, that's a slightly sharper curve. So you can move that one round to that part of the ham. So you can move it round as you move to different parts. So where you've got a flatter piece, it can go round across the ham, and then where you've got a more curved piece, you can go, and you actually literally cannot do this any other way. This is why these, again, are really, really, you know, they've been around for a long time, very traditional. They do it well. Now, yeah, this is it is colour fast. We have tested that does work. I think for $11.99, if you do dressmaking, but not just about dressmaking, all sorts of home sewing where you need to press a seam that isn't a flat one. You know when you want to press the seam open and you've made a bag with a box corner and you can't get in there, you use the ham and you ham and you can. The ham and you can. Now that's $11.99. Now, Ham Man and Crisp Man, and the sleeve pressing roll, exactly the same principle, filled with sawdust, but you can use it obviously for pressing seams, but you can use it for anything that's tubes, because obviously where the ham is a bit wider, this is much narrower. So this is really good because it's got a wider end and a narrower end. You've got different sorts of curves that you can use it for. It's just a traditional dressmaking tool and really good. $8.99. Really worth buying the pair of them, because like Jane was saying in the last hour, it's all pressing gives you that professional looking finish. It really does make quite a difference, so worth having. And we have them both in stock, which is unusual. I think $8.99 is a very good price for that. Because I would have thought that one was $11.99 like the other one. Anyway, maybe it was a special at some point and we never put the price back up. But I love these traditional tools because there is a reason that they were used centuries ago and they're still being used now. It's because they are the best things for the job. So, nice addition to your sewing room. Yes, don't change the wheel, obviously. Right, so those are the pressing hams. The muslin cloth in the little packet. Oh, I haven't seen that one. Oh. Yeah. Oh, now this is a very good pack. I love the Gutmann thread. I use this most of the time for my general purpose sewing. This is a lovely pack because it's value, and the reason it's value, you've got 10 reels of thread going from all the rainbow, white, black, and then all the colours of the rainbow, because yellow, orange, red, green, blue. This is 100% polyester thread. This is your sole thread used for all sorts of things. But you've also got hand sewing needles and machine needles, but these aren't rubbishy ones. These are really good brands. So you've got Prim hand sewing needles, and you know that's a really good brand. And they come in a nice container as well. Can I open it? And we've also got sewing machine needles. Because, you know, there are needles and there are needles. I mean, I think that's amazing because normally when you get these, you don't expect the fantastic quality, but these are lovely quality. Nice gift for somebody. And does it say what sort of needles I have? English. Hand sewing. So if you work it out a price per spool, ignoring the free gifts, pretending that they're completely free, these work out $1.99 per spool. So you've got there are all sorts of needles in here. You have got, I can see you've got sharps, you've got chenilles, crewel, And there's even a couple of betweens there as well. And you've got Schmetz needles. Now, Schmetz Universal. Now, I had just bought myself, because my favourite sewing machine needles are Sharps, because I find they're better for getting through pure cotton fabric. I've just bought myself 10 packs of these, because I'm fed up with running out of needles. But I chose Schmetz, because they're my favourite. They are really, really good make. They also pretty much, I'm not saying definitely, they'll fit in nearly every machine. You do need to check, but pretty much depends on what you've got, but nearly all, they will fit in nearly all machines. These are universal, which means that they are sharp with a very slight ball point, so they are used for all different sorts of fabrics. And you're getting these for now, because I just bought myself 10 packs of them. And you are getting these, if you think of these as £1.99 a spool, which fantastic price for the Gutermann thread. Those are free. And isn't it annoying when you run out of needles? I've had it. I bought myself 10 rotary cutter blades and 10 packs of needles. Done. The cardigan is coming next. So Jane, the Sussex seamstress, will be with me in a few minutes' time after we've had a break, and she's going to show you how to make this beautiful cardigan. We've got a whole selection of fabrics, including some glitzy fabrics. Now, well done if you've already got the pattern. Remember, the last pattern sold out very, very quickly. So during the break, if you go in and check out for yours, £15.50, go on to sewingstreet.com, click on watch live, scroll down, and you will see it there. Don't miss out on this. Jane's going to give us a demonstration all about sewing with stretch fabrics, working with the overlocker, and how to make this beautiful cardigan. I will see you back here in just a couple of minutes' time.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
And welcome back to Sewing Street, and we have got the wonderful Sussex seamstress back with us. And this pant's flying out. World exclusive.
Oh gosh, already. Okay.
Is this our world exclusive?
No, the first one was the world exclusive.
Oh, first one was the world exclusive.
You don't get two in one day.
But this is new to us.
Yes, absolutely.
New to Sewing Street. We have not had this on air before. The other one was world exclusive. This is brand new to Sewing Street. It is flying out. We have sold a quarter of the stock before we've even come on air. So if you're thinking, I would like to make a really easy fit, easy wear, third of stock that's now gone, whoosh. Easy fit, easy wear, cardigan, this is the pant for you. £15.50. All the instructions and all the pattern pieces to make sizes 8 to 30. Shall I show you? We've got it in a couple of ideas, colourways here, but we have got loads of different fabrics for you to choose from. So let's have a look round. Here is this is it in purple to show you. So it's got this lovely like shawl collar. It has pockets, like a pocket, pockets on both sides. Sleeves with a turned up cuff. Come all the way around to the back, nice hemmed at the back. And then you've got this lovely shawl fitting here. So there's no zips, there's no fastenings. You can, depending on the fabric you choose, you can make it to suit any outfit or any occasion. We've even got glitzy lurex ones as well, and teddy bear fluffy ones, depending on what you want. Now, there's the list of the measurements. Obviously, all the measurements are in the pattern, but whichever fabric bundle you buy, it will fit sizes 8 to 30, so there's enough fabric for you to make the garment, which I think is fantastic value. So, £15.50, over a third of the stock is already gone, and we haven't even talked to Jane yet about it. It's called the Coolham. Is that a town?
It is. It's a place in Sussex.
Is it?
Like all my patterns.
Coolham.
Yeah. Coolham. Sounds nice, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
It's some lovely
Coolham.
names.
It's the Coolham cardigan. Right, let me go through the fabric before we get onto the demonstration, because we have got a lot. Where do you want me to start, Hannah? We've got glitzy ones, fluffy ones, the knitted one. So we've got this one. This is so right. This is quite heavy as well. So this one, plain grey. Are we doing plain grey? Oh, this one, the lurexy one. Grey glitter knit. Now this is the one that Jane I can see is demonstrating with, and this is very soft.
It's really soft,
Isn't
isn't
it?
It's so lovely and snuggly.
Beautiful, beautifully soft jersey, but it's got this lovely metallic look to it. Very nice for your sort of
Twinkle.
bit of twinkle. Wear this to parties, or just look great on your dog walk.
Yes, absolutely.
So it's like a grey, a mid grey, but with this lovely fleck, but it's ever so soft. Enough for your larger size, $39.99. There's 3 meters. This is a brand new fabric today. We haven't had this ever before. Obviously, you know, if you love the fabric and you've got another idea for it, you don't have to make it buy it for this cardigan. If you want 3 meters of this gorgeously soft fabric, $39.99. The composition is 46% viscose, oh that's why it's soft, 46 viscose, 26% polyester and 20% polyamide and 8% lurex. That'll be the sparkle. So that's the grey glitter knit. It's 158 centimetres wide and it's 150 grams. There we go. Over half of the stock of this one is already in basket. So if you've got this in your basket, you need to check out. It is gorgeous. I think it's the viscose that makes it so soft,
Yeah,
isn't it?
absolutely. Yeah.
Really lovely, lovely drape to it. So I'm just going to move that to one side. Now, if you want grey, but you want just a plain, this is like grey sweatshirt material. Oh, this is fleecy on the other side. Let me show you. So look. On one side, you've got this white, really fleecy. On the other side, this is like the grey marl. This is almost like your traditional sports leisure wear, but it's really fleecy. Oh, this would be so soft because you've got it's lovely. It's like almost self-lined. Again, you've got 3 meters in this bundle. This is sweatshirt. These are all absolutely perfect for making this cardigan. But if you're thinking sweatshirt, sweatpants, that sort of thing, these are ideal for that. This is 70% cotton and 30% polyester. And it's 155 centimetres wide. If you've got any questions at all about these fabrics, either go onto the website and the listings for these details are on there. There are only single figures left of this bundle, or message into the studio and we will be able to help you. But look on the website first, because all the measurements and the grams and the fabric composition are all on there, the details. Ochre sweatshirt. So same as the other fabric, it's got this lovely, it's got the same composition, but it's got this lovely, can you see, like a fleecy line. Actually, you could use it either way round, couldn't you? I presume that's supposed to be the wrong side. Guess you could. Lovely and soft. 70% cotton, 30% polyester. That one went straight into basket. It's beautiful mustardy ochre colour, but a very soft, really soft, lovely for a cardigan. Look, very nice with dark grey actually. So that's the ochre. Should we go lurex? Lurex jersey. Navy. This one, it's not as dark as navy, it's maybe like a dark indigo. Again, it's the same as the others. You've got that lovely fleecy lining, and then beautiful, got tiny metallic fleck all over it, like a little dusting of sparkles all over, like when it's just been snowing very lightly. It's like a little dusting of like icing sugar, but in the metallic. So very pretty, but just adds a little bit of sparkle. Doesn't need to be used for any special occasion, but it just gives a little bit of sparkle. $39.99. That's the navy cotton lurex jersey fabric. Enough in there to fit sizes 8 to 30. 90% cotton, 10% lurex. And this is 145 centimetres wide. And the weight is 260 grams. But again, all those details are on the website. That's the navy one. Same fabric. Drop the pattern. Don't drop the pattern, that's quite important. So, the same fabric, but in, again, ochre. This one is very, very limited. So it's that lovely mustard, like it's not as bright as an English mustard, a bit duller than that, more like a Dijon. So it's not as bright as my jumper, which is more of an English. But it's got that little sparkle. So if you just like a hint of glitter in your life without being too full on glitter, this is ideal. And it's a lovely colour. Works well with grey and with black as well. Actually looks quite nice with pink, because I've got it in pink as well. Looks lovely with pink. So that is the ochre cotton lurex jersey, 3 metres. Okay. Now we've got the pink ones. This is a really, really pretty pink colour. Yeah, on the website it looks a bit washed out, but it is a very pretty pink. Actually, would look very nice with the pink dress you made, wouldn't it? In the last
absolutely.
one.
Yeah.
They look really lovely together. Again, so if you want pink with a little hint of sparkle, there's 3 metres of this. Obviously, this is perfect for using with the cardigan, but if you want some beautiful pink lurex jersey, you can use it for anything, and it's got that nice fleecy lining. Lovely for sweatshirts. $39.99 for the whole 3 metres. Now, dressmaking fabric like this, particularly jersey, is not the easiest to find. It's particularly when you're shopping and you don't really know what you need for what item. We have selected fabrics that will match this pattern, but also that you can use for things like sweatshirts and sweatpants. So we've done the hard work for you. If you go onto the website, you will see all the fabric widths, the composition, the grams, so you can see what it's all about. But you know that these are ideal for making sweatshirt type items. Now, I've got some beautiful fluffies. I love these. These are like teddy. Shall I start with the teddy? I love these. Now, there have been people that, well, because quite a lot of people back quilts with fleece, but these are like, you know, that teddy bear, like this is the teddy bear colour. It's so soft. Be brilliant for backing quilts with, particularly if you've made a quilt specifically for lying on the sofa under. This would be ideal. Brilliant for fancy dress though, if you wanted to be a teddy bear fancy dress. So $28.99, 3 metres. Obviously, we have bought it in to use to make this cardigan, but if you want 3 metres of this, it'd be really good for backing quilts or making other sweatshirts. But it's like that lovely teddy, very in at the moment. You see loads and loads of jackets and coats using this teddy bear colour. So that's $28.99 for 3 metres. If you want to be Jeffrey from Rainbow, yes.
Or Zippy, yeah.
Or Zippy, perfect. Now we've got this in lots of different colours as well. So same fabric but different colours. I'm going to go to the red. Now this is a lovely, like I would say a claret. Same fabric, same width, same everything. There's only 2 of these bundles, so if you want the claret, remember it's 3 metres. What's the fabric width on it, Hannah? I'm just thinking if you were thinking about backing a quilt with it, if you weren't making the cardigan, it would be ideal for that. Or cushions. Yes, you check on the neck. They're all the same width. Back to sell out. Brilliant for cushions as well. Big fat floor cushion, that one sold out. navy next. I will get the width because they're all on the same width, but they would be good. But they'd be nice for cushions as well because it is really, really soft. I can show you the colour, I can show you the drape, but I can't show you how soft it is. But actually, it's not like your sort of thick sweatshirt material. It's got a lot of give to it as well. It's 100% polyester, 150 wide. So do you know what? It'd be really good if you wanted to back like a picnic blanket with it because it'd be very soft. But it isn't like, it's not as thick as some of those sweatshirts. I just want to show you how it drapes. It's got a really nice drape feel to it. So if you were backing a quilt with it, it's not too thick. So that's your teddy bear type fabric in navy. I've only got 2 left and then we can get on. They're going to fall off my trolley in a minute. This one, I love the colour of this one. It's like a bluey grey. Isn't it nice? They call it grey. Well, no, I know it's not just grey. It's a bluey grey. Definitely. Like a slate blue grey. That's lovely, isn't it? But again, ideal for this, for the cardigan, but loads and loads of other makes. With 3 metres of fabric, you could make a lot with this, but ideal. Ideal for backing a quilt. Loving this fabric. And then finally, we've got it in a natural. It's like an ecru colour. $28.99 for 3 metres. Oh yeah, let me show you what the reverse looks like. This is exactly the same thing that Hannah had as a coat until she fell over. She fell over. Still haven't quite got to the bottom of that, but she ruined her coat. So the back of it is just like a woven knit. So you obviously you can use that because this is not a lined cardigan. But I like this colour. It's like putty. That doesn't sound very nice though, does it? But it's just a nice darker cream rather than a light cream. Right, last time I'm just going to go over the pattern again because loads and loads of you have already put this in your basket and checked out. This is the Coolham cardigan, sizes 8 to 30. If you have a look on the website, you will see all the different sizes, but all the fabric bundles that we have put together will fit up to sizes 8 to 30 for the cardigan. Right, we've done all of that. Now, Jane, tell me about the cardigan. What was your inspiration behind that?
Well, I live in cardigans. I'm not a coat wearer really. I much prefer a cardi or something woolly to snuggle
I love
into.
a cardi.
This is it. They're so versatile.
Well, particularly when you're at home, you know, and you're not really cold enough to be putting the heating on, but you just need something a bit extra. And you don't want that big jumper business going on.
No, and sort of have to take it on and off over your head and everything. And I just find that a cardigan is the ultimate solution.
Well, when you're hot, you're cold, you're hot, you're cold.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Oh, yes.
You need a cardigan. On off.
Definitely. So, I mean, you've got your pockets. You don't have to have the pockets.
No,
you don't
I like
have
the
to
pockets.
Have the turn-up sleeves. You can just have an ordinary sleeve.
Oh, yes,
Again,
that's true.
If you're wanting to just have a start out in jersey, keep it simple. Just make it a hemmed sleeve, no pockets, and the shawl collar, and you're away.
Yeah, that's true.
And then you can, you know, when you get more confident, add the length for the sleeve and the pocket bits.
And you could make it a crop cardi.
Yep,
You can make it a long line cardi.
Yep.
Whichever you fancy.
Whatever you fancy.
And I guess it depends on the fabric you use, what it's for, whether it's more of a dressed up one.
Absolutely.
You know, with that lurex one that you're using, that would look nice over a black dress.
Yeah, this is really lovely. It's a very subtle twinkle, even though there's lots of twinkle on it.
Lots of twinkle.
It's just really lovely and so soft. That
It's
really
a
is
subtle
lovely.
twinkle.
Yeah, and a lovely drape.
Yeah, really nice.
The sort of more sort of fleece backed that I've used there is kind of just general wear, isn't it? Again,
Yes.
when I'm popping off to the swimming baths or walking the dog, things like that, just throw it on and throw it in the machine as well, and you don't have to do anything. It's just
it's all
wash and wear.
Yeah, lovely.
Really simple.
And really good, like you're saying, if you haven't used jersey before and you want that introduction to it.
Absolutely, and these kind of jerseys, I think, are the simplest and most straightforward. Those twinkly ones that you had there and the fleecy backed ones. So that, again, if you're just starting out, maybe start with one of those, because it's not quite as moving about and stretchy as this one is, but this is just so beautiful.
It is twinkly.
It really is
isn't
lovely.
it?
Yeah, I've never come across anything that's so soft.
Well,
so
I think it's the
twinkly.
viscose, because viscose is always soft, isn't it? You
Yeah,
don't often
it's a
see
really
it in
nice-
jersey. So when we start off, obviously you've measured yourself and you're cutting out. Any tips for cutting out and with
I
a
found
stretchy fabric?
with the stretch, I'm not a huge user of the rollerblade
Rotary.
things. Yeah, but actually, because it does move a lot and it's quite drapey, especially this one, I found it much easier to use the rotary cutter.
So that you didn't have to move the pattern at all.
Absolutely, and you could I just put my weights down, my little rice bags, and just went around like that. That was much simpler, and also laying it all out together at first. So getting a nice big table and all the floor, laying the whole thing out and putting all your bits on and getting it all ready, and then putting your mat underneath.
I guess
them.
if you've got a table, you can make, because you don't want to stretch it.
Exactly.
You need to keep it not stretched.
Exactly, which this one will sort of stretch and move a little bit, whereas some of the others were a little bit more stable and sort of perfect for a starting out fabric. So yeah, that was my main thing. Needle-wise in the machine, the universal one was absolutely fine. I've been using a little lightning stitch, I call it, for the stretch.
Oh, okay.
Which
so
is
that's
quite
just on
nice.
your machine. Well, I was saying
Yeah.
that we were doing machines the other day, saying that a lot of people think, oh, I don't want all those stitches, but a lot of them are actually utility stitches. They're not all
Absolutely, yes.
decorative stitches. So
Yeah.
your manual will tell you what you need.
Absolutely. Any machine will have a stretch stitch, even if it is simply your zigzag stitch that you just put longer. So it doesn't zigzag to the side quite so much. It will be a longer zigzag.
Right.
That will offer you a little bit of stretch. So even if you've got the most basic machine in the world, you will be able to do that. And you can make it all up on the sewing machine. I've used the overlocker for bits and bobs, but there's no reason that you couldn't.
You could do it. So you
stitch
could do
it
it all on the sewing
on
machine,
here,
all
yeah.
over on an overlocker.
Yeah, absolutely. On an overlocker, it's instant almost,
Yes, yeah.
which is the fabulous thing and what everybody loves about making things with jersey, I think.
Yes, because it's quick and you just do go. Oh, we've got a message. Morning, ladies. Lovely to see Jane on TV, isn't it? I've got a lot of Jane's patterns. Jane gives me the confidence to make my own clothes. Thank you, from Eileen in Cumbria.
Oh, hello, Eileen.
Oh, well, that's the achievement done, ticked. If you give other people the confidence to make their own clothes, that's it, job done.
Well, this is it, and trying to make it as simple and straightforward and break it down, not give you these reams and reams and reams of instructions. I know some people love to read a tome, a weighty tome, but I would much prefer myself to just read sort of the bullet point instructions, bare bones, and then have someone show me on the tutorials.
Yes, so you've
and
got
go
something
through it.
word-wise to refer to. So if
Absolutely.
you go onto Jane's website, she has got all the tutorials there for you to watch, easy to see. So that makes life a lot easier, because then you can watch the bits you need and not the bits you don't need.
Exactly, and if you're a visual learner like me, that's just the best
But
thing
it is
ever.
all written down in there
Yeah,
as well.
you've got all the written instructions, and I'm always on the end of an email if you've got any questions. But you know, have a cup of tea, watch the tutorials.
Yes.
Because
Have another cup
people,
of tea.
Yeah, like to do that and watch it first. Don't you
Yeah.
know, before you even cut out, have a look at it, get it set in your mind what the processes are.
Well, it's like, because if you don't do that, once you've got 40 patterns left, only 40. When you've made the whole of something, you think, I know how to do it now. But if you've watched your video, you don't need to go through that process. You could just watch the video and know how to do it.
Exactly.
So we were talking in the last hour about overlockers, and there is a big, like, do I need an overlocker? Don't I need an overlocker?
Yeah.
What difference does having an overlocker make?
It just speeds things up, I think.
Okay.
And it gives you that extra professional finish, so that, you know, when you're working
So what do
in...
they do? So if someone's never heard of an overlocker, what is it does?
It finishes the raw edges of your fabric off really neatly.
Okay.
So basically it gives you that lovely look when you open a garment from a shop. You see it's all clean on the inside.
Yeah, have you got some bits there? Well,
Yeah. There's a bit on the edge.
I'm having a look.
There, or there's...
Oh yeah, not my job. It's got, yeah, it's all the
the
seams
hem
are
of
just...
my dress
Yes.
is also...
Well, all of this.
That's it.
So you get all
on
the
inside.
edges.
So even if it does show, it doesn't look untidy or anything.
No, it's just beautifully finished.
That's right.
And
It's
if
all
you look
neat
at
and done.
clothes that you buy, they're all like that, aren't they?
Absolutely. A
Just
lot of
beautifully finished.
shops will just sew like that, even with woven fabrics.
Right.
You'll find.
So
that
you
they're
can
easy.
do it on your machine, but that's what an overlocker will do for you.
Yeah, exactly, and it takes some of the time out of it, because obviously your sewing machine to do its little zigzag stitch takes a while.
Yes.
An overlocker, zhoosh, and you're done.
Okay, so where do we start? Now we've cut it out, we've worked out what size we are, we've made our toile. Would you suggest making a toile for this?
Do you know what? I think as long as you've got your back measurement okay and your sleeve, you're probably all right.
Ooh, I'm liking
because
that.
it's sort of stretchy
Right.
and you're rolling your sleeves up anyway, and I think you'd probably get away with it.
Okay.
I'd start with the pockets really. I've done one already, just to test out the fabric as it was so scrummy. And all I've done is overlock around the edge of the pockets, which again you don't have to do because it won't show, but I'm just folding it over the amount that was on the pattern. I think it was about 5 centimetres. Let me just check. Yeah, 5 centimetres. And then I'm going to bag out one of the corners. Now this is the only bit that requires a brain, because you need a pair. Like I say, the sleeves and everything, you've got a right and a wrong side to the fabric, so it doesn't make any difference. The
Okay.
pockets are just rectangles, so you can't necessarily tell whether you've done a right or a left sleeve pocket. So I've got one pocket that I've done there. This one is the pair to it. This will go into the side seam, so you don't have to worry about that piece. But this piece, I'm just going to bag out this corner. So just the amount that it folds over. Just going to stitch my centimetre seam allowance across there.
Okay, so just the
Just the top, yeah.
turnover bit.
Just the turnover bit, and I've got my little lightning stitch. Oops. Let's get
Oh,
that
so
bit.
that yeah, I see what you mean, because then you get a better finish, don't you, than just turning it over.
That's right. Let's just make that stitch a little bit longer as it's quite chunky. So then I'm just going to turn it over and turn it through, so it's like a little bagged out corner. And I've marked, again on your pattern, you'll have places marked that your pocket comes to. So I've got, with my water soluble pen again, I've marked those 2 points on, and I'm just lining my pocket up with that. So I can put some pins in there just to hold it in place.
I guess that makes it a bit stronger, as it being in that seam as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it means you just don't have to go around all 4 inches either.
Yes,
you
nice.
know, because it's quite nice to sort of minimise the amount of sewing, isn't it, when it's a jersey garment and you can just whiz it
Just
up.
make it up. Ready
Absolutely, and off you go. That's just the ultimate.
Well, it's quite nice for someone new to sewing as well, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think these are great beginner things because they are relatively quick, and you kind of get that kick and that buzz after having
I've done
made
that.
one.
Fits, get it. Well, also if you've got a
Exactly.
garment, it's got no zips, it's got no fastenings, it's using
Yeah.
jersey, it's not going to fray.
It's all those bits that you tend to think, oh, do I want to? Can I be bothered? Is it going to be tricky? So I've just pinned that on. I've tucked my centimetre seam allowance in. I've still used a centimetre, because then if you want to use the sewing machine, you know it's a centimetre. If
Yeah.
it's an overlocker, you just have to maybe trim a tiny bit off as you go.
Okay.
And I'm going to stitch that on.
So what stitch are you using for that? Just a straight stitch?
I've got that little lightning stitch on,
Okay.
just to give it a little bit of stretch. Although I did do little samples and tested both, and it's fine on a straight stitch, but I've got some moon thread, the polyester thread, so that's got a little bit of give in it too. So let's do this bit. And I haven't done any fancy triangles at the top or anything, I'm just going for it, but again, it's up to you, it's your garment. If you want to be fancy, you be fancy. Take these needles out before we get there. Stitching to the corner. You can probably use something I discovered recently watching this programme actually. Is it quilter's tape?
Oh yes, yeah. Yeah, a bit of your double-sided quilter.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess so. Rather than
Again,
having
you
to use the
see.
pins.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
put that on, and then you even
Hold
simpler.
it in.
Yeah,
Or fabric glue.
exactly. All these things that I'm
That's
learning
true.
about.
Well, it's quite a lot of what we do is you think, well, actually, you could use it as dressmaking and home sewing and, with like these
Absolutely.
fleecy fabrics. Yes, they're for dressmaking, but wouldn't they be nice for quilting?
Do you know, I saw, when I first saw this and it came through, and I thought that would be a lovely cushion too.
Would
It's
be really
just
nice,
gorgeous.
wouldn't it? But I'd want to make a really big, like a big 50-centimetre cushion for my
Yeah.
bed.
Oh yeah,
It'd be lovely and squidgy.
that's it, and soft. Perfect stuff, and the teddy bear is exactly what I would do with that as well.
Hot water bottle cover.
Yeah,
But you see, if when you buy the bundle, you might have a bit left over, so you can use that to practice all your stitches on,
Yeah.
and then make some little things.
absolutely. Make some cushions, make some little bits and bobs. I thought a little neck sort of snood type
Oh
thing.
yeah, a little cowl
They're also
thing.
nice. Right, so I'm going to stitch down this other line as well,
Okay.
down the side, just to hold it in place. I'll do it on a big stitch, I think, if I can get it to go. Oh, that's as big as
So
it wants
if
to
you've
go.
got a walking foot, it's best to use that with this jersey, is it?
I would with this one, this knitted one. Again, the sort of fleece-backed ones are so much more stable and so much
Right,
easier.
okay.
You can just use an ordinary foot, but practice. Have a little trial.
Have a go with
use
all
your
of them.
scraps, absolutely. And the same, if you've got an overlocker and you're getting up the courage to make something entirely with it, then use your scraps and test them and see how it works. And
Yeah, okay.
get your confidence.
But it's about confidence, isn't it? Because you sort of
Yeah.
doubt yourself and think, oh.
Oh,
But if you
absolutely.
practice something on some spare fabric and you do it, you practice your stitching. Oh, sorry. I've got an itch. Sorry, an itch. You're allowed to have itches. You're just scratching your back. I know I've got an itch.
So there we go.
But it does make a difference to practice. I do try and do that, despite the fact I'm not very good at pre-washing. I do have a practice at things.
Yeah, I must admit, I do definitely do that. I do pre-wash now, for sure. Again, in industry, you just kind of do what you're given. It's
Yes,
a bit of
yeah.
a different world. But definitely, I think you only do that once, where you make something and put all that love and care into it, and then you
it's
wash it, and it's
yeah.
like, oh.
I know. It's awful.
It is, isn't it? So,
It is awful when
take
that
care of your
happens.
things. Yeah. So there we go. I've done one pocket. So we've got two pockets that are opposites. It's a pair. I've already done the shoulder seams on here, which I just overlooked together quickly because that was a really quick thing. So we can put a sleeve in. That would be
Okay,
good,
so you
wouldn't it?
so you put your pockets on. You join the fronts to the back, and then we're on sleeves.
Yeah. Then we've got sleeves to do.
Okay.
And again, I've cut them out. I've used my washable pen again because I didn't think chalk would show up
Yeah, true.
here. And I've also put pins in just to sort of highlight that that's the back of the sleeve, that's the front of the sleeve, because you've got the two.
Oh, because it's not symmetrical.
That's right. So you should have that marked on both sides, just double checking. The other thing I've done on the sleeves is I've measured up, again, I'm not sure that you can see that terribly well, but I have got a little line there where
Yes.
I've measured up. Oops. It's about 7 centimetres on this one. And I've just put a line because that's going to be my fold line. Because where it is here, I've marked basically a line on the right side of the fabric, just along
okay.
the cuff, so that I know how much to turn this up.
Right, before you even construct it.
So I know it's on the edge and I can
Okay.
just zhuzh round it once the sleeve's done. Okay, so let's take one of these off and put it in for you. Which one have I got there? So that's the front, that's the back. I want that one. One notch for the front, 2 notches for the back.
Right. Yes, take time to. Nothing worse than sewing it in the wrong way and then realising you've got to undo it.
Oh yes. So again, just have a think.
But don't worry, because we all do that.
Oh,
We've
don't
got
worry.
another message for you. Morning, ladies. Lovely to see Jane in person. I know, very exciting. I have quite a few of her patterns, purchased both patterns and some wine fleece from Elsie in Lancashire. Lovely.
Hello,
Well, you're going to have some
Elsie.
great sewing. I tell you, that wine fleece. You were lucky then, because that went just like that. The wine fleece.
She was hot off the...
And that's lovely, that lovely teddy bear fleece. I know, isn't it lovely? It's to have Jane here in person, just to find out, you know, why, where, when, and how.
Indeed.
And how.
Mainly in the kitchen.
That's probably more. No, I'm the nosy bit is the why, where, and when, but the important bit is the how.
Just throw my pins on the floor now.
But it's nice to have all of those things.
Indeed. Got the full set today. Okay, so I'm just pinning that in again, matching notches. And I've just done a quick pin because I'll do it on this machine again. Oops. And here we go, find my pedal. So, off we go. Won't stitch over those pins, they're quite thick.
So you just sew it in gradually, carefully.
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason it's quite slow at the moment is because obviously it's doing that little lightening, so it's going backwards and forwards a little bit, so it takes a little bit longer.
So your manual will tell you what stitch you should use for stretch fabrics, whether they're heavy or mine tells me whether, depending on whether it's light or heavy. But you'll have plenty of scraps from cutting out to try it with.
Absolutely.
So if you're not using an overlocker, do you finish the seam allowances?
Again, I'd be inclined not to, because I'd want that instant thing. But, you know, if you're used to doing that and it does look nicer.
Just with a zigzag or something?
Yeah, absolutely, just to be sure that you've sealed it off. It shouldn't, especially if you've done the lightning sticks, it shouldn't unravel or anything because you've kind of gone backwards and forwards, so you've sort of sealed the ends off. But yeah, it is nice to finish them off if you've got the time. And again, that's where the overlocker comes into its own, isn't it? Because it sort of sews and finishes the seam edge. Oopsie, that's my needle. Can I have another needle?
There are some more needles underneath if it's broken.
In here.
If they're not in there, we put a pack in.
Maybe there's some under here.
Yeah, the machine has the needles in. So the pattern, Sussex Seamstress, the Coolham pattern, there's £15.50 and it's available in sizes 8 to 30. So it doesn't matter what size you are, you can get one. If you have a look on the website, there's the image there. That will tell you what all the different sizes are so that you can see. But as Jane said in the previous hour, measure yourself and then work out what size you are. Don't decide what size you are because it doesn't matter, but it's really important to cut the pattern and make it to the size that you are. So measure yourself based on that chart. The pattern is fantastic. It's really, really lovely, thick pattern paper. Can I open it? I'm going to open it. Brand new pattern to us. Brand new pattern to us, never ever been seen on Sewing Street before. So there's the pattern with all the instructions. The information is on here about the YouTube tutorial. There is a QR code in here where you can scan, or you can just go to Jane's website and she will explain how to do it, but there is a scan code. So the basic instructions are all in here, exactly how to do it. If you want to see Jane doing it, the whole demonstration, you can watch it on there. Are you done?
Shall I put one in with an overlocker?
Yeah, do it. I'll move out the way because I am in the overlocker position.
You're in the overlocker
we swap?
zone. We'll swap. I'll just pop this one in. I nearly got to the end of it as well. Never mind.
You what?
I've nearly got to the end of putting that sleeve in as well.
Never mind, we wanted to see the overlocker anyway.
Is this on? Yes, there we go. Right.
I like to say we. Jane is using, there's no we about this. Jane is using the air threading overlocker.
Which is, I'm privileged, frankly.
Privileged.
I don't have anything this glamorous at home. It's lovely.
Do you not?
No. I've just got very, very basic.
It is. Oh yeah, one of the spools is.
Is it caught?
Oh,
There we go. There we go.
that might have been me. Oh, Hannah's coming. Hannah's coming round to sort the spoolage out.
Oh, bless her.
So probably so is it sewing, seaming and finishing all at the same time?
Yeah, the overlocker does a great job of sort of neatening the edge and making it look so sort of crisp and smooth. And then it stitches as well, so you get it all in one process. And because it's not having to go backwards and forwards like the other machine, it's much quicker
and
as
it
well.
chops off the extra.
It does, that's right. So as I said, it's got the centimetre seam allowance, so if your overlocking stitch isn't quite a centimetre, which it normally isn't quite, just trim off a couple of millimetres.
Do you have to be careful not to cut yourself?
They're pretty safe, actually. The blades are kind of hidden behind the foot, so
you don't
you're
have
okay.
to.
You do need to be careful that your fabric isn't folded underneath. You know how sometimes you pick your sewing up and you've got a bit of a gub underneath. If you do that,
then you've had it. Yeah, so do check while you're doing it. But look how quick that is, and you get a perfect finish.
There we are. So that's a sleeve in compared to the slightly more chuggy version on a sewing machine. Now I'm in completely the wrong place, you can't see that. But if I hold it up, you probably can. So there you go, nice and smooth. All done in one go. And that's how it looks on the other side.
Hannah made me laugh. She handed me the sewing machine. We have needles. We have needles now. Do you need to use the sewing machine again?
We can carry on like this for the minute.
Okay.
So now I'm just going to sew up my sleeve, underarm and the side seam. Again, I think you can see like that. This side's the bit with the pocket. You can see where it's stitched on there, and this is the sleeve. I'm just going to join them together and stitch them all the way around, making sure I line up my underarm seam and my side seam. And I'm going to whoosh it on the overlocker now, so you can see one side, see what it looks like. Then I will need to do the cuff part on the sewing machine. So again, I'm just holding them together and cutting the tiniest amount off to make up the centimetre seam allowance. Matching my underarm seam. And now I'm just coming round to the side seam. There we go, slightly more bulky where the pocket is, but it goes through beautifully.
That's so fast, isn't it?
It's really fast, and like I say, for sort of sewing satisfaction, stitching jersey on an overlocker is the #1 thing, I think.
Yeah.
There we go. So, can you see that? Whoops, slipping off the table. I've just
that's
stitched all
the
of
thing.
that.
It's the finish, isn't it? It's professional.
That's right. It's and fast. I mean, it's
Fast and professional.
fast and professional. That's what we like.
I've nearly done this. That's what they call Hannah. It's her nickname. Yeah.
Fast and professional.
We call her Overlocker for short.
So I'm going to
Fast and professional.
turn up my cuff in a minute. I might just do my other side seam. As it's so quick, I might as well, mightn't I?
Yeah, what's the time? Oh, we've got ages.
We've got ages, you see. So I'm going to just finish off this other shoulder seam.
I think I've replaced the needle. Well, yeah, you have to always test these things, don't you?
There we go. So just popping this other sleeve in with the overlocker now. Starting where I left off. There we go. And I will do the same on this one where I'll match my underarms. So I've got a sleeve there, matching my underarm seams.
I like it when you do sleeves. I like it when I'm doing knitting or crochet and I sew in seams that way, sleeves that way.
Oh, really?
So much easier than doing it round, isn't it? Because sometimes it's a bit tight as well round your arm.
Yeah, it can be, for
particularly
sure.
with knitting.
Yeah.
Then you know, because when you sew, you do the seams first. It's easier to put in a seam that way as well, isn't it? I know you don't always do that.
Again, it's instant, isn't it? I was admiring your top.
My crochet cardigan. First top,
lovely.
it's my tank top. It's on pre-order now.
It's really, really
I'm only
nice.
wearing it really to show off to Sam because she's waiting. I want her to see it. Prove that I actually finished it.
It looks great. I love
But
it.
now I'm going to try on the poncho next that she's got. That she's going to be sewing next.
Going to up the ante.
Yeah.
Poncho. Okay.
I know, it's really nice. I've seen the pictures.
So
Nice
that's just
message.
a card
Nice
with that.
message. Where's it gone? Oh, there it is. Fantastic demo by Jay using the overlocker. This has given me the confidence to use my new overlocker. Good morning, Hayley. Morning. From Deb in Oxfordshire. Well, do you know, I think that's the problem. We get a new sewing machine and we get a new overlocker and we don't take it out of the box. Get it out of the box.
Don't keep it in the box.
I know, get it out of the box and do it.
They are the most magical things.
Yeah. I was telling my husband the weekend that I needed a new machine. I don't know why I was justifying it, but I went for a walk. By the end of the walk, I had justified totally to myself why I had to have a new sewing machine. So that's that, isn't it?
Convincing yourself as much as him.
I've won myself over. Because he sort of said, "Who are you trying to convince?" I went, "Me." And I definitely need. He said, "Is there anything wrong with your sewing machine?" No.
There doesn't need to be.
I just need a new one. Because it does more.
Exactly. And it's, you know, it's...
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm so looking forward to wearing this out tonight.
Do I need to cut a bit off the bottom?
Yeah, if you
though?
could. Yes, I like it now.
It's starting to come together. I'm going to just... Oh, what shall I do first? I might put the collar on, actually, as I'm
How long have we
stood
got,
here.
Hannah? How long do we have?
Oh, it's 5 to 12.
We have 6 minutes.
So what would you prefer, a collar or a cuff?
Oh, well, let's do collar.
Let's do collar.
Let's collar.
Excuse me while I just
That's
grab
all right.
it.
Bit of swapping over.
This is my collar.
I know.
Oh, I'm all in charge, aren't I now?
It's like swapping and changing. We're going to have a little dance in a minute.
This is my 2 collar bits put together.
Okay.
Okay, and they're overlocked
It's
together.
like wider than the front, isn't it?
It is. It's quite a lot of fabric, and to be honest, you could do it half the width or half the depth, and it would be sort of the other way around, wouldn't it? It would look more like that,
Oh, okay.
which is also quite nice. It would still be edge to edge,
Yes.
but it's sort of a plainer front. But as an alternative,
Yeah,
I think
so
that
if you
looks
want,
quite
if
nice.
you want to just do it like that,
Quite
but start
sleek.
make your first one this way, so then you can have
absolutely.
a think about it.
Follow the pattern. Getting on with my hacks now, aren't I? You see, right? I've
Oh,
got.
I know, but that's the good bit, though, isn't it? But you are going to make this more than once, so it's important to think about these things.
Yes, yes. So I've got my little marker again on the back, centre back neck, so that I know where the back is, and then I'm going to put the seam in the middle of my collar to that, and I'm basically going to put them together and run all the way down one side and then all the way down the other side. Oh, actually, but I do have to bag out these end bits first. I nearly forgot that. So I'm going to put right sides together just on the ends and quickly zhuzh that.
So what sort of overlocker do you have then? Not a super fast one like this
I've
then?
just got a really basic one from a well-known supermarket.
Not an Elnet air threader.
No, I've never had an air threader. I do have several though. I must confess. The same as you know, sewing machines. I do have more than one, but you know, it's been a few years, so I'm
Different
allowed.
ones for different things.
Well, yes, frankly.
Yes.
Buttonhole one that does beautiful buttonholes, one that's really great. Well, I've got an industrial machine because obviously that's what I worked as for many years. So I do have that as well, but I've got the first domestic machine I was ever bought at 13, so you know that's a relic. And
Wow.
yeah, and one I bought more recently, but that's the first one I bought for a long time.
I've only got 2 machines actually. That's why I really feel it's time for a new
You do
one.
need more than one, don't you? Definitely more
Well,
than 2.
the problem is I can't get my machine serviced because I use it every day. So until I buy another machine, I can never have it serviced.
You see, you have to have spares. I mean, that was how it started out with the overlockers for me, that it was, oh dear, the blade is blunt and I haven't got time to do that because my deadline's, so I need to get another one and just deal with that later. Anyway,
there we go.
Back to sewing.
So you bag that out and then you place it a bit above the hem.
This is the hem allowance here.
Right.
So I would normally overlock that first, but I'm just going to fold it over on top of my collar so that when I stitch all the way down here, it will bag out.
Oh, okay.
And it will all look seamless, basically. I'll show you what I mean.
Seamless.
She says, try not to slip my fabric off the edge of the table. Okay. Right, so again, this is getting more chunky, so have to be careful putting it through. Try and catch all the bits that you need to catch. If I can push it a little bit as well, as it's quite bulky. There we go.
Just to get it through.
Yeah, it's just that initial bit because there's sort of 4 layers of it. And then I'm just joining together the front part of the front panel and the collar, the 2 edges of the collar that are just sandwiched together. Just going to zhuzh all the way down here. And again, I mean, how quick is this?
I know, it's amazing. So the overlocker that Jane is using that I'm quite mesmerised by, we are both, is the Elna Extend 864 Air Overlocker. 1,059. There are loads of you have sent messages to say, I saw it being demonstrated, absolutely love it, it's really easy to use. And to me that's, I mean, we know it's great quality, we know the finish, we can see what it does, but it's the fact that so many of you sent in reviews to say it's easy to use. That's really key, isn't it? Because it's one of the things that a lot of people think, oh, it's really difficult, but it isn't. It isn't. So you can pay one amount of $1,059 today, or if you want to split and spread the payments at no extra cost, interest-free, £211.80. It will be sent direct to you straight away from Elna, and then over the next 5 months you pay the other 4 instalments. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Good machine. My wife is getting used to it and figuring out its full potential. Was that a gift? Yes. Thank you for the review from the message from Leslie in West Midlands.
So here we go. This is just one side of the collar because I need to bag out the other side.
Oh, okay.
But basically, that's on. Can you see that
Yes,
hem?
that's so neat.
And then, like I said, I would have overlocked that to start with, but then you just carry on hemming it on the other side.
But that
And
makes it,
it's
by
all in
doing
one.
it back to front, and it really works. doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
You see what I mean?
And this again is where the tutorial is useful because you can see me doing it as you're trying to do it. So looking at the picture might not make as much sense as seeing somebody, you know, I'll be going.
But when you watch the tutorial, so
But
can we
there's
try it on
this-
now? Is it ready to go?
You can, you've got one arm and half a collar, but you can have a go.
Oh, I'm fine. I can do one arm and
Desperate
half.
to- You're going to roast now, aren't you?
Yes.
Look at you.
What do you think?
Sparkly.
Look at that. You've made that. I mean, I'm never going to got a half collar, but you've made that.
Absolutely. So all that needs to be done is
But look at that. Yeah, I mean, okay,
Back
the sleeves
that
are a
out.
bit long, okay, but that's fine. Look, it's so soft. You can see now from the... Have we got this fabric left, Anna? Just. But this is beautiful.
It is gorgeous.
Isn't it? It's so soft. Only 3 of these bundles. I'm just going to give you a little twirl.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's gorgeous. Thank you so much, Jane. It's been so lovely to have you.
Thank you very
I
much
hope you
for
will
having
come
me.
back.
I'll think about it.
You have to come back. It's been fab. Right, could you all message in, please, and ask Jane, please will she come back? No pressure, but we would love you to come back, and thank you so much for my pattern. I can't wait to make it.
Oh, you're more than welcome.
Really
Absolutely.
excited. I'll send you a picture when I've done it.
Fabulous.
So if you want this pattern for the Coolham cardigan, what I am wearing, there are loads of you with this in your basket, and we are very low on stock. So if you want to make this beautiful cardigan, isn't it gorgeous? I mean, I know, look, okay, I have this side's not sewn on, but look, it's quite quick, isn't it? It's quite quick. It's beautiful, isn't it? Look at its lovely sleeves as well. Another half an hour be done. Yeah. It's got pockets. Gorgeous. Yes, lots of messages saying, could you please come back?
Oh, no, surely not. You're lying
They are.
to me.
They are. You wait, you go on the Facebook afterwards and you'll see them all. The pattern is sizes 8 to 30, and the fabric bundles that we have that you will see on the website, I can't go through all of them or we will run out of time, they are all enough fabric in the bundle, which is 3 metres, to make from size 8 to 30. Lots of you within your baskets, please do check out, or you're going to miss out. That would be a shame, wouldn't it? So, we are coming back in a second, bit different to normal, because it's Yarn Lane, hooray! But you don't have to go anywhere. We've got quite confusing with moving channels or moving different websites and stuff. So we're staying on Sewing Street with Yarn Lane. So if you want to shop ahead, Sam has got her beautiful poncho, which I'm very excited about, because I want to try it on and see which colourway to buy. If you want to shop ahead, all you have to do is stay on Sewing Street. Even if you've got a Yarn Lane account, you can still use your account on Sewing Street. Click on Watch Live, scroll down. All the kits are there ready for you to pre-order, which loads of you have, and I'm not surprised. I'm looking forward to seeing which is the favourite colour. If you've never met Sam before, she is brilliant. She is the expert at crochet. If you've got any questions for her, she will show you. And all of her kits are great. They're perfect for beginners. If you love a granny square, you will love this poncho. I will see you back here in just a few minutes' time.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there! Welcome to Yarn Lane, who is loving the poncho. I have been looking, if you've been following Sam on social media this week, you will see she's posted them all. So I've been allowed to wear one. Morning, Sam.
Morning.
And we're actually allowed to stand next to each other. How weird is that?
It's
love
very
that
strange.
one. That was my favourite one.
Thank you.
Really nice.
Well, this is not actually even mine, I must confess.
Is it not? Whose
Claire
is that?
made this one.
Oh.
So that's why I thought I'd make the most of it and wear it today while I could.
It's beautiful,
so
isn't it?
It'll be going back to her.
And I love the blue one.
Yeah, blue one's lovely.
Now, if you've not met Sam before, or watched Yarn Lane, this is Yarn Lane and this is Sam, who is fantastic crocheter.
Thank you.
We have changed the way that we're selling it in that all of the items are for sale on the Sewing Street channel because we had a lot of people said, I've got an account with Sewing Street, can I shop on Yarn Lane, and vice versa. So to make it simpler, you can stay on Sewing Street to purchase, but obviously this is actually Yarn Lane. We are all about yarn and Sam is all about the crochet.
I am all about the crochet.
It's so lovely. Now this pattern has various necklines, doesn't it?
Yes, so whichever kit you buy, you get the one pattern.
Right.
And in that pattern you get the instructions for whichever neckline you would like.
So there's the polar neck,
there
which
is,
you and I have.
yeah. You've got the V-neck, which is this
the
one
brown
here.
one.
Yeah.
So that's, you know, like a straight
Both sides
V-neck
of
on the back
V.
and front.
Yeah. And then you've got the hooded one, which is much more kind of
You see
festival
that one?
wear.
Look at this. So you could do the colour that I'm wearing, but with the hood. So you can choose on the neckline and you choose on the colour. So the festival one is very super bright, and that has the hood.
Yeah. So you can do you can design your own to a certain extent. You can do any neckline you like with any of the colourways.
How fab! Now this is the most popular on pre-order.
Is it? I'm
Yes.
so pleased because I love it.
Is that your
That's
favourite
mine.
one? Oh, is that yours? It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
I love the pink, and it's got tassels and everything.
I put tassels on that one. Yeah.
So let's go through them. Should we start? The one that Sam is wearing is Jolly Holiday.
So it's
are you
the
Jolly
practically
Holiday?
perfect poncho from a musical we all know and love.
Oh yes.
And so I've named them all after songs on that musical. So I thought
okay.
it's perfect in every way, or practically perfect in every way, this poncho. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. So this is Jolly Holiday. So in the kit, obviously you get the instructions. Now, as you know, I crochet lots of Sam's items. Who loves my tank top that I made for Sam? And the instructions weren't really. I have got
rather
two
layered up today.
I know, I'm
haven't
going to
you?
be
Must
super
hot.
hot in a minute. Very easy instructions to follow, really simple, lovely. So you've got all the instructions. They always come packed in a lovely cotton drawstring bag, which I use while I'm crocheting, and then I keep the extra balls in. I have quite a few of these now. So in this kit, you get beautiful. Now this is King Cole yarn. This is really nice. It's acrylic yarn, but it's really premium acrylic, and it's really nice to crochet with. I've been my top. I shouldn't call it sleeveless jumper is crocheted in this, and I've been wearing it for a few weeks now, and it doesn't go bobbly, I can assure you. So you've got 300 grams of oatmeal, probably. Oh, caramel.
Yeah, I kept calling it oatmeal when I was
I thought
designing it. Yeah, but
caramel, which is
caramel
your
what it's called,
background.
Yeah.
And then you get, oh, I like this purple, heather. That's quite nice, isn't it? It's like
really lovely. It's got flecks of other colours in it.
Flecks.
Yeah.
Then you have 100 grams of amber, 100 grams of wine, cinder toffee. Interesting. I'd never knew cinder toffee was pink.
Do you know, I've never worked with that colour before, and I was thrilled when I got it, and it's now featuring in two of the ponchos, this one and the brown one.
It's nice because it's not
Beautiful.
super pink. It's more dusty
it's got
pink,
a really
isn't
nice
it?
sort of salmon-y
And I
pink to
like
it.
Tempest.
Yeah, it's lovely. It's
That's
sort of
lovely.
petrol-y. Yeah.
So those are all the colours in this one. This is the wear. A quarter of the stock for this poncho has gone, like that. So if you've got it in your basket or you want it, you need to get it in your basket, and you need to check out. A quarter of that has already gone. And everything is in there. It's all in the bag, and it's all lovely, and it's great to keep it in while you're crocheting. And that's the one that Sam is currently modelling. So, because you've got to choose. Remember, doesn't matter which, if you think I want the hooded one, but I like that, that's fine. All the instructions come for all the different necklines and enough yarn to do all the sizes. They are machine washable, yes. Oh, we've got a message from Michelle. Could a beginner do this, please? Mimi. They're gorgeous. They are.
Thank you. Yes, this is really beginner friendly because obviously you've got the granny squares. So you start with the neck here with these granny squares, and then you've got the granny stripe shaping it here. So it's the reason I designed it is I want it to be really accessible. So it's very beginner friendly, but also a fun make for someone who's a more experienced crocheter because it's quick.
Yes,
if
so it would just
if
be a nice thing to do,
you
won't
can whip it up. It's really quick to make.
It's lovely. Well, you know, I mean, I think it's kind of all season as well, isn't it?
It is,
because
isn't it?
in the
Yeah.
spring, when it's warmer, you just put it on in an evening.
You don't need a coat. I was driving up here today, and it was really nice not having to put a coat on in the car. I just have a poncho.
Yeah,
and I
that's good,
thought,
isn't it? Yeah, because I
actually,
quite often
arms
wear
are
a cardigan
free.
for that
Yeah,
reason, but actually a poncho.
Yeah, no, it's
Perfect.
for that.
And it is size. There's enough yarn in it. I forgot to mention size because that's sort of important. Sizes 8 to 26.
Yes.
8 to 26. That's a massive size range. So there's enough yarn to make all of those sizes. So that's that colour. Now the one that I'm wearing, I think, is Feed the Birds. Feed the birds. I won't sing it, I'm rubbish at singing. So in Feed the Birds, basically you get all the yarn to complete it. So the base colour, the main colour, which is the colour of my neckline, is Admirable. Admirable, it's not, it's Admiral. Admiral. 3 balls of Admiral, and then you get Vintage Rose, Menthol, I love the colours, Sand, Cornflower, and Natural, and that makes the one that I'm wearing. And if you want to make it with the V-neck, or you'd prefer to make it with the hood, then you can do that, because that's all in the pattern. There's enough yarn to crochet sizes 8 to 26, and you can choose which neckline you have, which is fab. So that's that one. Next one, let's do the festival one, which is called A Spoonful of Sugar.
Yeah.
This is the fave. So the base colour for this, the main colour, is this lovely silver, which is a really, we've got, of course it's a pile of wool, it's Yarn Lane. Oh, director says it looks like a pile of wool. Yeah, that's because it's Yarn Lane. I love this. It's a really nice night.
Lovely, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Nice
It's got a
silvery
really
grey.
sort of summery spring.
Well, it's a
look
pretty
to
grey.
It is a really
pretty
grey.
grey.
It sets off the other colours so nicely.
Then we have Candy. That is super festival.
Yes, I love that colour. I just, again, it's not one I've worked with, and when it arrived, I was
Like, oh my God.
I definitely need to include that.
Then we've got Gold, Surf, Sea Green, and Lilac. So that's super pretty, isn't it? Make it for yourself, make it for someone you know. Brilliant present for someone. I love that. Sam is looking fantastic and makes the poncho look amazing. Also ordered the blue one, as Rebecca's colours are amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
That's so lovely.
I know, it does look fantastic, doesn't it? I'm going to have to do what I did last time when we come off air, is try all of them on.
Yes.
So I know which ones suits me. Because I thought it was the other one. I chose a completely different one that I'd started off with. So that is the festival one. Well, no, it's not called festival, but it looks like that. It's called A Spoonful of Sugar. Any questions, if you get confused because I've talked too fast, let me know. We are now hidden by yarn. Yarn, please, Hannah. Not wool. Oh, dear. It's a fantastic value, isn't it? Have you seen all this? So this is, this one is called Step in Time. So this is the one that's on the the lady standing next to Sam.
Yeah, our friend, the mannequin.
Yeah, Sam's friend. So this is done in a V-neck, just to show you what it looks like, but obviously do remember that you can do that one with the polo neck or the hooded top. Let me bring her close to me so you can see her better. There we go, there she is. So the base colour is in Ferret.
Ferret. It's the most bizarre name.
Why did they call it otter or something?
Yes.
Ferret. So the base colour is Ferret, and you've got a V at the front and the back. And I've noticed some of these are longer than others.
Yes, so you can go as long as you like. So for the ones that aren't as long, it's not because we've run out of yarn. It's because the people making them have decided the length they would like.
Right, because this one is much longer, isn't it?
And there was still yarn left when Terry Ann made that one. So when Terry Ann made it, there's still yarn left. So it's, you've got loads of scope.
It just depends how. Is it like how far your arms you want to be?
How far down your arms you want it to go, and again where it's going to stop with the V. So do you want it to stop at just sort of, mine stops on my tummy, which is quite nice, but you might want it even longer. So you've got loads of yarn in the kit.
They're very slimming these as well, aren't they? Because they're sort of
pointing, aren't they?
Pointing downwards.
The shape of them.
And they're covering the dinner.
Exactly. And you've got the three, you know, it goes from size 8 to 26, and within that I've done 3 size bands. So you can choose, this is the smallest one, and this Claire made it, and she's got narrower shoulders than me, so I was quite pleased I could wear it, but it is slim on me. And the one you're wearing I made, and that's the medium size.
Okay.
And that, I think I've done that from about, trying to remember how I did it, size 14 to 18 I've suggested. But so you can play about if you want it big and loose on you, go for a bigger size. So
this one has run into the lead.
Has it?
Yeah, am I winning?
Oh, I do like that one. I like the pink in that.
Less than 20 available. Do you know, I think I won last time.
Come on, this one. I can't remember its name.
Because I had on, I think it was Rachel, it was the brown and pink
That's the
one
tank top.
of the tank top. And I think I might have won in the
that one
end.
definitely sold best
I'm winning.
that time. Oh, I can't remember what my one is called. But
what yours is called?
Your Jolly Holiday? Possibly.
Yes, Jolly Holiday,
Yeah.
So this one has got shades of quite lovely vintage, I'd say, green and pinks and creams.
Yeah.
I mean, they have got names
Sand,
like
yeah.
sand and parsley and blossom. Sand, parsley, blossom, cinder toffee and oyster. So really lovely, gentle shades. So that's the more browny, pinky one. Vintage, I'd say. So that's all of them. Now you've got to choose. Remember that you have any of the necklines with all of them and all of the sizes, and you can make it any length you want as well. Really start by choosing the colourway that you like, and then once you get it home and you've watched Sam's demo, then you can have a start thinking about how you're going to finish the neckline and how long you're going to make it.
Yes, exactly. So, and obviously, as I always say, try it on as you go along, so that you can try it on. I mean, because you start with this neck part with your granny squares, so you don't even need to commit to the neck until you've made the main majority of the body of the poncho.
Oh, okay. Oh, you start from the bottom up then?
You start from this part, so you start with your granny squares and then go over your shoulder. Then you make this part, the granny stripes.
Right.
And then you add the neck.
Oh,
so whichever
at that
neck
point.
it is, you can. So in fact, some of you might have seen that on social media. I shared photos of myself wearing the blue one when it was a V-neck.
Yes, I did see that. That's confusing.
So then I've gone back and added it, and I've grown it into I've called it a cowl in the pattern, but it's a roll neck, really.
Yeah, so
isn't
you
it?
could do it with a V-neck and then go.
Actually, I'm going to turn it into a cowl neck.
And it is nice because I think, unlike knitting, you can try it on. Because when I was making my tank top, I did keep trying it on and thinking, because I wanted
what
mine
length do I want it to be?
Yeah, mine was a lot longer than you said.
Yeah,
I
I've done it as cropped one on
I
the
wanted
pattern,
mine to
hadn't
cover
I?
lots of bits, so I kept trying it on and thinking 3 more rows, 3 more rows.
I always think, you know, as you would if you're making a fabric dress or top or whatever, you would try that on, or you'd put it on.
And you can if you're crocheting.
You can if you're crocheting. So don't be
I
afraid
tried
to do
to try
that.
my Fair Owl tank top once that I'd knitted.
Oh,
lost
was
most
it
of
on
my
circular
stitches.
needles?
Yeah, lost a lot of stitches.
Yeah, I can
Silly
imagine.
idea. But with crochet you can.
Yeah, crochet you can.
So we need a 4 mil
4
hook.
mil hooks. It's double knit yarn, and so whatever you would normally use for a 4mm hook.
The 4 mil hooks are on the website. Should you need them, just scroll down and you'll be able to find them.
Yeah. So if you find that your tension is quite tight and you often end up having to go up half a hook size, then obviously do that. So it would be whatever you normally use for that yarn.
Right.
But I mean, tension isn't too important with this one because you're not looking for it to be especially fitted or anything.
Yeah.
You just throw it on if you're. I was imagining it to be in place of a jacket. So spring, summer, winter in the house, but spring in the garden.
Oh yeah, I think it's a working at home top, isn't it? Because you can still. Well, that's the problem sometimes. I put on a big thick jumper when it gets cold in the afternoon. And I haven't got any arms.
Yeah, no, that's great. It'd be great for working at home. So practically perfect.
But it is practically perfect. Absolutely, and I love it.
Okay.
Oh, another message.
Oh.
Hiya, beautiful poncho, Sam. You look lovely, and you, Rebecca from Jane, and you, Rebecca, and you. Sorry, and you,Rebecca from Jane in Westminster. Thank you.
Jane.
It is a beautiful poncho, isn't it? It's gorgeous.
Lovely.
I love it.
Yeah.
So where do we start?
Right, so
then?
we start with the granny squares. So I've brought some along, but I will also recap a granny square if that's okay.
Yeah,
Thought
no,
it'd be quite a
absolutely,
fun
because
thing
we
to
have
do.
said, you know, we get new viewers on Yarn Lane all the time. We can't assume everyone can.
No, exactly.
Everyone can crochet yet.
It's also, I do a crochet club at our local garden centre on a Friday, and the other week a lady there, hello Sylvia, my friend Sylvia, she had was doing some crochet, and I was sitting doing this, I was working on granny squares, and she said, will you show me how to do a granny square again, because it's been years since I've done one, although she's been crocheting for a long time.
Oh, okay.
So sometimes you just need that reminder of a pattern, even though it's an old favourite. So
Yes, absolutely.
but as I said, this is suitable for beginners. So if maybe you crocheted 20 years ago, or your gran taught you, and you're thinking, oh, perhaps I'll pick it up again. This is a really good starting point. So to start with your granny square, you put your slip knot on your hook. So if you know how to make a slip knot, just do it your way. And if not, make sure my hand's in the right place. You're going to put the tail in the palm of your hand, loop the other end over the top, put your hook through from the front and grab onto a piece of yarn, and then pull that through to the front and just pull everything so it tightens up. But do it your way if you've got your own way, and then just pull the yarn to tighten it all up a bit again, not too tight. The secret with crochet is you don't want everything too tight on your hook. So that loop that's on your hook needs to be able to move up and down the hook. So if you're a knitter, often when you come to start crocheting, you have a tendency to pull things tight because you're used to knitting stitches needing to be tight.
Right.
So you start a granny square by doing a chain of 4, and then you slip stitch in that first chain. So to do a slip stitch, you put your hook through and then you grab onto your yarn and you pull it through that loop and the loop on your hook, and you've made a tiny little circle. Then you do a chain of 3, and that pretends to be your first treble, and then you're going to make stitches into this ring here, so into this hole that you've made in the middle of your circle. So just try and keep an eye on where that hole is, because you're going to make a lot of stitches in there. So then you do yarn over, go into there, pull the yarn back through, which gives you 3 loops on your hook, and then yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. So at the moment I've got my 1 treble and then my 1 3 chain that I made that's pretending to be a treble. Then you do another treble, and you've made your first little group of 3. So on your granny square you get your little clusters. So whoops, sorry, coming down. So anything that's called a granny something tends to work with these little groups of 3 stitches.
Oh, is that what it is? I often wondered why.
Yeah, so you've
it's
got the granny stripe,
granny
yeah. Square. I mean, then you also get lots of variations on granny squares. I've obviously done loads of different ones in the past that are not these groups of 3, but when you see something called a granny stripe,
it's usually a cluster of 3
trebles.
Right.
Then I'm going to do a 3 chain in the air, and then going back into that little hole there I made, that circle, make another 3 trebles. So you're working in groups of 3 trebles. So you start your poncho by making granny squares, so it's a really nice straightforward way to start it.
Well, it's good to get you back into it as well, isn't it? A nice bit of practice.
Yeah. So then you do a chain 3 and another set of 3 trebles. And you'll see, as you make your groups of 3, it's like you're making the edges of the square. So I've got 3 edges so far. So I've got my group of 3 and a 3 chain, a group of 3 and a 3 chain. I've just done another group of 3. So another 3 chain in the air, then 3 trebles, whoops, and then another 3 chain, and that's my final corner. So these chain 3s make corner spaces, and then you slip stitch in the 3rd of these 3 chains here. So the 3rd up, so the top one, 1, 2, 3, push your hook through there, and for a slip stitch you're grabbing the yarn and you're coming back through both those loops on your hooks. It's a securing stitch, like so. So if I just put that down, so I always say when I'm teaching this face to face, you're looking for something squarish at this point. So you've got your, if you pull your corners there, it'll look even more square. And this is the centre of your granny square. So then you can snip that off. If I can just find my scissors. So I pull my loop on my hook up, and I know then I've got this much yarn to weave in at the end. Snip it here.
Oh yeah, we've got those scissors. They're lovely, aren't they?
Yeah. Oh, you've got the same scissors there. They're lovely, really fun.
This one's in the lead now, Sam.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Keeps changing round.
Goodness.
Who
There
knew?
we go.
Single
I do really
figures.
love that one. I love that one.
Do you?
Yeah. I love them all.
Single figures.
I
Do you want
made
this
2
one?
of them myself, so I get to wear 2 of them. But
Right.
I've got to give that one back to Terry Ann.
Oh, I don't
So-
know now.
She might
well,
have a
actually, I'm going to
battle on
try them
her
all on at the
hands.
end because I really don't know. I think I like the one that you're wearing. I
I need
think.
to get you to model them on air.
Yes, no, it's fine. I'll just try them all at the end.
She
Last
will.
time I didn't
She
even
will.
see, and you said wear that one, and I didn't even know what it
Yeah.
looked like, and then I just made it, and it was right.
It was
so-
brilliant, wasn't it?
Yeah, these are great scissors.
They're really good.
Because they're really sharp.
They are very sharp and they're just such fun. I love them.
And they've got a ball of yarn on, which is fab. But they just, and they've got like the little ends to knitting needles.
Yeah. Do you know what? I've never noticed.
Have you not?
That.
Oh, they're so cute. So they say 3mm on them.
Yeah.
Like the ends to.
They do. They're really sweet.
To knitting needles.
Yeah. Well, I never noticed that.
Let me show you, because they are so sweet. They were bought specially for Yarn Lane.
I think it was a birthday show, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was, or the half birthday maybe.
Yeah, one of the birthdays.
So you've got a ball of yarn, but the ends, see these bits here, they're like the tops of knitting needles. They say 3mm. Actually perfect for crochet.
Really, really good.
Those are 3mm in crochet.
Yeah.
Anyway, there we go. And they're really sharp as well.
Yeah, they are really sharp. Okay, so I'll just show you the next round just to get you going, because with granny squares, once you've done your second round, you've really got the idea of how to then continue it.
Yes.
So if I show you the second round, I'm going to work with the pink, which I love.
Nicely.
So
it stands out nicely though.
It really does, doesn't it? So everyone that's seen me working on that, I call it the festival poncho, but the bright poncho.
Yeah,
said,
the
I
spoonful
love
of
that
sugar.
Pink. It's just amazing.
Spoonful of sugar.
Spoonful of sugar.
Why did you name it after this musical then?
I think because when I was thinking about designing it, I just wanted it to be the perfect item of clothing.
Yes,
so the perfect poncho, the ultimate, and then the practically perfect came into mind, and then that's obviously a song,
that's fair enough.
or a reference to Mary Poppins. Okay, so then when you come to do your second round, you're going to join the yarn in any of the corners of your granny square. So you've got your 4 corners here. So pop your hook through one of those corners, put a loop of your new colour on the hook and pull that through to the front. So you want a loop coming through, and then just make 1 chain with the other end to secure it. And then you're going to start again with your trebles. So you do a first one is a chain 3, so that's a pretend treble. And then 2 more trebles into that space that you joined it in, that corner space. So 1, 2. Then you do a chain 2, and then another 3 trebles back in this same space. So when you do a corner, you always have your 3 trebles. Obviously that first one was that pretend treble, a chain 2, and another 3 trebles back in there. So you always have your corner with those 2 groups of 3, like so. And then you're going to do a chain 1, and that's just enough to take you across this little group of 3 here. So it just takes us across the side, and then we're going to start working in this next corner here. So where I'm right-handed, I'm working anti-clockwise. Left-handed will be working clockwise. So I'm going to put 3 trebles straight in to that gap there that's made by the previous chain. Whoops. And then chain 2, and then 3 trebles back in there. So that you get slight variations with these traditional granny square patterns. Some people put chain 3 in the corner, some will put chain 2.
I know,
some
every pattern seems to be different, and I'm never really sure.
Yeah, so it makes a very minimal difference, but I like to have the chain 1 gap across the side, because I find that it makes it lay better.
Right.
So, but that's, you know, if you're following another pattern, it doesn't do that. It doesn't make it wrong. It's just that everybody does it
and
slightly
they have different numbers in the
in the corners,
different,
and exactly. And it would just make a minimal difference, really minimal, that probably only the designer notices. So you probably wouldn't know, you know, if you're making it and you do it your way.
Yeah,
and
I always follow the pattern though, and it's, I was
it won't
working
make a difference.
I think I was working on 2 different granny square patterns at the same time and I kept getting really confused.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. So if you think, well, I do granny squares a different way, that of course is fine. You'll get the same outcome. It's a very minor difference. Okay, so what you do is you work all the way around. So in every corner space, you're putting 3 trebles, and I said chain 2 here, and then 3 trebles, and then a chain 1 to move across. I've done my 3 trebles there, chain 2, another 3 trebles, and then you chain 1, across that last side there, and then as in the last round you're going to do a slip stitch in the third of that 3 chain. So 1, 2, 3, push your hook through the centre of that third chain, so it's the top one, grab the yarn and put it back through there and straight through the loop on your hook.
Okay.
And so that's that second round done. And then you snip it off, and then you're ready to start the next round.
And you can do the next
which
round.
you start again in the corner.
So how many have you got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10?
Yes, yeah, 10 granny squares. And so the way it works size-wise is it's a different number of rounds for each of the sizes.
Oh, okay.
So read the pattern, it will tell you on the first page, it tells you how many rounds to make
Yes,
according
so
to your
this one's got an extra round.
Yes, yeah. So
Right.
some of them are, it depends what size the person who made it. So
Yes. Because
Yeah.
yours has got...
This is Claire's and it's got 4 rounds, I think. Yeah.
And this has got 5.
Yeah.
And that's got 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, so that's how
I've
altered the size.
Right,
And
okay.
in the pattern, I've also given you the bust measurements roughly, so that you
Okay.
get an idea of what the chest measurement will be. So you go ahead and you make your granny squares, and you can block them if you'd like to. You've got the blocking board there.
Yeah, so if you want to block them, we do have the blocking board. I love this. Now I know there's always a big conversation about to block or not to block. That is the question. I am a blocker. I'm a super blocker, and if you need to block granny squares, this is the best thing for the job ever. Just is.
I love it. Yeah,
It's
brilliant.
just easy, isn't
Yeah.
it?
So weave in your ends, and then you dampen your granny square, and then you get these little wooden struts.
Yeah, they've all
don't
got
you,
little
that
wooden,
you-
the little
yeah.
wooden thing posts. But little wooden posts you can see inside, and then you can pin out to the size of your square, and it makes it a lot easier. And I think it looks better.
It does make it, and especially for this one, because you're only doing 10.
Yeah, and this
you
is sitting here, isn't it?
Exactly, so the whole shape of it, it will improve.
And I know it's acrylic and all of that, but it just gives it a slightly better finish.
Yes, it does. And then when you come to work the rest of it, I think you've got that
Yeah.
really nice starting point.
You just get better edges, if nothing else.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So any wonky bits, I mean, these ones I've got here, they haven't been blocked yet.
Yes, I mean, some people
So
say
you
with
can
acrylic
see-
you can't stretch it in and out of size, but you can flatten. You get a
can-
nicer edge.
Yeah,
don't
you can make them more consistent at the edges. So with these ones I've got here, when I come to block them, it would just make the corners meet really nicely. So what I've done is I've made 3, and you'll join them together. So you can either sew or crochet them together. It's completely up to you which you prefer to do. So I like to double crochet mine together. So I'll just do a very brief demo of that.
Yeah, no, that's really
if
worth it, because that's something a
okay.
lot of people ask, is how do you do that? Because there are various ways
There
as well.
are, and it can be a bit daunting if you haven't done it before. So I just thought I'd just quickly show you that. So you put this is crocheting. If you want to sew them, that's absolutely fine. I would just, if you choose to sew, I would just use a piece of the main colour yarn on a yarn needle and sew in and out through the stitches.
Okay.
Again, the same thing though, right side facing. So you put your granny squares right side facing, and then you're going to put your hook through the corner space of both of them. So you're going through one and then the other. And then you put loop of your main colour on your hook, because you're using your main colour to join it, pull that through and just make 1 chain to secure it. It's the same way I showed you to join a new colour when you're doing this actual granny square, but going through both the squares, that's the important thing. And then you're going back in there and you're going to make a double crochet. So put your hook straight through, pull the yarn back through, which gives you 2 loops on your hook, and then yarn over through them both. And then you're just going to work along, and the rule is you're making 1 double crochet through the stitch and 1 double crochet in the chain 1 space. So you're going through the top of the stitch where you've got a treble, and then the top of the corresponding stitch on the one below. Pull the yarn back through, gives you 2 loops on your hook, yarn over through them both. So you do that 3 times because you've got 3 trebles, always making sure you go through both, the front and the back square, and then you make 1 in the chain 1 space as well, so just in that hole that's made by that space. And that's what you do all the way along.
Fantastic.
So
I
really
need to just go over
straightforward.
this one because this is very low in stock. The, what's this one called? Step in Time. Step in Time, the one that's the V-neck one, is very, very close to selling out. So just wanted to warn you, if you want to get this when you need it, it's going to have to go on the trolley. It's going to have to go on the trolley because there is more of you who've got this in their basket than we've actually got in stock. So if it's in your basket, quickly check out. If you want it and it's not in your basket, quickly get it in your basket and check out, because we only have 4 left and there are more of you who have it in baskets. The one that Sam is wearing, which is called Next in Line.
Jolly Holiday.
Jolly Holiday, that's next in line.
Oh, they are both lovely. They're not mine. You need to.
Yeah, so when
I have to give these ones back when I get home.
when everyone's checked out the one that Sam is wearing, there are only 6 left. So if you want that one, you need to hurry up. What's next? Am I next? I am next. I'm 3rd now, though. I was winning. It's like a race, isn't it? It is a race. Life is a competition. There are only 11 of mine remaining. $39.99. Fantastic. And don't forget, you can have the hood or the V-neck or the cow neck. I love these. I love these. I want one. I still think I want the one that Sam wants. And then the final one, and the one that's okay. And so we have a little bit more of that one. So they are quite neck and neck. However, the Step in Time is about to sell out. Step in Time, and I just can't remember what they're called. Step in Time.
They're fun names, but
right, I'm going to move Step in Time. There is one called Feed the Birds, yes. Okay, Sam, sorry.
That's
you can
okay.
carry on now.
No, that's fine. So I just then wanted to show you how once you've put your 10 granny squares together, you're then going to work in granny stripes. So the 10 granny squares around your neck give you the shaping of it. And then once you've done that, you then work down the body and you're growing that body into the length that you want. So as I said before, you can go as long as you like and you can keep trying it back on and deciding if you want to go longer. And you've got plenty of yarn to go longer than any of these ones here in actual fact. But if you want to go...
You could go full length, couldn't
well,
you?
you really, yeah, but you could definitely go longer. I mean,
I guess you can't go longer than your arms.
it will partly depend on your arm length.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that there...
Yeah.
Can't. Well, I suppose it could go to the end of your fingers.
It could, yeah. And
it?
actually, what I would like to do with one of them is if you go a bit longer, you could put a button.
Oh.
If you've got a button, you don't need to put buttonholes in or anything. But if you put a button under the arm, say it was as long as Rebecca's one.
Yeah. And then what? Join them.
And then you can just sort of, if you need it joined at any point, you could button it up.
Yeah, because you wouldn't need a hole, would you?
No,
or a toggle.
You just a toggle button would be brilliant.
A toggle.
Yeah.
And then you could go much longer, couldn't you?
Yeah, and then you've got, and then if you don't want it flapping,
such a
you've
good
got,
idea.
Yeah, so I would love to do that.
Because I love I was wearing my cardigan yesterday.
Oh, really?
With all the toggles.
Oh, yeah, the toggle buttons.
I love it so much, that cardigan. Wear it all the time.
They're great, aren't they?
I know.
And they're so on trend.
They are so on
everywhere
trend.
in the shops.
I know, everywhere.
Yeah, that's brilliant. We're on trend, we need to make the most of it.
Was yesterday I saw a beautiful crochet jumper. I'm going to show you a picture of it. And it was £250. I think it was in Toast, I think.
Wow, yeah. Yeah, all the really fashionable shops have got crochet things in at the moment.
£50.
Yeah.
I thought I must show some picture of that.
Sounds great.
Next pattern.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, get my research in. Okay, so when you come to add your granny stripe, I've suggested joining it in one of the chain 2 spaces. So you've got all your little chain 1s along here, and then you'll have where you've joined your 2 squares together, you'll have 2 chain 2 spaces consecutively. So if you join the yarn in one of those, and I'll show you why I'm starting there. The same way of joining, pull through a loop and then make 1 chain. I'm just going to pull that tail, where's it gone, to tighten it. And then you do a chain 3, which acts as 1 treble in that spot that we just joined in, and then 2 trebles in the following chain 2. So basically across these 2 consecutive chain 2 spaces, you want 3 trebles. So you've got 3 working across there. Then you chain 1, and then you're going to make 3 trebles in this gap here made by this chain 1 space. And I would suggest joining on the back of the poncho, but there's no obvious seam with this really, because you can join in any of the spaces. But if you join on the back, if there is a slight seam when you come to weave the ends in, then that will be hidden on the back of the poncho. So
I quite like that nice line that you get down the centre as well.
Me
don't
too.
you?
It's really effective.
It's really
isn't
lovely,
it?
isn't it?
Yeah.
Did you join all your ends in the same place?
I did. I aimed for roughly the same place on the back.
Okay.
So you join it once you've done one row like this. You then join it in any of the chain one spaces, because once you've done this, then you've set up the pattern.
And did you start and finish in the same place?
So I did start and finish in roughly the same place. Yeah, because I just felt then when I did weave my ends in, if I wasn't especially neat.
Yeah, when I did do that on my
then it would be
my
hidden
sleeveless
away.
jumper, I did do the same thing. Like you said, in the same place.
Yes, exactly. Same as I did for the sleeveless jumper. Exactly the same. So you can see how as you work along, you're putting your 3 trebles in every gap, and you get that granny stripe. And then you can change colour as frequently or infrequently as you like. So I have changed every row. And when I did my 2, which is the grey and the blue one, I chose my colours randomly. I thought I'm not going to go in a set order. So one that Rebecca's wearing, you've got sort of green and then sand and then blue, and then you've got pink and then sand. And so I've really muddled it up.
Oh yeah,
but
you have, yeah.
Every
That's not
now
in the same
and then
order.
I've put a row of the blue just to keep that consistency.
Okay.
Now, however,
But
for the
you've
one
got
I'm
2
wearing,
on
it's
that
very,
one.
yes, and this is the one that Claire made, and it's very evenly placed.
Like
so she's
that.
done the same order for her rows. So that's it's kind of how you are, how you prefer it to be, and I'm a bit haphazard sometimes, so I was like, I'm just going to go random. That one's in order, isn't it, the tank top? But so this one...
Yeah, no, I did mine in a very set order as well.
So if you like that, then absolutely do that. That's brilliant.
But what's good is you can unpick it as well, because
Yeah.
I got to about 2 lots and I thought, oh, it doesn't look right.
Yes.
So you can unpick.
Yeah, it's so easy to take it out if you're not sure. And then you can put more than one row of the same colour in as well. So Claire's put 2 rows of, I want to call it oatmeal, but it's called caramel, in between her colours. So I've also included in the instructions how to do that if you decide to do that, because you'll be, instead of fastening off and rejoining the new colour, you'll be continuing in the same colour.
Yes, now there are more people who want yours than we've got.
Oh really?
Yes. So if it's in your basket, you need
That's
to check
great.
out, or you won't be having Sam's, but could you leave one for me?
You need one of each left just in
Yeah,
case,
if
don't
could
you,
just
for when
leave
you
one
come
for
to
each,
try them
that
on.
would be great, yeah, because I haven't tried them on yet.
So you continue on with your granny stripe.
So we've got a
just
couple
following
more
that
minutes
pattern.
on ponchos.
Okay. I mean, that's really all I wanted to show you anyway. So you
Okay.
just continue on with that granny stripe. You work all the way around it. So you're working in rounds when you do the granny stripe. And then when you come to the end of a round, because you'll have worked all the way around it, you'll slip stitch in your chain 3, in the third of your chain 3, like I showed you with the granny squares, and you'll fasten off. And then this is the fun bit. You can choose which colour you'd like to work with next. So you just grab your next colour. So I went with, as I said, I went random, but you can go in a set order if you like, of course. And then you join that. And this is where I was saying to Rebecca, I joined roughly the same place I fastened off, so either side of where I'd done my slip stitch in my third of my 3 chain, just to keep it all roughly in the same place. And again, you join in a chain 1 space. Whoops, split the yarn there. And then you're going to start work, you do your chain 3, and you just start exactly as you have with the previous round. 2 trebles in there, chain 1, 3 trebles in the next, and you work along like that. So what you can go for as many rows as you like, and as I say, you might want to do 2 rows of the yellow if you love the yellow, or the pink if you're doing that one.
But at this point, it will be in a round, so you can just keep trying
it's in a
it on.
round, yeah, exactly. So you've got it's fitted over your shoulders. You won't have the neck on it yet, and you can just keep putting it on and thinking, is that long enough? And you can put, I mean, you can put the main colour. I've brought the main colour back into it every now and then because I think that kind of highlights the other colours well.
I think it does. I mean, on that one, it really makes the bright colours stand out. But it actually works with all of them, and this one. Well, that's fab. I'm just going to... So obviously yours is... Well, there's more people than have got baskets. That one's gone. So the blue one, we do have a few left of, the one that I'm wearing, which is called...
Feed the Birds.
Feed the Birds. How can I not remember this? This one is called Feed the Birds. So it's beautiful shades. It's very spring, isn't it? Right, there's only 8 left of this one. So if you need that one, you do need to get it in your basket and check out. And then the final one is Spoonful of Sugar. Can remember that one? Which is this lovely one, the one that Sam was working with. I'm going to take this one to the back because... Now, we can't offer the pattern on its own, so if you want the pattern, you have to buy the whole kit. That's how it works. Remember, this one has a hood, so you can choose. That's how it works. So, just need to choose. Remember, if you've got it in your basket, you do need to check out because we are getting very limited. And there are some, like this, the brownie one, the one Sam's got on, that we've got more of you want it than we actually have in stock. So, do check out. Right, we're just going to run through a few of Sam's previous kits because I know not all of you watch all the time. No idea why, but not all of you watch all the time. And you may have only just joined Yarn Lane and haven't seen some. And obviously, Sam does amazing kits. Should we do the summer wreath?
Yes.
So Sam did a series of wreaths for us, seasonally based. We had spring, summer, autumn and winter, obviously. Do you want to show?
Shall I move it?
Bring it over.
Yeah.
So we have a full kit for this. It is $34.99.
Yeah. Oh, look, I won't stand behind it because that makes it really busy.
So what do we get in the kit?
You get all the balls of yarn. I think there's about 8.
There's loads.
You get the wicker wreath, which is a heart shape. So you get the wreath frame. And then you get all the things you need to make your little swallow. I went with a swallow. So you've got the safety eyes, the stuffing, everything you need for him. And these lavenders I've wired, so you even get the floristry wire for them.
And they are so cute because you get baby balls of yarn. Little babies.
Really, it's cotton,
so
it's deep double knit cotton. And
really
it's just lovely to work with.
And the suit and everything you need, including all the eyes and stuff. They are lovely. I've made those as well.
Yeah. So you get everything you need to make one. And you can play about. If you think, well, I want more daisies, you can put more daisies on it.
I'm going to pinch that off
you can.
It's got a bit of space.
You can play about with. You can lay it out exactly like mine if you like, or you can put more of one thing in than another. So yeah,
it is beautiful. And if you want the matching wreaths, I'm pretty sure we do have the other seasonal ones on the Yarn Lane website if you have a look. Flowers. Let's do flowers. Which ones have you brought with you?
Iris and tulips.
Oh, you've got iris and tulips.
Yeah.
So in the kit, how many irises can you make?
You can make 3 or 4 irises, and you can make.
I'm going to show you what you get.
6 tulips.
There we go. And you get the sticks.
You get the sticks. You get the flower
all the sticks.
Yeah. So
as
should I
well,
take one
which
out?
Is fab, isn't it?
Yeah. So you get everything you need.
I know. I've kind of moved. I'm going to put them onto the Sam's desk. Otherwise, we're swapping over all the time.
So if I just move, so it's not me with my poncho. But yeah,
we're
so you get the tulips.
I'm on my desk.
In
I
my
was just
space.
given. Do you know it's really confusing being in a new studio? I thought we could just like share a desk, but no.
I'll give them over.
So that's the iris kit, and there's enough to make 6 irises in the whole kit. If you want tulips, we have tulips as well, and again, there's enough to make 6 tulips. This will be the last one we'll have time for. There's enough to make 6 of the tulips, and that is the tulip kit, all crocheted, obviously. Everything you need is in there. So thank you, Sam.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Can't wait to see you back for the next one.
Yeah.
When are you back?
2 weeks' time, 28th.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
28th,
Yeah.
so I'll be back on the 28th. Brilliant. Thank you for joining me on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane today. Tomorrow we will be back. In fact, I will be back tomorrow. At 8 o'clock is the Kyoto Fabric Collection. At 9 o'clock we've got Barbara McLean doing her Heart to Heart Fabric Collection. At 10 o'clock it's all about sewing room tools, and 11 o'clock the Crafty Company tote and zip bag with Barbara, and at 12 o'clock it's Sew Machine. So thank you so much for joining me today. I've learnt loads. It's been fantastic meeting Jane today, and Sam, obviously always a pleasure. Please remember to check out anything you've got in your basket. Other people can take it from you. It just works like that, like in the supermarket. So it's not yours till you've checked out. You can check out as many times as you like between now and midnight, and then you will be just charged your 1p. So thank you for joining me today, and I will see you back here tomorrow morning.